equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
I'm staying in the race.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
The supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
Cyclone Cheeto.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing?
I see that you know your judo. He looks good, and he looks hard.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich white man.
It's a great day. For being sad.
Climate and everything are the same word.
What you talking about?
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Winter is coming.
What?
Don't even play.
This is from 12 Moves for Life.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Jesus, I say that.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
I got boxes full of Pepe!
Well, here we are again.
floating somewhere between Earth and space, wondering to ourselves, what exactly are we supposed to be doing right now? Well, we got a lot to talk about, so that could be one of those things. In preparation for all this, I recommend you put on your seatbelt, space fams, as these journeys through the abyss are often dangerous and filled with turbulence. Well, good to see you all. My God, it's been too long, an entire day since we've seen each other last. Let's see, who made it first? Dirk Gently first, well done. Soul Life second, and Disco Wolf a third. Aaron W4 a close fourth. Nearly on the podium, Moa Noeb, May Wormy, Charlie Jinmir, Series, Scared Crow, Hermit Horologist, B-Cat, of course. Who else we got? Look Bovine, I see you, and I see Del Sol Verde and Pitchforks Dragon. So many great people in chat already. We have, like I mentioned, quite a lot to talk about. I even had to pull a few videos out of here because of how much we got to really unpack. Where do I even start? I mean, we got some stuff to discuss when it comes to Donald Trump, Jack Smith, Pete Hegseth at the Senate confirmation hearing earlier this morning. Elon Musk potentially buying TikTok in sort of capitalist attempt to avoid the seemingly inevitable banning of TikTok from the United States. And much more, in fact. LA wildfires, Hasan on the news. Potential Israeli-Hamas ceasefire? I don't even know what to do. Let's just start in the usual place. America. And yeah, let's start off with this one. This is about Donald Trump. Jack Smith, special prosecutor, made a statement earlier in the day regarding whether or not whether or not Donald Trump should be in jail.
The Justice Department has released a report from Special Counsel Jack Smith about Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. This is a report that's being released in the days before Trump is to be inaugurated as the 47th president. The report documents various schemes that Trump engaged in his failed effort to cling to power. Much of this has already been well established and is already known, but what's really striking from this report is that it includes Smith's own words and Smith's own very strong defense of the investigation and the prosecution team that he built. He says he stands fully behind his decision to seek criminal charges, and he believes that had the case been able to go to trial, Trump would have been convicted. It's worth remembering that in November, just weeks after Trump won the presidential election, the Smith team wound up dismissing the case.
Yes, I think we all remember that. I think we all remember Jack Smith folding the table, folding it all up, and just packing his gear and getting the fuck out. And that, I think that broke a lot of people when they were like, wait, this guy just got convicted of 34 felonies and the special prosecutor is just giving up. Okay, all right, whatever, yeah.
Illegal.
Whatever you say.
Prohibits the indictment of a sitting president. So this report now, which was released by the Justice Department, is likely to be the final and ultimate say about Trump's conduct from the Department of Justice.
Now, can you guess who had some comments about all of this when it came out earlier? Anybody? You got any guesses?
Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, there's a hint. Oh, the video audio's down. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, wait, we gotta take two of that shit. That's my bad. I turned the volume down because this new song I'm playing for the intros. I fucked up. That's totally my bad. Let's listen to that again. I don't think anybody heard what he just said. Thank you for reminding me so early on, BCat. That would have completely screwed me.
The Justice Department has released a report from Special Counsel Jack Smith about Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. This is a report that's being released in the days before Trump is to be inaugurated as the 47th president. The report documents various schemes that Trump engaged in his failed effort to cling to power. Much of this has already been well established and is already known, but what's really striking from this report is that it includes Smith's own words and Smith's own very strong defense of the investigation and the prosecution team that he built. He says he stands fully behind his decision to seek criminal charges, and he believes that had the case been able to go to trial, that Trump would have been convicted. Now, it's worth remembering that in November, just weeks after Trump won the presidential election, the Smith team wound up dismissing the case because it said long-standing Justice Department policy prohibits the indictment of a sitting president. So this report now, which was released by the Justice Department, is likely to be the final and ultimate say about Trump's conduct from the department.
Oh, Bob was the one who noticed the volume. Well, thank you, Bob. Whomever noticed the volume first. I appreciate your getting that to my attention. Well, there we go. Jack Smith coming out saying that Donald Trump would have absolutely been convicted for his effort in the January 6th attempted coup had he been able to prosecute him. But of course, due to the Supreme Court's ruling on the president, he was no longer able to do so, legally speaking, apparently. All right, let's go to the king, see what the king had to say about all this. I mean Trump, President-elect Trump. That's what I meant. You want to do this for me? Go, web, go. There we go.
In his report on Donald Trump's alleged 2020 election interference case, former special counsel Jack Smith says the president-elect would have been convicted if he was not reelected because they had enough evidence against him. Attorney General Merrick Garland released the 137-page report to the public around 1 a.m. Tuesday morning after a court order.
The admissible evidence was sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction at trial.
Defending his prosecution of the former president, he wrote, quote, "The admissible evidence was sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction at trial." The report went on to detail Trump's alleged efforts to subvert the transfer of power after the 2020 election by inciting the January 6th Capitol insurrection. It also adamantly rejected Trump's claims that the investigation was politically influenced by officials at the Justice Department. CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cortez joins us from West Palm Beach, where the president-elect is reacting to both the special counsel's report and Pete Hegseth's confirmation hearing. So, Nancy,
here we go.
How is the president-elect reacting to the release of the report?
How is Donald doing?
Well, overnight when the report came out, Lindsay, he fired off a couple of comments on Truth Social. He called Jack Smith a lame-brain prosecutor.
Lame brain.
And he noted that the voters have spoken. What he means by that, of course, is the fact that the charges that are outlined in this 140-page report.
That's all we're going to get from them, but I'm going to read out this for you right now. Deranged Jack Smith was unable to successfully prosecute the political opponent of his boss, Capital Crooked Joe Biden. So he ends up writing yet another report based on information that the Capital Unselect Committee of Political Capital Hacks and Capital Thugs, all caps, illegally destroyed and deleted because it showed how totally innocent I was and how completely guilty Nancy Pelosi and others were. Some of the grammar here is fucked up. Jack is a lame-brain prosecutor who was unable to get his case tried before the election in a landslide. The voters have spoken, all caps, lots of exclamation points. Well, there you go. Lame-brain prosecutor Jack Smith offending Donald Trump. Very upset. Very, very upset by all of this. Wait, why am I over here? What's happening? This is wrong. Everything is wrong. There we go. That makes more sense. My God. Poor Donald. Being attacked. Unfairly. Which I find fascinating that he just continues to be upset about literally anything said about him. Even though after being convicted 34 times on felony counts, he's not going to jail. He's not on parole. There's basically zero consequences for any of the crimes he's ever committed. And yet he's just so upset about it. And it's honestly kind of confusing to me, but I get it. It's all about the narrative, right? He's got to be able to prove somehow to his supporters that it's all been a sham. So he's just got to stay on this page of being like, it's still a witch hunt, even though I'm free and about to be president. All right, let's go to Florida. Yeah, that seems like a good plan. What's happening there? What could possibly be happening in the state of Florida? I wonder. Any guesses? Starts with an R and ends with an udding fingers. Ron DeSantis.
Be facilitating.
Representative Mills told one of my colleagues this morning that he had an excellent call with you and your team yesterday related to several issues that are important to you, including immigration. I don't know if you saw, he kind of said on Saturday that he's interested in running for the Rubio seat, regardless of who you appoint. Just wonder if you could say anything about that.
Well, we're going to make an appointment in very soon. I mean, we have up until January 20th. Where we will not have a vacancy. I anticipate a vacancy occurring on the afternoon of the 20th or no later than the 21st. So we'll have somebody ready to go on that. Look, I mean, people are free to do what they want. I think, generally speaking, if somebody is appointed and does a good job, I don't think that they're going to be somebody that you're going to be able to successfully challenge in a Republican primary. And so people are free to do what they want, but I don't think that would be something that would be the case. And I'm sure if he happened to be appointed, I don't think he would want necessarily.
I'd love to see that. Republicans fighting over this empty seat, which is about to exist, so long as Marco Rubio gets confirmed as Secretary of State, which it looks like it's all but finalized. I mean, he will have to testify, I'm pretty sure, before the Senate. But of all the people that have been floated by the Donald Trump administration so far for future appointments, I feel like Marco is going to be one of the easiest for them to get through. You know, just in my estimation. That one, I think Ron also sees that. I'll put in fingers here. He says that. Anybody got guesses on who's going to be the next senator of Florida? Because I actually have one guess right now. Wait, Senator. Wait,
but that's fine.
Yeah.
So we've talked to a lot of good people. We've got a lot of I think credible candidates and some good candidates. Now, Corey, one of the things we did discuss, he's a member of the House, and you kind of remember election night, Republicans were giddy. You see Trump win in these swing states, then kind of the dust settles, and you're like, we lost seats in the U.S. House. How the heck did that happen? And part of it, I mean, California took them 30 days to be able to determine some of those elections, but that just is what it is. But Republicans lost seats. So they have 220 duly elected Republicans.
Oh, I just realized that my guess won't work.
Florida 1 is vacant.
Damn
so they
it.
started the Congress with 219.
Damn, I'm
on January
foiled by my
20th,
own
you're going to
petard.
have 217 to 2.
The ghost of Jimmy Buffett.
And so when you talk about Corey, Kat Kamak, honestly, she's a fighter. She's really, really good, really strong.
She's a fighter.
I think she's got a great record. I spoke with her the other day.
So great.
But the issue
so
would
great.
be are you going to go from 217 to 216? That's a tough thing. And I've been honest with the Congress people. That's a big concern of mine, because one of the criteria I have with going to appoint is we just had an election. President has a mandate. I want you to facilitate
the
that.
Thinnest mandate of all time.
I mean, as long as he's focusing on.
I love how they're still talking about the mandate. We need to get I need to make a fucking compilation vid of all the times that they've said mandate up to this point, because I cannot wait for when the government actually starts and they have the thinnest mandate of all time, and they're fighting. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Very excited about that. So I thought you're on the right path right now, Soulcraft, with the Don Jr. guess. I honestly, my initial guess, but I just foiled myself unintentionally so.
Phrasing.
And because I was thinking one of the other Trumps, particularly Barron, because he's been making some real political moves over there. He just became part of the RNC of Florida. But then I remembered you have to be 30 to be in the Senate, so that guess is not going to happen. I was wrong. So yeah, maybe it will be Don Jr. that gets appointed. Who knows? Who knows going to be the next senator in Florida? Now, let's just go quick here. Talk more about Ron DeSantis' plans to implement some of Trump's policies.
We've been working with the transition team. I've been speaking with the president. We had the governors down at Mar-a-Lago. There's going to be some ambitious policy changes that are going to be instituted on day one, particularly with respect to illegal immigration and major executive orders that are going to unwind the bad policies of the Biden administration, but then also provide a level of empowerment for states and local governments to help facilitate the policies against illegal immigration. We have a responsibility to be in.
Well, there you go. Ron is planning to do whatever he can to help Donald Trump and his plan to deport millions of people from the United States. You don't think anybody's going to vote for Don Jr.? Well, I think in this case, doesn't Ron DeSantis technically, unless a primary happens, which it could, like he mentioned, that's totally within the realms of possible. I think it's technically, unless a primary does happen within the Republican Party, I could have sworn that Ron here almost has like appointment powers. As sort of like the lead Republican official in the state. I could be wrong about that. But because Marco is already in the seat, I think, it changes things. They don't actually have to have an election. But yes, of course, Ron is coming to the aid of Donald Trump. He's going to make sure all that stuff gets done. It's very exciting. Now, we've been talking about Donald Trump and his appointments and some of his policies and stuff. We've been talking about these fucking tariffs for, well, what feels like months and months now, because Donald Trump's been talking about tariffs ever since like the election. Like he was talking about tariffs all year 2024. And apparently he has now decided, or I don't know if it was a tweet or a truth or just an announcement, I can't remember. But in the last day, Donald has announced that he's creating an entire agency to collect tariffs. For what reason, I don't know. Because I could have sworn the IRS was sort of in charge of collecting taxes, which is what tariffs are. But I guess Donald thinks we need to spend money to make money, you know? Let's go here. CBC News from 1 hour ago. Breaking. This is some breaking fucking news right here.
U.S. President-elect Donald Trump is intensifying his threats around tariffs. Trump posted this statement online saying, "I am today announcing that I will create the External Revenue Service to collect our tariffs, duties, and all revenue that come from foreign sources. We'll begin charging those that make money off of us with trade, and they will start paying
it was a truth. It was a
their
truth.
fair share. January 20th, 2025 will be the
External Revenue Service.
External Revenue.
Oh, this is hilarious. This is fucking hilarious to me. What is happening? What is happening right now? This is the most nonsensical thing I've seen all day. I can't tell if this was Donald Trump's idea or Stephen Miller or who it was that suggested this, but it's honestly, in a way, it's fucking brilliant, right? Because Donald Trump doesn't understand tariffs. His voters don't seem to truly understand how tariffs work. And if he can create this new agency and call it the External Revenue Service, in terms of branding, in terms of messaging, I think this might actually be able to trick them in terms of the Republican voters even further into not understanding how tariffs work. This is fucking hilarious, dude. Oh my god. This is honestly an act of brilliance or pure stupidity. I can't decide. I think it's both. But the name is just utterly incredible. Wow, in its amount of stupidity.
Service. All right, the CBC's Katie Simpson joins us now from Washington. So the ERS, we all know about the IRS. Katie, I mean, what do we know about what Trump is talking about?
To be very frank, David, not a lot. So we did reach out to the Trump campaign, the Trump transition team, to get some sort of clarity around what this all means. And a lot of people in the United States are sort of scratching their heads at this moment.
Oh my God.
Does he want to create a new agency? Does that require the help of Congress? What exactly is this going to do? Is this going to change how tariffs are collected? We don't have any sort of clarity on that, but
No,
you know
we
what
don't.
we do have clarity on? It is, again, Donald Trump really reinforcing the fact that he is committed to tariffs, and that is something that officials in Canada are deeply concerned about. Remember, when Donald Trump has vowed on social media that when he takes office, he will impose 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico should there not be improvements to border security to stop the flow of illegal drugs into the United States, as well as the flow
supposedly. Right, okay, hey, well, you know, we're on the same page, at least. At least we're all on the same page. We're all just as confused as each other. Hopefully, at some point here, we'll get some clarity on what the fuck all of this means. It does seem like a fiscally irresponsible decision to create an entirely different agency to do something that another agency is already doing. But that's just, maybe I'm just being unfairly critical.
How rude.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. I'm just I'm just looking for shit, right? Gosh, how rude. All right, let's go on. Move away from... Well, this isn't even moving away from Donald Trump specific stuff, because this next guy we're going to talk about is a Donald Trump nominee. That nominee being one Peter Hegseth. Let's see how he started off this Senate confirmation hearing earlier this morning. C-SPAN, 11 hours ago.
Well, thank you, Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reed, and all the members of this committee for this opportunity today. I'm grateful for and have learned a great deal.
He seems
from
really excited.
This advise and
Look at
consent
Pete.
process. Our
He's
founders
smiling.
knew what they were doing.
He's almost beaming.
Should I be confirmed,
Hair
I look forward to working
perfectly
with this
in
committee,
place.
senators from both
Molded,
parties to secure
even.
our nation. I want to thank the former senator from Minnesota, Norm Coleman, for his mentorship and friendship in this process.
So
And
thankful.
the incoming National Security Advisor,
He's excited. He's
Congressman,
thankful.
and
He's
more
grateful.
importantly for our purposes, Colonel.
This guy
Mike
is
Waltz,
stoked.
for his powerful words. I'm
Nothing can go wrong for Pete. It's all gonna be fine.
Thank you to my incredible wife, Jennifer, who has changed my life and been with me throughout this entire process. I love you, sweetheart.
I loved that.
Thank God for you. And as Jenny and I pray together every morning, all glory, regardless of the outcome, belongs to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. His grace and mercy abounds each day. May his will be done. Thank you to my father, Brian, and mother, Penny, as well as our entire family, including our 7 wonderful kids, Gunnar, Jackson, Peter Boone, Kensington.
Is this his wife sitting way back here behind him, staring at his neck right now. This is pretty hilarious.
And Mother Penny, as well as our entire family, including our 7 wonderful kids, Gunnar, Jackson, Peter Boone,
Now,
Kensington.
Now, of course, Jenny didn't give birth to all of those 7 children. Pete has been married, I think, 3 times now. He's been very, very busy. Some might say a little too busy.
Rex?
Yeah, see? Yeah. Ah, well, that's what happens when you have
Their future
3
safety
wives and 7
security
kids.
is in all of our hands. And to all the troops and veterans watching and here in the room, Navy SEALs, Green Berets, soldiers, pilots, sailors, Marines, Gold Stars, and more, too many friends to name.
Okay.
Officers, enlisted, black.
Wait, actually, hold on. We do have to listen to this part of it.
Marines,
Jesus
Gold
Christ.
Stars, and more, too many
This
friends
guy is such
to
a
name.
tool.
Officers, enlisted, black and white, young and old,
All of
men
them.
and women, all Americans, all warriors. This hearing is for you.
This is for
Thank you for figuratively and literally having my back.
Okay, that's where we're gonna keep this moving. But I just found that hilarious. Oh my god, this hearing is for us. Okay, it's for everybody, young, old, white, black, man, woman. Did he say man, woman? I can't remember. But yeah, wow, it's for all of us. This here is for us. This hearing, it's a very important hearing. The way he's talking about it, the way you can tell by his face, he's taking it very seriously. He's so incredibly excited. Not forgetting to include anybody, you know, in all of it. What a guy. I wonder, he probably will get through this no problems. I doubt he's going to have any tough questions at all. This is probably going to go very smoothly for Pete. Let's see what Senator Hirono had to ask. Probably all just normal questions that Secretary of Defense would get.
I am focused on your fitness to serve, including your character and temperament and your overall qualifications to do the job. And I do appreciate the comments of Ranking Member Reed with his concerns regarding your nomination, because I share those concerns. As part of my responsibility as a member of this committee to ensure the fitness of all nominees to come before any of the committees on which I sit, I ask the following 2 initial questions. First, since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
Senator, I was falsely accused in October of 2017. It was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared.
I don't think completely cleared is accurate, but the fact is that your own lawyer said that you entered into an NDA and paid a person who accused you of raping her a sum of money to make sure that she did not file a complaint. Moving on. As Secretary, you will be in charge of maintaining good order and discipline by enforcing the Uniform Code of Military Justice, UCMJ. In addition to the sexual assault allegations, and by the way, the answer to my second question should have been yes. I've read multiple reports of your regularly being drunk at work, including by people who work with
I'm glad
your
she got
Fox
it in
News.
there.
Do you know that being
Fact is, I was considering peppering that in there, but I could have sworn that she did. So glad I waited. Perfectly played. Answer should have been yes, Pete. I'm sure that wasn't a lie. It was just you do so many sexual assaults. It's hard to keep track of them, right? It's tough. You know, you 7 kids. You just, the human memory is flawed. Okay, people. It's a fragile thing.
I have read multiple reports of your regularly being drunk at work, including by people who worked with your Fox News. Do you know that being drunk at work is prohibited for service members under the UCMJ?
Senator, those
Yes
are
or no?
multiple false anonymous reports peddled by NBC
Do you
News
know that
run directly
drinking on the job
contradictory to the dozens of men and women at
not
Fox News
contemplated
Channel
on
who
I'm
I
not
work
hearing-
with
I'm
who
not
came
hearing
on
the
the
rest of my
record
question.
and said they've
In your
never
opening seen statement, Mr. Hicks said you commit.
I love how he invokes the names of his colleagues at Fox as if they're like members of the cloth. Like he's like the great like he's like, have you heard of the Church of Fox News? Okay.
Answer to my question.
And said
in your opening statement, Mr. Hegseth, you commit to holding leaders accountable at all levels. That includes you, of course. And frankly, as Secretary, you will be on the job 24/7.
That's a lot.
You recently promised some of my Republican colleagues that you stopped drinking and won't drink if confirmed, correct?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Will you resign as Secretary of Defense if you drink on the job, which is a 24/7 position?
Do you see the look in his eyes?
Will you resign
I'm sorry, we got to go back.
as Secretary of
I'm sorry, we got to go back. The look in his eyes, like this is Pete trying to think through. It's like 24/7. What is this lady talking about right now? Like Pete is actually contemplating in this moment. Wait. That means I have to never drink ever? It can't be just like 9 to 5 Monday to Friday. I mean, come on.
Come on!
position.
I've made this commitment on behalf of
Will
the
you
men and women I'm
resign as
serving.
Secretary of Defense
I've
if
made this
you
commitment
drink
on
the
behalf
job?
of the men and women I'm serving.
I'm not
because it's the
hearing-
most important deployment
I'm not
of my
hearing an
life.
answer to my question, so I'm going to move on. While you have made that commitment, you will not commit to resigning if you drink on the job.
I mean,
I
made a
as
huge,
Secretary
tiny
of Defense, you will swear an oath to the Constitution and not an oath to any man, woman, or president, correct?
Senator, on multiple occasions, including as a young second lieutenant, I have sworn an oath to the
Answer is
Constitution,
yes.
and I'm proud to do so. Yes, ma'am.
In June of 2020, then President Trump directed former Secretary of Defense Mark Esper to shoot protesters in the legs in downtown D.C., an order Secretary Esper refused to comply with. Would you carry out such an order from President Trump?
Oh boy, here we go.
Senator, I was in the Washington, D.C. National Guard unit that was in Lafayette Square during those
Would you
events,
carry
holding
out
a
an
riot
order to
shield on
shoot
behalf of my
protesters
country.
in the legs?
I saw 50
as
Secret
directed
Service agents
to
get injured by
Secretary Esper?
rioters trying to jump over the fence, set a church on fire, and destroy
You know
a
what? That sounds to me that you will
Chaos.
comply with such an order. You will shoot protesters
It does sound like
in
a
the-
yes.
in the leg.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on.
Yeah.
President
Wow, look at that. That's the face of a man who's going to order military to shoot protesters. Holy fuck. This guy is about to be in charge of the military. That's all so exciting. Woo! Oh boy. Alright. Now, Senator Hirono has plenty of other good stuff to ask Pete here, but so did a bunch of other senators during this confirmation hearing, so we're gonna go through some of them. Although I won't say that the next guy had too many great questions. Let's go to the guy who said this at one time.
I don't want reality.
Mark Wayne Mullins. Let's see if Mark Wayne wants reality today.
I'd like to submit for the record signatures by 32 members of the House of Representatives who are veterans. The signatures call on the Senate to honor the constitutional duty of advise and consent by conducting a fair, thorough confirmation process that evaluates his nomination solely on the substance and merits. His distinguished military service, academic credentials, and a bold vision for revitalizing the national defense. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record.
Without objection.
You know, there's a lot of talk going about talking about qualifications and then about us hiring him if we are the board. But there's a lot of senators here I wouldn't have on my board because there is no qualifications except your age, and you got to be living in the state and you're a citizen of the United States to be a senator. Other than the fact we got to convince a lot of people to vote for us. And then when we start talking about qualifications, for if you're qualified for it. Could the chairman tell me what the qualifications are for the Secretary of Defense? Mr. Chairman, could you tell me what the qualifications are for the Secretary of Defense?
I'd be happy
Christ, dude.
for you to do that.
Let me read it for you because
we're very excited, Mark Wayne. Mark Wayne.
I understand that.
Whatever your name
but
is.
I'm just making a point because there's a lot about qualifications, and I think it's so hypocritical of senators, especially on the other side of the aisle, be talking about his qualifications, not being able to lead the secretary or be the Secretary of Defense, and yet your qualifications aren't any better. You guys aren't any more qualified to be the senator than I'm qualified to be the senator, except for...
Mark Wayne seems pretty confused right now. We're not confirming Pete here to be a senator, right? He seems to be either obfuscating what's going on or just genuinely confused. Although I don't blame him, of course.
I don't want reality.
So, you know, it happens. But he is being confirmed for the Secretary of Defense position, Mark Wayne. Come on, buddy. Get it together.
Lucky enough to be here. But let me read you what the qualifications of the Secretary of Defense is, because I Googled it, and went through a lot of different sites, and really it's hard to see. But in general, the U.S. Secretary of Defense position is filled by a civilian. That's it. If you have served in the U.S. Army Forces and have been in the service for, you have to be retired for at least 7 years, and Congress can weigh that. And then there's questions that the
I love how Mark Wayne here is basically just trying to lower the bar for old Pete to walk over. Like do a little hop over. He's like, I don't know if you guys know, but there's actually 0 qualifications for being Secretary of Defense, which is why Pete is so very qualified to do it. And I don't understand why everybody is so confused about that. Now, come on.
I don't want reality. From Massachusetts brought up about serving on a board inside the military industry, and yet your own secretary that you all voted for, Secretary of Austin, we had to vote on a waiver because he stepped off the board of Raytheon. But I guess that's okay because that's a Democrat Secretary of Defense. But we so quickly forget about that. And then Senator Kaine, or I guess I better use the senator from Virginia, starts bringing up the fact that what if you showed up drunk to your job? How many senators have showed up drunk to vote at night? Have any of you guys asked them?
Okay, hold on. We're going to move on. We're probably going to come back to some of what Mark Wayne had to say, but we're just going to be skipping back and forth between people talking here. There's just so much to unpack, and, at this moment, I mean, Pete seems to be holding it together. You go back, look at his face. Pete's enjoying the speech from Mark Wayne. He's like, I still got this, right? He managed to get through Senator Hirono's questioning. Now he's got Mark Wayne to back him up. Nothing can go wrong for Pete. Everything's going to go fine. I'm sure nobody's going to ask any more tough questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hegseth. I'm looking forward to this opportunity to talk. I want to return to the incident that you referenced a minute ago that occurred in Monterey, California in October 2017. At that time, you were still married to your second wife, correct? I believe so. And you had just fathered a child by a woman who would later become your third wife, correct? Senator, I was falsely charged, fully investigated, and completely cleared.
Just jumping ahead.
So you think you are completely cleared?
He's not even answering the question. He's answering a completely different question. You feeling a little nervous here, Pete? What's going on, buddy? Come on.
Cleared. So you think you are completely cleared because you committed no crime. That's your definition of cleared? You had just fathered a child 2 months before by a woman that was not your wife. I am shocked that you would stand here and say you're completely cleared. Can you so casually cheat on a second wife and cheat on the mother of a child that had been born 2 months before, and you tell us you are completely cleared? How is that a complete clear? Senator, her child's name is Gwendolyn Hope Hegseth. She's a child of God, and she's 7 years old. And she was, and you cheated on the mother of that child less than 2 months after that daughter was born. Pete's
really.
Those were false charges.
Wow. He keeps forgetting. He's just not answering. He's trying to put the smarm on. He's trying not to answer this question, but the fact is the fact. I mean, regardless of whether or not he was, he got into some sort of, what do you call it, arbitration with this woman. He did, in fact, do all of this stuff.
God, and she's 7 years old.
And she
So
was,
great.
and you cheated on the mother of that child less than 2 months after that daughter was born, didn't you?
Those were false charges.
I don't want reality.
It was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared. And I am so grateful
you've
for the marriage I have to this amazing woman.
Come on, buddy.
You've admitted that you had sex at that hotel in October 2017. You said it was consensual, isn't that correct?
Anything,
You've admitted that it was consensual, and you were still married, and you just had a child by another woman.
again,
How do you explain your
completely
judgment?
false charges against me.
You
Fully investigated, and I was completely clear.
You have admitted that you had sex while you were married to wife 2 after you just had fathered a child by wife 3. You've admitted that. Now, if it had been a sexual assault, that would be disqualifying to be Secretary of Defense, wouldn't it?
It was a false claim then and a false claim now.
If it had been a sexual assault, that would be disqualifying to be Secretary of Defense, wouldn't it?
That was a false claim.
He's going to keep answering a different question.
So you can't tell me whether someone who has committed a sexual assault is disqualified from being Secretary of Defense?
Senator, I know
It's a hypothetical,
in my
buddy.
instance, I'm talking about my instance only. It was a false claim.
But you acknowledge
and
you
it was
cheat,
fully
but you
investigated.
acknowledge that you cheated on your wife and that you cheated on the woman by whom you had just fathered a child. You have admitted that.
I will allow your words to speak for themselves.
You're not retracting that today.
I will allow your words to speak for themselves. Well, thanks, Pete. Because his words seem pretty damning. And at this point, I feel like we can actually see... Oh, Aaron flies with the second... Wait, why don't I hear sounds? Oh, because browser source is fucking muted. That is very rude. Sorry, Aaron. You deserved that notification, and he only got the visual portion of it. That's very, very rude.
How rude.
But yeah, Pete's fine with these words apparently speaking for themselves, huh? Okay, all right, interesting.
You have admitted that.
I will allow your words to speak for themselves.
You're not retracting that today. That's good. I assume that in each of your weddings, you've pledged to be faithful to your wife. You've taken an oath to do that, haven't you?
Senator, as I've acknowledged to everyone in this committee, not a perfect person, not claiming to be.
But no, I just asked a simple question. You've taken an oath, like you would take an oath to be Secretary of Defense in all of your weddings to be faithful to your wife. Is that correct?
I have failed in things in my life, and thankfully I'm redeemed by my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
In finalizing divorces from your first and second wives, were there non-disclosure
Jesus, I say
agreements in
that.
connection with those divorces?
Senator, not that I'm aware of.
If there were, would you agree to release those first and second wives from any confidentiality agreement?
Senator, it's not something I'm aware of.
But if there were, you would agree to release them from a confidentiality agreement?
Senator, that's not my responsibility.
All right, Tim Kaine missed a huge opportunity here, in my opinion. In what world would it not be Pete's responsibility if there were an existing NDA that I assume, since it involves him, he would be a signatory to? That would be literally, he's the only person who, him and the other party would be the only people that would be essentially responsible for, as he put it, to release that sort of information. Let's hear that one more time. Just make sure I didn't mishear what this guy said.
Not something I'm aware of.
But if there were, you would agree to release them from a confidentiality agreement?
Senator, that's not my responsibility.
Nope, that's real.
Physical violence against.
That's real. That's a real thing. Okay, Pete, not your responsibility. Well, I guess it must be the other party's responsibility then. Does that one question I'm wondering to myself? Does that statement remove his legally speaking? I'm just wondering out loud whether or not that statement actually renounces his part of that NDA. I don't know. This is a legal proceeding. I don't know. I'm just wondering to myself. All right, now people have been beating up on poor Pete here, it would seem. Already things seem to be going kind of rough. You see some of the faces he's making over here. seems to really be struggling. I mean, come on, look at this face. This is not the face of a man who's enjoying himself right now. Tim Kaine seems to be really enjoying it. This is such a great shot. Okay, somebody's gonna come to Pete Hegseth's side here momentarily, because he needs some help. Let's see what Joni Ernst has to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter submitted by Mr. Mark Lucas, who is
something
a
Pete's never thought
fellow
of.
Iowan and Iowa Army National Guard member. Mr. Lucas and I served together in the Iowa Army National Guard. He succeeded Pete Hegseth as Executive Director of Concerned Veterans for America. And in his letter, Mr. Lucas says that Mr. Hegseth, quote, laid a strong foundation that postured CVA for long-term success, end quote. And that Mr. Hegseth, quote, continued to be an invaluable asset to both me as a leader and the organization.
So valuable.
So I would ask for unanimous consent to enter this Washington Times article and the letter from Mr. Mark Lucas into the record.
Without objection.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Hegseth, and thank you very much. I appreciate your service to our nation. It's something that I know you are very proud of, and it is something that we have in common and that we share.
This is such an awkward moment.
You and I have had many productive.
Now, I know Joni here, you might be thinking, yeah, Joni probably loves Pete. But do you remember after Pete was nominated, she was making some comments about some of the things Pete had said about women in military, as she is, like she just mentioned, a military woman. So I feel like this is like a, what's it called? A friendship of necessity more than anything else. I think she's still a little hurt by some of the things Pete has said.
We share. You and I have had many productive conversations. And just for our audience, we have had very frank conversations. Is that correct, Mr. Hegseth?
Senator, that is a correct characterization.
You know that I don't keep anything hidden, pull no punches. My colleagues know that as well. So I do appreciate you sitting down and allowing me the opportunity to question you thoroughly on those issues that are of great importance to me.
Oh, she's talking for a second.
Those issues.
For a second, I thought she was talking about now. But now that I remember it, Pete was, remember like a few weeks ago when Pete was like rushing up and down the Senate halls trying to get everybody on board for this? That must be what she's talking about.
Three that are very important. One is the DOD and making sure that we have a clean audit. The second is women in combat, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And the third was maintaining high standards and making sure that we are combating sexual assault in the military. Okay, so Mr. Hegseth.
That look that Joni is giving Pete right now, oh my God. She genuinely looks like she is about to shoot Peter right now. And he looks like a schoolboy speaking to the head marm right now. He's like, yes, I am here. I am here to speak to you. I will do whatever is necessary. Oh, Joni. This must be rough for you.
Sexual assault in the military. Okay, so Mr. Hegseth, I'm going to address the issue because this will tie into some of the financial concerns that have been raised here as well. And it's why, you know, I, trusting my fellow Iowan, asked for unanimous consent of his letter to go into the record. But like me, a lot of Iowans are really, really concerned and upset about the wasteful Washington spending and of course, in our Pentagon. It's an issue that I have been combating for years. So there's significant room for greater efficiency and cost cutting within the department. And
I cannot wait to see Joni Ernst and the rest of Republicans cut our military funding. Oh boy. Write that down. Joni is serious about cutting defense spending this year. It's going to happen, everybody. That is going to happen. Now, Pete here is, he's got to convince specifically Republicans, right? Most specifically. They were the slim majority that old Republicans here have in Congress. It's about to get even slimmer, but that's what I mean. So it's not so that is why he really has got to sit here. He's got to take these dressing downs. He's got to answer correctly to the Republicans specifically. And so let's see what he's got to say here.
Clear for everyone here today. As Secretary of Defense, will you support women continuing to have the opportunity to serve in combat roles?
Senator, first of all, thank you for your service, as we discussed extensively as well.
It's my privilege.
And my answer is yes, exactly
I
the
wonder
way
if
that
she
you
has
caveated it. Yes,
gun
women will have access to
right
ground
now.
combat roles.
Can you see the look she's giving Pete right now? I feel like she wants to shoot him. Like, I feel like if she had a gun, she would genuinely be. I know that they don't allow guns, but it's just she looks so. Someone said laser eyes in chat. I think that's an accurate description of the look she's giving Pete right now.
Exactly the way that you caveated it. Yes, women will have access to ground combat roles, given the standards remain high, and we'll have a review to ensure the standards have not been eroded in any one of these cases. That'll be part of one of the first things we do at the Pentagon is reviewing that in a gender-neutral way, the standards, ensuring readiness and meritocracy is front and center. But absolutely, it would be the privilege of a lifetime to, if confirmed, to be the Secretary of Defense for all men and women in uniform who fight so heroic. They have so many other options. They decide to put their right hand up for our country.
They all have so many options.
It's an honor to have a chance to lead them.
Wow.
Thank you. And just very
Hilarious. They have so many options. Now, of course, many people in the military had no other options. They ran out of options and were forced into military service, of course. Not everybody chooses, but more is sort of like, well, I got nothing else. 30 likes. Holy shit. We need the emotional support characters. No, that's a double. There we go. All right, let's get some of these supportive individuals into the fold here. But we're going to switch from the Joni questions. I think he answered the way she was hoping, but some of those looks were just amazing. Now let's go to another woman in the Senate, Senator Elizabeth Warren. She too had some questions on this same topic. And I think the way that she phrased some of this was perfect.
But I want to be clear here. For 12 years, you were quite open about your views, and your views were consistently the same. Women are inferior soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, and guardians. And in case anyone missed the point, and these are your words from 10 weeks ago, women absolutely straight up should not be permitted to serve in combat. What? And I notice on each of these quotes, those are said without qualification. It's not by how much you can lift or how fast you can run. They don't belong in combat, period, or your words straight up. And then on November 9th, 2024, just 32 days after your last public comment saying that women absolutely should not be in combat.
It's not a very long time.
You declared that, quote, some of our greatest warriors are women. And you support having them serve in combat. Now, that is a very, very big about face.
It's so confusing.
In a very, very short
It's almost
period of
polar
time.
opposites.
So help me understand, Mr. Hegseth. what extraordinary event happened
Yes, we
in
must
that
know.
32-day period
Yeah.
that
Wow,
made
gosh,
you
I cannot.
change the core values you had expressed?
That's a great question from Elizabeth Warren here. I too am searching for a reason. What could have happened from the time where he was, on that, whatever, I think it was a podcast, and the time where he completely shifted his views? In 32 days. That's a very short period of time. I'm sure something monumental must have happened. I just can't think of what it was. Something happened between October and December. It's not coming to mind.
The preceding 12 years.
Senator, again, I very much appreciate you bringing up my comments from 2013 because for me, this issue has always been about standards. And unfortunately, because of some of the people that have been in political power for the last 4 years, priorities other than standards, lethality, and meritocracy.
He's taking a very different tone than he was taking with Joni Ernst. I would say, it's like it's almost bipolar. Not literally in terms of like the personality disorder, but in terms of just like a polar opposites, right? Like the tone, the posture he's taking. When he was listening to Joni, you can see his hands were down beneath the desk. He was like I said, he's like a little, student at a boarding school who's being dressed down by the headmaster. Now, Elizabeth Warren's asking about the same thing, and he's taking this very aggressive, combative tone. He got his hands on the desk, sort of smarmy, condescending look. Geez, I wonder what changed.
You from the podcast.
Whoops.
Women shouldn't be in combat at all.
It's
Where's
science.
the reference to standards? That they should be there if they can carry, if they can run. I don't see that at all, Mr. Hegseth. What I see is that there's a 32-day period in which you suddenly have another description about your views of women in the military. And I just want to know what changed in the 32 days that the song you sang is not the song you come in here today to sing.
Senator, the concerns I have and the concerns that many have had, especially in...
He's not going to answer. He's not going to answer. I'll tell you what the answer is, everyone. I will give you the answer that Pete is somehow forgetting or intentionally not saying. He was nominated to be Secretary of Defense. And then people like Joni Ernst, who he needed the votes of, who are, in fact, formerly military, told him they wouldn't vote for his ass if he didn't change his fucking tone and change his tune on all this. And so it's just hilarious that he just won't admit it. We all know what it is, okay? You got nominated by Donald Trump for this position that you're currently testifying for. And then a few choice people really didn't like some of the things you said, specifically about this. And voila, completely different view on everything. It's fascinating. It's a really strange guy, that Pete. But he's very, he's got integrity, and he's morals, and God, I can't even do it. Can't even pretend. This dude is such a slime ball. All right, let's go here. Another senator also had more questions about this same situation with old Pete.
And I don't know if you are capable of that. There are more women serving now, and there are fewer separations. So they make up a critical part of our military, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, ma'am. Women in our military, as I have said publicly, have and continue to make amazing contributions across all aspects of our battlefield.
So what I'm confused about, Mr. Hegseth, is which is it? Why should women in our military, if you were the Secretary of Defense, believe that they would have a fair shot and an equal opportunity to rise through the ranks?
Senator, I would say I would be honored to have the opportunity to serve alongside you, shoulder to shoulder, men and women, black, white, all backgrounds, with a shared purpose. You will be
everybody.
treated fairly and with dignity, honor, and respect.
Well,
And
I
we had women in
appreciate
our
your
ranks as
11th
well.
hour conversion.
Oh, yeah. That's a perfect way to put it, because it really was the 11th hour for Pete. He needed to get those.
But we so quickly forget
Shut
about
up, Mark
that. And
Wayne.
then Senator Kane, or
Mark
I guess
Wayne.
I better use.
Stop.
I don't want reality.
I'm talking right now. You hush. Yeah, this is a perfect way to put it, though, right? It's 11th hour. There was a time clock. There was a clock on old Peter Hegseth here. He needed to get the votes, so he had to change his opinions about stuff, okay? And that's called integrity. Write that down. All right, now let's go here, because we were... I tried to stop it before we got here. You probably heard part of it, but Mark Wayne. And that is his full first name. It's not his middle name. For a while, I thought Wayne was his middle name, but no, his first name is Mark Wayne. No hyphen. Just, I've never, whatever. Point is, Mark Wayne, he's like, you know, okay, what the fuck, guys? Why are you coming at my boy Pete here? All this heat. I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate it. I'm here to ask some tough questions. All right, let's see what tough questions Mark Wayne has.
But we so quickly forget about that. And then Senator Kane, or I guess I better use the senator from Virginia, starts bringing up the fact that what if you showed up drunk to your job? How many senators have showed up drunk to vote at night?
What you talking about?
Have any of you guys asked them to step down and resign from their job? And don't tell me you haven't seen it, because I know you have. And then how many senators do you know
Wayne's
have got a divorce before cheating on their wives? Did you ask them to step down? No. Okay. But it's for show. You guys make sure you make a big show and point out.
You're not a showman, Mark Wayne.
Because the man's made a mistake.
I love that. Mark Wayne. He's like, yeah, it's a show. It's just a show. You people are a bunch of showmen. How dare you? And Mark Wayne has never, ever, not one time. Do not search, because you will find no evidence of Mark Wayne grandstanding or attempting to make a viral moment. He's never done it. This guy doesn't act. He's a principled man, Mark Wayne. A principled man of principles.
Down?
Whoops.
No. But it's for show. You guys make sure you make a big show and point out the hypocrisy, because the man's made a mistake. And you want to sit there and say that he's not qualified? Give me a joke. I mean, it is so ridiculous that you guys hold yourself as this higher standard. And
Oh my God! Wait, I gotta hear that again. Actually, I need this too. I need this. We need this. Did everybody hear that? I've never heard that that particular phraseology there. What was it that? Say that again, Mark. Oh, whoops. Whoops. Why is that not playing? Come on.
made a mistake. And you want to sit there and say that he's not qualified? Give me a joke. I mean, it is so...
Yeah, we'll give you a joke, Mark Wayne. Oh my God, hilarious. This guy, he's just, you know, he's one of a kind. Hold on, I need to hear this. Did I get this? Where is it?
He's made a mistake. And you want to sit there and say that he's not qualified? Give me a joke.
Okay, I got it. I got it. I've got. Give me a joke. It's going on the soundboard. Because sometimes we need a joke, and thankfully we have Mark Wayne Mullins for that. Oh, what a special guy! I can't believe he's a senator. He says some of the dumbest things. I swear to God. I don't want reality.
I don't want reality.
And now.
Give me a joke.
Yep.
It is so
Thank you, dude. This guy is a content factory.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Give me a joke. Gotta save the file. Sorry, people. Gotta save the file. Okay, there we go. Saved that sample. Oh, Mark Wayne. We'll give you a joke, pal. It's Peter Hegseth, actually. That's the surprise. We've already given you a joke, and it's the nomination of Pete Hegseth. See how quickly we gave you that joke? It's fascinating. All right, now, if you've been watching this stream for a while, then you were around when we were actually talking about Pete Hegseth back when he first got nominated, when we went through like the entire list of, at the time, Donald Trump nominees. And Pete not only at one point didn't want women in the military, but he said some, I mean, as a Fox News anchor, he, more than most people in government, has had opportunities to say just utterly insane shit. And he was grilled by Senator Angus King earlier today about some of the things he's said in the past. Let's see what this is all about.
Thank you, Senator Kramer. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hessek, welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Senator.
You've made several references to your religion today. I share that devotion to Christianity, but I must say I've been reminded somewhat of Saul on his way to Damascus. You seem to have been converted over the last several weeks and several months. You wrote in your book just last year that, but if we're going to, this is the book, War on Warriors, but if we're going to send our boys to fight, and it should be boys, we need to unleash them to win. Later on, our boys should not fight by rules written by dignified men. Which is it? Is it only boys can fight? I mean, you've testified here today that you believe in women in combat.
Oh, wait.
But you didn't.
Sorry, I forgot that this one's like 8 minutes long. Let me cue this up. Because we already talked about Pete's view on women in the military. But Senator King had some more pressing questions, I guess you might say, on other foreign policy. Is this where he gets into it?
Untied the hands of warfighters.
Position today.
He changed the rules of engagement, untied the hands of warfighters, and allowed them to complete their mission and crush ISIS. It has not just tactical implications, operational and strategic implications, how you allow warfighters to go about winning and fighting their wars. President Trump understands that, and within the laws of war and the Uniform Code of Military Justice, we are going to unleash warfighters to win wars so that wars don't drag on forever, as our generation has seen.
So are you rejecting Title 18 and Title 42, I think, also has provisions that incorporate the Geneva Convention and the laws of armed combat? Are you saying that those laws should be repealed? That is the law of the land right now.
Senator, we have laws on the books from the Geneva Conventions into the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and then underneath that you have layers in which standard or temporary rules of engagement are put into place. We fight enemies also, Senator, as our generation understands.
Also,
no rules.
Are we fighting our friends, Pete? Oh, what do you mean we fight our enemies also? That doesn't make any sense. I thought you went to Princeton.
Enemies also, Senator, as our generation understands, that play by no rules. They use civilians as human shields.
So are you saying
they target
that
women and children?
The Geneva Convention should not be observed?
We follow rules. We follow rules, but we don't
Which
need
rules?
burdensome rules of engagement.
We follow rules sometimes, but we don't need burdensome Geneva Conventions or things like that. Jesus Christ.
Possible for us to win these wars.
Oh, is that what
the
Geneva
rules, but we don't have to follow the rules in all cases.
Here, Pete. The Geneva Convention is keeping the America from winning wars. Wow. Fascinating.
Is that correct?
Senator, I'm making
some rules.
Senator, I'm making an important tactical distinction that warfighters will understand. That there are the rules we swear an oath to defend, which are incredibly important, and this committee understands and helps set them.
Okay.
And then there are those echelons above reality from, corps to division to brigade to battalion. And by the time it trickles down to a company or a platoon or a squad level, you have a rules of engagement.
What does that mean? Above reality? Pete is really struggling now. Like, he's like, oh shit.
Above reality from, corps to division to brigade to battalion. And by the time it trickles down to a company or a platoon or a squad level, you have a rules of engagement that nobody recognizes. And then it makes you incredibly difficult to actually do your job on the battlefield.
Sir, have you been
That's
drinking?
the kind of assessment and look that an Army major will give to this process if I was confirmed to be the Secretary of Defense.
Your quote is
true understanding
your
of that.
quote in 2024. Our boys should not fight by rules written by dignified men in mahogany rooms 80 years ago. That would be the Geneva Convention. America should fight by its own rules, and we should fight to win or not go in at all. Are you saying that the Geneva Convention provisions, which clearly outlaw torture of prisoners, should not apply in the future?
Senator, how we treat our wounded, how we treat our prisoners, the applications of the Geneva Conventions are incredibly important. But we would all have to acknowledge that the way we fought our wars back when the Geneva Conventions were written are a lot different than the asymmetric, non-conventional environment of counterinsurgency that I confronted in Iraq and Afghanistan. I was the senior counterinsurgency instructor.
I mean, in a way, Pete is kind of right about this because the United States is constantly waging wars on either civilians or just ideologies. And so, in a way, I agree with Pete, but not for the same reasons he's saying it. We are in a different paradigm right now where we're not waging wars against other countries, but just random people we don't like.
Of counterinsurgency that I confronted in Iraq and Afghanistan. I was the senior counterinsurgency instructor in Afghanistan. My job was to understand how the Taliban and Al-Qaeda operated so that NATO units coming in could be informed of what was happening. They knew our rules of engagement, and when they were more restrictive, they took advantage of them, and it put our men and women in a more dangerous...
So Pete basically is saying here that, when we were restricted from doing stuff like waterboarding or just general torture, humiliation, and other sorts of globally illegal practices as it relates to war activities. That was just keeping us from winning wars. Come on, Senator King, this is not fair.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
More restrictive, they took advantage of them, and it put our men and women in a more dangerous and difficult place.
And you believe
For future wars we fight, we need to have someone atop the Pentagon, sir, who understands how those ripple effects
Well, I just want
impact
to
the men and women
understand
in
your
uniform.
position. Your position is torture's okay. Is that correct? Waterboarding, torture is no longer prohibited given the circumstances of whatever war we're in. Is that correct?
Senator, that is not what I said. I've never been party to torture. We are a
The way
country
he's-
that fights by the rule of law. And
Okay, the way he says that almost confirmed for me that he has in fact been party to torture. I don't have evidence for that, but the tone and the fact that that was completely unprompted, it really made me feel like this man has absolutely not just been party to torture, but has actually committed torture himself. Like, there was no prompting for that response. He didn't ask, nobody asked Pete if he committed torture or if he had been party to torture. He just randomly interjected it into a response about torture. That is, incredibly revealing. I could be wrong, and maybe he was just, poorly phrased, but it just didn't feel right.
The circumstances of whatever war we're in. Is that correct?
Senator, that is not what I said. I've never been party to torture. We are a country that fights by the rule of law, and our men and women always do. And yet we have too many people here in air-conditioned offices that like to point fingers at the guys in dark and dangerous places, the gals in helicopters.
Now, the fact is on Fox News, as a contributor to Fox News, Peter Hegseth has at multiple times said things that were not just apologetic of people who had committed torture, but has specifically said on multiple occasions that torture was actually fine, or to some degree, maybe he didn't say those exact words, okay, but he has said multiple occasions. A whole bunch of shit where, like, you know, people were accused of torture and found guilty of war crimes. And Pete was the guy that Fox News would go to time and time again to tell their audience that actually those war crimes were just unfair, woke criticism of war heroes. And it's fascinating to see Pete here try and pretend like that's not his actual belief, while also trying to remind everybody else, like the Republicans that are voting for him, that actually he's bullshitting right now.
Territory who are doing things that people in Washington, D.C. would never dare to do, or send, in many cases.
In one of your interviews, you said they're willing to do this. You're talking about Donald Trump and Senator Cruz. They're willing to do something like waterboarding if it's going to keep us safe. Are you okay with waterboarding?
Senator, the law of the land is that waterboarding is not legal.
Illegal. So the statement that you made, you now recant. Is that correct? They are willing to do something like waterboarding if it's going to keep us safe. You expressed that with approval.
Didn't quite sound like a recantation.
Senator, I'm very familiar with that as a concept, having spent a year at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, guarding 7.
You see what I mean? This is like this second answer is basically just sort of reaffirming what I felt when he first said, I have never been party to torture. He's like, I worked at Guantanamo Bay. I know all about torture, actually. Sorry, please, I didn't mean to interrupt. Please go right ahead.
I'm very familiar with that as a concept, having spent a year at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, guarding 700 of those that attacked us on 9/11.
Well, I just want to be clear. Are we going to abide by the Geneva Convention and the prohibitions on torture, or are we not? Is it going to depend on the circumstances?
As I've stated multiple times, the Geneva Conventions are what we base ours. But what an American first national security policy is not going to do is hand its prerogatives over to international bodies that make decisions.
There you go. Pete's aware of the Geneva Conventions. He thinks that they are the rules of the world, but not the rules of America. Okay, Pete. Should be fascinating to see if this guy gets confirmed. And if he becomes the head of the fucking Pentagon, we are... wow. Fucked. This dude never been party to torture, but knows all about it because he's been at Guantanamo Bay and used to work there. Okay. Okay. Wow. How are we doing on time right now? Good God, hour and a half in. We still gotta talk TikTok before the end of this half. Let's get to it. But before we get to TikTok, let's talk about a different platform, social media. That being Facebook, aka Metabook. And its leader, its great leader, Mark P. Zuckerberg. I don't know what his middle name is. I assume it's P for penis.
All right, let's talk about some billionaires here, because this guy's just multiple hundred millionaire, right? Joe Rogan, he's not quite a billionaire yet, but he's probably, like, at least in the past couple of years, made a couple of $100 million on one deal, probably $100 million other. I don't know.
His Spotify deal is like $250 million.
And, but
there's overhead.
Taxes, and you got to pay your agent. So you may only have $150 million. So his job is to bring on billionaires and have them articulate some type of grievance, one that is about whatever, free speech maybe, because they're, these tech billionaires are so enamored with free speech. Or about how they're being forced to be DEI. And the solution is to get the Federal Trade Commission or the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to stop suing them because they're monopolies.
It's unfair.
Here is Joe Rogan doing his work as the butler to the billionaires. Sir, How should we deal with your problem with these pesky little government regulators forcing you to...
I love this. I love this character Sam is playing. Because it's like, I mean, it kind of is true. Joe Rogan, you know, he's like a peon compared to the billionaires. He's a mere 100 millionaire. And, you know, he's got to service these guys. Pun intended.
Comport with antitrust laws. Oh, why don't you come on and complain about how someone swore at you?
Oh, that sounds good.
Well, what was the premise? Like, what were they saying was your offense? Was it that you were allowing information that was not true, that was getting out there? I know there was also, they're saying that you guys were allowing hate groups to speak. There was a lot of this.
Yeah. I mean, the tough thing with politics is that there's like, well, when you say who someone's coming after you, are you referring to kind of the government and investigations and all that? I mean, so the issue is that there's what specific thing an agency might be looking into you for, and then there's like the underlying political motivation, which is like, why do the people who are running this thing hate you? And I think that those...
Now, pause it for a second. I just want to, because like this billionaire baby brain here, and understand, he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows he's talking to somebody who doesn't really know what they're talking about. And he knows that this guy's got the biggest audience out there.
Yeah, seriously.
And so he's going to make it about hate you.
Zuck's got the numbers.
Hates me. The government hates me. I mean, like, what child would think this? This guy's a billionaire. This guy has destroyed companies, bought competitors. They have lied to reporters. They have, they're in the business. They caused a genocide.
It's actually true.
Yeah. That's what Facebook did. I'm not being facetious here.
Don't forget Cambridge Analytica.
Myanmar.
But the genocide probably does
so this guy
take precedent.
The government doesn't hate him. And he is going to divorce. His argument's not going to be like, they hate me because we were allowing COVID disinformation and we wouldn't take it down. So they hated me. And they wanted to sit next to Jenny in the cafeteria, and I wouldn't let them. And they thought that Jenny was too friends with me, and therefore, no, that's not what's going on here. When Biden got in, because of a growing movement within the Democratic Party about antitrust, and the fact that antitrust laws have not been in any way enforced since the Reagan era, that this behemoth, Facebook, Meta, whatever you want to call it, had and Google for that matter, and Apple for that matter, these tech behemoths have acquired so much market power. They are breaking antitrust laws. They are, and they're, incidentally, not only are they acquiring so much economic power, but they're acquiring so much political power. And he doesn't want you to know that.
But he doesn't want to know that this is the reason, though. I'm sorry. Just like right now, Meta is under, you bring up antitrust.
Pop this up, yeah.
Meta is under, in April, there will be if I don't know, the Trump appointee, if they kill this case, which is literally what Zuckerberg is trying to to make happen right now with this advertisement on free advertisement by state media Joe Rogan. Meta faces April trial in FTC case seeking to unwind Instagram merger. They acquired Instagram in 2012 and then WhatsApp in 2014. The accusation is that they overpaid for them because they wanted to kill a competitor. Instagram and TikTok, by the way, TikTok is Instagram's biggest competitor by far. And you know what the Supreme Court may uphold? A TikTok ban, which will just inflate this guy's net worth. So he and Elon Musk are in a race to loot all of us right now by killing these actions that would benefit the general public.
Yeah, and he leans into the Fauci thing because anti-vaxxers are herd
because that's where the market, that's where he's sitting on. He's on the show.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what they want to hear.
They're herd animals that are easily led. But again, these were the same people that were talking about Save the Kids the other day. Another reason that the FTC is looking at Mark Zuckerberg's Facebook is because of spying and profiting off data from kids.
All right, so just remember the timeline here, right? Trump wins. Zuckerberg basically announces, hey, we're going to allow hate talk on our site now. We're not going to do any disinformation checking. You know, all of that push that we had to have actual like journalists do any fact checking, we've decided we're not going to do that anymore. And we've hired basically our global affairs guy is a former Bush administration official who was part of the Brooks Brothers riot in 2000, longtime Republican operative. And then once they do all that, this guy goes down to Florida to visit with the new monarch, Donald Trump, and I wonder if Joe Rogan's going to go like, well, wait a second. When you say the government hates you, like in the same way that I hate this guy who, you know, I bumped into it, you know, who was a real dick to me in junior high.
Yeah.
Does this have anything to do with the Federal Trade Commission antitrust actions against you? Let's see if he does. Who wants to put a bet and see if Joe Rogan's going to ask that question?
I just want to flesh out the timeline that you've just laid out because it's really important, right?
No one's taking that
The New
bet.
York Times had reporting from over the weekend that they decided after the election, before Thanksgiving, in those weeks, after Zuckerberg was consulting with Meta board member, billionaire VC Mark Andreessen, that they were going to wind down all of the hate speech protections and the fact checking. Mark Andreessen went on Joe Rogan.
Oh my gosh, yes, I knew I recognized that name.
Yes.
He was the one who told us that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was going after and debanking people.
God.
That was Elizabeth Warren's personal agency targeting him and other companies. I
Not
wonder
poor
what he
egghead.
could have been talking about on the 26th of November, which is the exact timeline that the New York Times reported
Poor
on.
egghead
Andreessen and Zuckerberg were working together to come up with this new right-wing terms of service. And I'm sorry, I'm going to make a really stupid aesthetic point. The frickin' broccoli haircut and the oversized t-shirt with the chain, dude.
That's the worst.
You're not a 15-year-old TikToker. I
wants
would
to
not
be.
be shocked if this guy's getting a divorce because of this.
He wants to be so bad. Oh my God. It's true.
Look that he has going on here. Oh
That
my
aside,
God.
Andreessen, incidentally, went on and said that people are being debanked. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau actually has gone after banks for debanking in this way. The complete opposite of what he's saying. I remind you also that when Peter Thiel's mentee, J.D. Vance was chosen as president, to be the vice president nominee, Andreessen immediately endorsed Donald Trump. And then Elon Musk immediately gave millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars.
And then there's like the underlying political motivation, which is like, why do the people who are running this thing hate you? And I think that those
Such a
can
baby.
often be two
Oh my
very
God.
different things. So, and we had organizations that were looking into us that were like not really.
I love
involved
billionaires with
social
victim
media.
complexes.
Like the CFP.
You know, like, it's my favorite kind of victim, billionaire victims who are just like, why isn't the world even more set up for me personally? It's not fair.
How rude.
That were looking into us that were like not really involved with social media. Like I think like the CFPB. Like
Oh
this,
yeah, why would they be
financial-
involved?
I don't even know what it
Yeah,
stands for.
I don't even know what it
It's the-
stands for.
Pause it.
Oh yeah. Oh, what is it? What is the CFPB? Why would they be involved in something the consumers are on? It's fascinating. This is completely disingenuous bullshit from Mark. Definitely, of all people, Mark Zuckerberg knows who the fuck the CFPB are. All right, they're the people who are bothering him all the time because he has billions of consumers on his platform, and certainly, you know, millions and millions of American consumers who the CFPB is there to protect. That's part of the name, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And since a bunch of, you know, financial things are happening on Facebook, transactions and all sorts of other stuff, they're there to protect the consumers, Mark. It's not rocket science. Even though all your friends are big into rockets, this one is going to fall under normal shit. For fuck's sake. All right, now, should we take a break? No, we're fine. We'll get through some of this TikTok stuff here, because this is big stuff happening right now. If you're not aware, somehow, which would mean you've probably been living under a rock for months, if not years. the government has been trying to ban TikTok. They have successfully passed essentially legislation to ban it, to force a sale by, I think, like the end of next week, something like that. And it seems all but set for TikTok to leave the United States because, of course, TikTok's in all sorts of other countries, and they would rather not sell a very profitable thing. However, with that said, it seems to be backfiring to some degree, as some TikTokers and young people in general are sort of going in perhaps a direction that was not foreseen by the people in government. I certainly didn't even see this one coming, not gonna lie. But Mike Figueredo here, the Humanist Report, has done some TikToking. He's gonna explain some shit.
They were able to ban this app before they were able to do anything about Flint, Michigan. They were able to agree on banning this app before giving aid to Puerto Rico. Forget the medical industry,
it's all true,
or the fact that they haven't done anything to solve school shootings.
40,000 Americans die every single year because they can't afford fucking health insurance, but our government's worried about an app.
Where is our rage? Where is the anger that should come with this moment?
Help, please! Children are dying! Help! How do we stop this?
Okay, gosh, look here. We just signed this. This should help everything. Take it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We needed a real change. Thank you. Oh my gosh,
I've already decided.
Oh God! I'm sorry, we have to go back. Signed a fucking idiot. Oh, it's amazing. I love that you know what's even better about this is that I can highlight the penis. I don't know why I can do that. This is one of the only times I've ever been super stoked about this feature on YouTube. That is hilarious.
I've already decided if they ban TikTok, I'm opening up a Chinese bank account. Yeah, you don't want them to have my information, I'm gonna fund their fucking country, you stupid whack ass bitch. Because my thing is this, most of the shit that we buy already comes from China anyways, let's just cut out the middleman.
This app has enabled me to raise over $90,000 for various charities and people in my time here.
Fuck you, U.S. government.
How fucking funny would it be if they ban TikTok and then we all move to the actual Chinese version of TikTok?
So yeah, there is another version of TikTok that is still inside the App Store right now that's not actually covered under this ban. And it should be fascinating to see if people migrate to that one, which is actually regulated by the Chinese government.
You just heard from creators on TikTok who are coming to terms with the fact that the app that they've used for years now is about to be taken away from them for completely arbitrary reasons. And as you saw, they not only reject the bullshit excuses our government used as a justification for this ban, but they also took note of the fact that banning TikTok was prioritized before any meaningful policies that would actually help them survive. So people know what's going on. They're wide-eyed about how corrupt and frankly how evil our government is, and not all of the people that you heard from are even explicitly political, which suggests that a lot of apolitical people are becoming radicalized as a result of this ban, which is ironic since another reason why they said we couldn't have TikTok was because it was supposedly radicalizing us.
Whoopsies.
Turns out taking it away was the real catalyst for radicalization, so good job, politicians. You played that one real well. But remember, they never wanted to ban the app from us. They said that they wanted to make it better because they care about us and they care about what we want.
This is not an attempt to ban TikTok. It's an attempt to make TikTok better. Tic-tac-toe. A winner. A winner.
So that
nobody's going to download that app.
Horseshit. Predictably so.
Thank God we have Nancy Pelosi for this kind of messaging. Tic-tac-toe, a game that no child has played in the last 20 years.
Now, at the time that I record this video, TikTok is set to be banned on January 19th, which is this Sunday, unfortunately. And as absurd as it sounds to say this, the Supreme Court really was TikTok's last hope. But I'll be honest, it just doesn't look good. And I say this because the Supreme Court heard oral arguments recently about the ban, and here's how that went. As Eloise Goldsmith of Common Dreams explains, during oral arguments, justices across the ideological spectrum asked tough questions of both sides, but the overall tone and thrust appeared to suggest greater skepticism toward the arguments by lawyers for TikTok and its users that the First Amendment barred Congress from enacting the law, according to Friday reporting from the New York Times. Yeah, so they're likely not going to side with TikTok, even though Donald Trump explicitly asked them to, even if it is for self-serving reasons. But I mean, it was a last-ditch effort, and it's probably not going to amount to much. With that being said, the silver lining was that the court seemingly wasn't convinced by the idea that the Chinese government might covertly use the app to steal data or manipulate Americans into hating America. So we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. But the fact that our highest court didn't automatically side with TikTok when this is a pretty clear-cut First Amendment issue kind of shows you how not so supreme the court has become. And this speaks to the illegitimacy of our entire government.
Unless, you know, maybe it's just a different kind. It's a different kind, right? It's a different kind of supreme, right? More like white Supreme Court. All right, let's see some more of the responses from TikTokers themselves.
Thoroughly dismantled that argument, and I want to show that for you right now.
Fascist countries ban apps and websites under the guise of threats to national security, when every other country knows it's about suppressing the free speech of its citizens. If the government believes that a single app could, quote from the hearing on the 10th, skew the perspective of American citizens to be anti-American, maybe the real problem is that American citizens are already in such a state of political unrest and unhappiness that our government is scared a single foreign influence could tip the scale and have it all be over. Don't you think that by taking away the, and I quote, key communications channel of Americans, it's gonna make those 170 million Americans a little more anti-American? Maybe Congress knows and understands that. Maybe the government knows that the backlash it will receive from banning TikTok does not outweigh the threats that come with its existence. Not in a matter of national security, but in a matter of being the most popular news and media outlet that the government cannot control, like American-owned broadcasting networks and publications. Maybe, if this was actually a national security concern, the government would be banning all Chinese-developed apps, like Shein and...
Yeah, there's all sorts of other Chinese-developed apps that exist in the store, but TikTok is the only one that's getting this level of scrutiny, certainly in terms of being banned, and it's not great. It's not a great vibe. People are upset. People are, you know, thinking of all sorts of ways to make the U.S. government sorry for having done this.
Just something a lot of TikTokers pointed out when they talked about the TikTok ban.
Instead of putting money anywhere useful, an inordinate amount of our money goes towards funding G-sides around the world. People can't afford groceries or rent or healthcare or anything important. And instead of doing anything that's actually productive, the government decided to chop people's income, their source of revenue, their small businesses, their community building, their entertainment, right at the neck. And our mentality is more or less that we'll just kind of keep on trucking because we've always trucked on, and we'll just find somewhere else to go, or maybe we won't. We'll make the most of this moment. And like, that's all good and dandy and everything. But where's the rage about that? Don't get me wrong. Like, I will be making my goodbye videos. I will be figuring out what other platforms I'm moving to. Like, I'll be doing all of the things as well. But at the same time, I just wonder, like, when are we going to realize we don't have to live this way, you know?
I'm not a lawmaker. I'm not a politician. I didn't even graduate college. I'm just a musician who's trying to do my part, trying to write songs that actually fucking matter, and at the very least, make people feel less alone. Because I don't know what it looks like to you, but to me, it's looking pretty fucking ugly out here.
I don't want to hear anything ever again from a politician about the economy, about small business or helping working class people, because the amount of jobs and the amount of income that's being taken away from people that use this app every day, all to ensure that these fucking boomers, some of which are being found in elderly homes, get their cut before you get yours, using a xenophobic notion of national security to try and convince you that your data is in safer hands with Musk or Zuckerberg or whoever the fuck.
It's no wonder why people get their news from creators on TikTok. I mean, these people are far more entertaining and knowledgeable and insightful than...
Yep. There's some pretty good content on TikTok. Nadia, you're on Red Note already. Hey. Awesome. Too old to understand it, though. You wonder if you can learn about SWCC and Xi Jinping thought on it. Wow, and throwing in a slight against the New York City subway. Harsh, but probably very true. Oh, boy. Can I like it from here? Okay, sweet. Nice. Well, thank you very much for the super chat. All right, hold on. I'm switching over here to talk about that very thing. Look at that. Look how that perfect timing works.
But in preparation of the ban, TikTokers are uniting around a couple of different causes intended to piss off the US government one last time before they go down. So the first thing that they're doing is migrating to a different app called Red Note, and the following TikToker explains why this is especially going to get under the skin of the politicians who voted to ban TikTok.
There is this app called Red Note. It is the Chinese version of TikTok that you can download in the App Store. And because this legislation is just targeting ByteDance, I'm pretty sure after January 19th, Red Note will still be available in the App Store.
I have to have my China.
How fucking funny would it be if they ban TikTok and then we all move to the actual Chinese version of TikTok? Like, would that not be the biggest fuck you to the government ever of like, oh, you're going to take TikTok away because you're worried about Chinese security threats?
Help! I'm being
Just to show you how little we give a fuck, we are going to move to the actual Chinese version of this app. I don't think it solves the monetization concern for TikTok creators, but as an act of protest, holy shit, would this be so fucking funny.
That would be funny indeed. And guess what? It's actually happening. Red Note is now the #1 app in the App Store at the time that I record this video, and I've personally seen multiple TikTokers I follow announce...
Wow, higher than ChatGPT and Threads. I don't even know what the fuck Lemon 8 is, but wow. Wow. Rocketed to the top.
To Red Note as well. So there's that, but there's more because TikTokers have made it clear that if their app is going down, they're not moving to Reels on Instagram, which is kind of seen as the main competitor to TikTok aside from YouTube Shorts. But what they're doing is they're responding to this expectation that everybody is going to go to Reels by launching an app-wide boycott on Meta in an effort to take Meta down with TikTok.
TikTok, ByteDance, does not need 160 million users to survive. So if they lose the entire US base, they will be fine. They will continue to operate successfully without us. However, 160 million people not using anything in the US, wink, wink, would absolutely crush, crash, bankrupt, and zero out any of those other businesses. 10 days is a long time to establish the largest, most successful boycott of all time. So let's pick. If TikTok is going down, who's going down with them?
That look from this guy. Hilarious. Let's hope this works. I'd love to see some effective boycotting going on. It's really the best way for us to honestly do many things, right? You know, the dollar, the almighty dollar, hurts these guys where they don't want to be hurt. And, well, probably, well, I mean, not even probably. We've seen in some cases it make a lot of genuine change. We've seen, I mean, we saw it work with apartheid. And the effects are almost immediate, right? But people are doing even more than that. Not just switching to Red Note, not just boycotting Meta and other platforms, but also some people are considering some other interesting things I've noticed. People talking about switching their bank accounts to Chinese banks. You know, all of this would be just... If people did this on a large scale, it would horrify our government. They would lose their minds. Is there more? I think there's a little bit more I wanted to listen to this. Yeah.
I have a video at the end of this TikTok that is going to show you that both Democrats and Republicans have their hand in the Meta pot. Yes, that's right. They own a lot of stock in it. And you'll see who it is, both Democrat and Republican. I am asking for us to come together for literally less than 48 hours. I am calling for a mass exodus from Meta.
It's the way that Zuck thought that everybody was going to go back to Meta once TikTok got bananaed, but all I see is everybody talking about how they're never going to go back to Meta.
And that right there is a brilliant ploy if they can actually pull it off. Because lawmakers didn't just vote to ban TikTok to censor speech that they didn't like. They also voted to ban TikTok because, as that creator pointed out, they all make money off of the success of TikTok.
Yeah, good point, Bob. That's absolutely what Red Note is coming from the Red Book. So it's hilarious. It makes it even more hilarious. They banned TikTok, and they're banning TikTok, and now TikTok creators are moving over to an app named after Mao's Red Book. It's just truly... It couldn't be more perfect. It's just perfectly... The irony is just... Oh, it's immaculate. Well, now we talked about a number of different people. I think some of the names that have been floated or have floated themselves: Stephen Miller, Mr. Wonderful, aka Kevin O'Fuckbag, and I think there's been a couple others, other billionaire assholes who've put their hat into the TikTok buy-in ring. One other guy who would like to buy TikTok. He already bought one social media platform. Can you guess who that would be? Elon Musk.
I mean, we're talking about this sort of geopolitical tectonic plates shifting here underway. Now we think about how corporates are being wrapped up into this. It looks like TikTok, perhaps the preferred buyer from Beijing's point of view, will be Elon Musk. Tell us what we know so far.
That's certainly one of the possibilities that's being
I love
discussed, and
this.
that's what we're hearing from
I love
sources.
this.
This is a Bloomberg scoop that just came out this morning. I mean, we've got to keep in
I love this one. This one makes me laugh internally for many, many reasons. One, because I don't want to let on to why yet. But I am laughing inside right now. Just know that.
discuss, and that's what we're hearing from sources. This is a Bloomberg scoop that just came out this morning. I mean, we've got to keep in mind, of course, the main priority from China's perspective is certainly for ByteDance to continue to retain control of the app. But in terms of the possibilities, yes, that's what we're hearing, is that Elon Musk's X could take control of TikTok US and run the two businesses together. What's in it for TikTok, or what's in it for X, rather? I mean, there's a couple of different things. Firstly, it could help X's efforts to attract advertisers, and and then separate to that, there's an artificial intelligence company that Elon Musk also found.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that'd be great. You know, combining those two platforms. Oh my god. That would. I feel like if you combined X and TikTok, it would utterly destroy it.
To attract advertisers, and then separate to that, there's an artificial intelligence company that Elon Musk also founded, XAI, and that could also benefit from the huge amounts of data that's being generated by TikTok. In terms of the valuation of this deal, I mean, again, it's really difficult to tell on a lot of different fronts, but Bloomberg Intelligence last year said that TikTok in the US could be worth somewhere between $40 and $50 billion. Elon Musk is the richest.
Okay, now. Now, there's multiple reasons why I find this to be just utterly hilarious. Because, of course, Elon Musk is from a different country. He was born in South Africa, right? And so him owning it wouldn't mean it wasn't owned by... It wouldn't make it owned by a real American, if you will. But it would also, I mean... It would also do the exact opposite in many ways of what I think the government wanted, right? Because Elon Musk is essentially in the pocket of the Chinese government in many ways. He has made promises to the Chinese government so that he can do business there. But before I get too carried away, let's listen to the end of this Bloomberg garbage here. Yeah.
Users to other platforms and how they're reacting.
Yeah, it's probably not what the White House would have wanted to see. Actually, if you were to take a look at the Apple US app downloads this morning, the number 1 and number 2 apps today are Xiaohongshu, which is called Little Red Book or Red Note, and that's again a Chinese app, but it's an amalgamation of Pinterest and Instagram. That's number 1. Number 2 is Lemonade, and that's another affiliate of ByteDance as well.
Oh,
so we're
okay.
seeing a big migration now from TikTok users that are looking to go to other platforms. They're actually continuing to go to Chinese apps, at least
Blam!
take a look at
my
the
God.
downloads, but also hear what you say.
Holy shit. That is a wild graph.
With Google Trends. This is the searches that are taking place for Red Note. You can see that Xiaohongshu in blue, YouTube Shorts in orange, Reels. I mean, maybe that's also just a bit of information gathering as well. People still don't really understand.
There we go. Xiaohongshu, or Little Red Note, has just blasted to the top of the charts, and then a different ByteDance space app has also done the same thing. Absolutely hilarious. This really is not doing what the government wanted it to do. But let's go back and talk about what I was just alluding to. The fact that Elon Musk is already in the pocket of the Chinese government. Or, like he had to make promises to the Chinese government in order for him to bring Tesla factories into there, for him to be able to sell Teslas in the country, among other things. He also has data centers there. He also has other sorts of factories. I think he has a Starlink factory in China. And it's just, is this guy, would this guy be the one to keep data from the Chinese? Should be interesting. Would be interesting to see whether or not he would. This is from 3 years ago, Wall Street Journal, on what I'm talking about.
Cars today can be controlled from an app. 回公司. Their AI assistant can help you find the best routes. Some even have cameras that detect whether you're too tired to drive. Those high-tech features also mean cars are gathering a lot of data about us. Vehicles can collect up to several terabytes per hour, which can be used to train algorithms and help innovation. In China, that's...
Was that a crypto? It's a fucking crypto joke on the chart. That's well played. That's well played right there. That gets one of those. This is exactly what that graph looked like. To the moon. It's a crypto meme.
They realize data has national security as well as economic attributes.
Sorry, I just unintentionally 2x'd something. There we go.
Several terabytes per hour, which
40
can be
likes,
used to train
holy
algorithms and help innovation. In China, that's caught the government's attention.
They realize data has national security as well as economic attributes. They need to have their hands on them.
So after it announced strict data regulations on e-commerce and other tech companies, prompting a sell-off of many Chinese stocks this summer, China is setting new rules for the auto industry. This time, it's directly affecting foreign car makers, Tesla in particular.
Tesla will work with national authorities in all countries to ensure data security of intelligent and connected vehicles.
If you're a foreign company in China, you increasingly need to walk a high wire act.
Tesla and others will be required to store a lot of data, for example, about traffic flow and charging stations inside China. Some automakers, including Tesla, have said they're prepared to do that. But cybersecurity analysts say authorities could now also ask companies to share that user data, changing the game in the world's largest auto market.
I'm very confident that the future in China is going to be great.
For many global car brands, China's been the most important growth market in recent years. Last year alone, more than 138,000 Model 3s were sold there. That's more than 1/3 of global sales for that model. And Elon Musk is determined to expand further.
China, I think long-term will be our biggest market, both where we make the most number of vehicles and where we have the most number of customers.
But auto analysts point out that those growth opportunities hinge on the government's goodwill.
I want to very much say thank you and appreciation for the Shanghai government and the support.
And Tesla is particularly exposed.
Wow, listen to Elon sucking up to the Chinese government over here. I wonder if he has any financial incentives to work with them.
Follow the rich white man.
Rely a lot on software, and its Model 3 was the best-selling EV in China last year. China has already restricted military staff and employees of key state-owned companies from using Tesla cars for fear of data leaks, according to people familiar with the matter. Tesla declined to comment.
In the past few months, we've essentially seen a regulatory storm.
Sam Sachs is a senior...
Okay, that broke me, Bob. China first. Okay, chat, you've got jokes today, and I'm here for it, okay? I am here for it. I am here for it. Sometimes I don't have to be the funny one. Sometimes you all can be the funny ones. Oh, God. So, we're not done talking about all of this. Let's go here. I'm going to go through some of these Elon Musk China stuff. Here's Reuters from about 3 years ago as well on the same topic.
US electric car maker Tesla will allow owners in China to access
100%.
data generated by their vehicles.
No, it's not.
Tesla, which makes Model 3 sedans
I knew there was something wrong.
and Model Y sport utility vehicles at its Shanghai factory, aims to launch the new data platform this year. It will be the first time an automaker has allowed customers access to car data in the world's biggest auto market. Manufacturers have increasingly been equipping vehicles with cameras and sensors to capture images of a car's surroundings. Controlling the use, sending and storage of these images is a challenge for regulators around the world. China last month published draft rules on the issue. In April, a Tesla customer, angry over the handling of her complaint about malfunctioning brakes, climbed on top of a Tesla car in a protest at the Shanghai Auto Show. Tesla then complied with a local authority order to provide the data related to the brake incident to...
Well, it seems like Elon Musk is being more forthcoming with the Chinese government on driver data than he is in the United States. Because we've been talking about how Tesla has been systematically attempting to withhold data from, what was it, was it the FTC or the CFPB? Oh, it's fucked up. We were just talking about the CFPB just a second ago. I can't remember who it is. Or was it the DOT? I think it actually might have been the DOT. But either way, he's been like literally doing everything he can to keep data from the United States government, but he's being more forthcoming with China. Maybe because there's more Chinese people and he can make 3 times as much money, I guess. There's, maybe that's that. I don't know. Hard to say. But, the Chinese government has been continually pressing Elon Musk for more. as he continues to try and broaden his scope inside the country. This was from a year ago.
Elon Musk has landed in China. His private jet was seen arriving in Beijing on Tuesday. There was no immediate confirmation the Tesla and Twitter boss was on board, but China's foreign minister later said he had met Musk for a discussion. The billionaire's plans in China aren't clear, but Reuters reported back in March that Musk was planning a visit and seeking a meeting with Premier Li Qiang. He's also expected to visit Tesla's factory in Shanghai. Officials in Beijing welcomed his arrival.
中方一向欢迎包括马斯克先生在内的
Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Mao Ning said China wanted to see foreign businesses deepen their presence there. The trip comes as Tesla faces intensifying competition from Chinese electric vehicle makers like BYD. There is also uncertainty around expansion plans for the Shanghai plant.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, Elon Musk is trying to compete in China regardless of the existence of other Chinese electric companies like BYD. So he's got to make some extra sacrifices when it comes to China, honestly, because he doesn't want to get kicked out. Because not only is he selling Teslas to Chinese consumers, he's also taking advantage of the sort of vertically integrated Chinese like manufacturing systems, right? Labor, cheaper labor, and having all these things here. He doesn't want to use. He's exporting cars from China to the EU and to the United States, right? Like, we know this because recently I think they carved out an exception for him in the United States, and as for the EU, they were threatening to tariff all Tesla cars coming from China. I can't remember if they actually did it or not now. My God, how is this guy about to be in government when he's literally either getting sued or whatever else, like, on a constant basis? It is insane to think that this guy will also have governmental influence. It is troubling. It is really troubling. And then talking about this, I mean, that's not even the reason we're talking about this right now, right? Like, the reason we're talking about this is due to the fact that he's being floated as being the next guy on the list to buy TikTok before it gets sold by, I guess is it Sunday or Monday? I think it's coming up quick. All right, this is our last serious Elon Musk story here. It's from 4 months ago.
Tesla's made enormous amounts of money in the Chinese market. Half their global sales come from the Shanghai factory.
Whoopsies, I did not do that. Son of a...
Tesla's made enormous
Don't
amounts
do
of
that.
money in the Chinese market. Half their global sales come from the Shanghai factory. And obviously, the Chinese government, it has been greatly helped in achieving its goal of becoming a global leader in the EV industry. You could say that Tesla has helped its competitors become large enough and big enough to eat it. I would say a relationship, a kind of a mutual symbiosis between Tesla and China in 2017. And that has, in some ways, the balance of power has shifted to some extent towards Chinese government officials because Tesla's global industry share has weakened, in part because it was a unicorn, it was out first, it helped create the EV industry to begin with, and there were always going to eventually be competitors, so to some extent.
All right, well, there we go. They may have made TikTok illegal, but it would seem that that is not having the intended effects. And even with the now top contender for its sale and or purchase is actually a guy who seemingly has a lot of responsibilities to the Chinese government. So should be fascinating to see how that goes. Also, not only a guy who's got responsibilities to the and contracts with the Chinese government, but also who is going to be inside of the U.S. government. Should create an incredible dynamic, since of course Elon Musk will not be, divesting himself from any of his ownership of any of his companies. Wow. Now let's just for fun. I just feel like we deserve fun once in a while, and we're already talking about Elon right now. just wanted to do this. Just a little bit of this, a little slice of this, just for a chuckle. Let's talk about who the best inventor is in history. Is it Elon or...
Elon Musk is the wealthiest man and person in the world, a titan of technology, sex pest, meme advocate, and plays Wario on TV in addition to being Wario in real life.
These are just
Wallace
facts.
and Gromit are the stars of a series of Gromcoms where they use their homemade inventions to run a variety of small businesses in their small British community.
Cheese.
Wallace is a love pest when it comes to cheese,
It's true.
constantly eating new varieties while dating new women. So, what do Wallace and Elon have in common? It's much more than you'd think. Not only are they both inventors with similar interests, they're both often given credit for their subordinates' inventions because people love to idolize a man over the dogs that work for him. But with all things considered, I want to know, who's the better inventor? Let's first establish that
This
our
is
contenders
important.
are package deals.
We must
Wallace
know.
and Gromit are one team, Elon and all his employees are the other. And Elonians, Muskmen, Muskrats, whatever
Wow.
you call yourselves, all I ask is that
It seems like Elon, in this particular case, it seems like the tables are completely tilted in Elon's favor. He's got an entire warehouse full of people, multiple warehouses full of people, while, Wallace only has Gromit.
hold your comments until the end, so I can prove to you that I have done my best to keep this competition fair and unbiased. Let's start with Elon Musk's Tesla, a groundbreaking electric vehicle with advanced features like autopilot, automatic air filtering of bioweapons, and a security sentry mode to catch teens kicking your stupid, ugly car. While not the first
that sounds
electric car,
important.
it was the first one to go over 200 miles in a single charge, and the first to go from 0 to 60 miles per hour in 4 seconds. Tesla's experimental autopilot feature has killed 15 people so far, according to TeslaDeaths.com. This is versus Wallace's car, which doesn't even have a kill count website, so advantage Elon. The only website Wallace's car does have is an Owners Club fan page for the real vehicle it's based on, and before you ask, yes, it has been updated to reflect
thank
the passing of Queen
God.
Elizabeth II, who
I was
hope is
about
up
to
there
ask.
watching this video right now. Wallace & Gromit's Austin A35, as used for pest control in Curse of the Were-Rabbit and bread delivery in A Matter of Loaf and Death, is not a car they invented, but it is one they've pimped. They added an auto start functionality to skip manual cranking, a de-mud ability, a lasso for catching giant beasts, they made the tape deck toast bread, and they added a Ready Player One style rig in the back for puppeteering a giant sexy rabbit to seduce monsters, complete with a wink pedal. Hard to say whether these top the more broadly applicable features of a Tesla, especially while still relying on fossil fuels, but they do have one more iconic road vehicle. Wallace & Gromit also utilize a bike with a sidecar for their window cleaning business in a close shave. Their pimping here is the sidecar's incredible ability to split off and turn into a plane with a mounted porridge turret. The implications for humanitarian efforts here are huge. Imagine doing a strafing run on a group of hungry orphans, blasting them with porridge from the skies. I mean,
It's true. Just based upon that one metric, I'm sold. Wallace and Gromit are clearly much better than Elon and everybody that's working for him somehow. I don't know how, but that's just facts. So write that down. You want cheese now? Cheese. All right. I'm going to go a little long on the first half here with one last video. What's going on with these rich guys at MSNBC?
Follow the rich white man.
There are moments in television where people get on TV and people are sort of like, wait, what's this guy doing here? Maybe we shouldn't be pushing this. And this guy is on a panel on Morning Joe where it's the, it's the usual suspects. I don't know everybody there. I don't know who that first white guy on the bottom is, but I think that's Eugene Robinson and Stan Stein, and I don't know who that woman is. And then this other guy is Scott Galloway, and he is a professor at NYU Business School. So you know things have gotten pretty bad. He does, I think, like a podcast with Kara Swisher called The Pivot.
Yeah.
And so you...
I mean, I've got some problems with that podcast for sure. Multiple reasons. But they do some decent stuff sometimes. But I think people have heard me complain about Kara Swisher and the fact that, you know, she was a journalist all throughout Elon Musk's rise. Tech journalists who had more access than most, and especially to Elon Musk. And unlike Matt Taibbi, had not just months for the Twitter files, she had years and years and years and years. Decades even. I'm trying to think how long she was a journalist before. Like, oh my God, she was in there from the beginning and just essentially, I don't think she ever said a critical word against Elon, really, in all of that time until more recently, and that trajectory has bothered me. Scott Galloway, I also have, we've listened to some of the stuff Scott said, and sometimes he says some smart stuff, and other times he says some real dumb stuff, but, you know, it's a hit and miss thing with him.
Oh, things are bad when the business school people are going like, and to be fair, like we've had some great business school people on. I'm thinking of, oh shoot, I can't remember his name now, from UMass, who talked about the implications of he's no longer there, but who talked about the implications of things like share buyback and capital gains. But here is the Scott Galloway just sort of basically saying something that is, yes, completely accurate.
Once you get above a certain level of wealth, you get no incremental happiness. So why on earth would you not go back to a tax policy of the 60s, 70s, and 80s, where say above, pick a big number, 10 million, you actually pay more than 10%, maybe more than 20%, maybe more than 50%, because the difference between 30,000 a year for a household and 50,000 is enormous to the well-being of that household. Low-income kids in low-income households have higher resting blood pressure, but the difference between making 10 million a year and 15 million a year offers you no happiness. But these individuals have weaponized government, and we risk revolution, whether it's CEOs being murdered in the street, whether it's a Me Too movement that had righteous components of it, or Black Lives Matter. What are these movements? They are targeting the wealthy. We are in the midst of a series of small revolutions to correct income inequality.
Oh my God.
Put an insurrectionist and a rapist in office. Oh my because God. For the first time
I am laughing.
In our nation's history,
I am laughing for none of the reasons you're probably thinking right now. It's got nothing to do with what Scott Galloway is saying. And it's got everything to do with the face of Joe Scarborough. This guy is such a like a news turd. I've never understood why MSNBC hired this guy. He's such a, oh God. But the look on his face right now during this conversation as a very, very wealthy man and news talker is just hilarious to me. Like this look of, he's, oh God, have we been wrong this whole time? It's like the first time he's hearing this. Like, because a rich guy's telling him right now. And it's just, to me, it's hilarious. Because, like, if somebody else was here telling him, if, like, Sam Cedar was here telling old Joe, Morning Joe here, this shit, he'd be taking a completely different face. He'd be like, I think, like, right now, he actually looks like he's maybe considering. He's like, wait, is this guy saying something right? I can't tell. I know he's rich, which means he must be smart.
A series of small revolutions to correct income inequality. And the reason we put an insurrectionist and a rapist in office is because for the first time in our nation's history, a 30-year-old man or woman isn't doing as well as his or her parents were at 30. Why? Because the majority of households are having the oxygen sucked out of the room, such that a small number of individuals and a small number of companies can be worth more than nation states. Income inequality is out of control. Our tax policy has gone full oligarch.
Now, look.
Oh.
He's a little bit more polite. Like, I don't care if it really makes you marginally more happy to be a multi-billionaire or millionaire. I still don't think it's effective for society. I don't think it's like, putting aside like any type of morality associated with it. It's just, like he says, this is a math problem.
Yeah, it's inefficient.
And the math problem is, this is unsustainable. You cannot have a small group of corporations.
The math ain't mathin'. Alright, we gotta take a break. I've gone way over the first one. That's crazy. Alright, everybody, I hope you're enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button, and don't forget to subscribe. Very, very important stuff that is helpful to me and the stream, and to our little community here. Once you've done those two things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. So many great ways for you to contribute: YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. What will you decide? Such a hard decision. But, with that all said, I hope you enjoyed this space break. I'll be right back. right, chat. I am back. You know what that means. It's time for you to get back to your seats. Otherwise, you're going to miss all that sweet, sweet galactic content, which is about to be coming at you. By the way, PB, thank you for the super sticker. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. That lemon is dancing. Look at it dance. It's dancing on the screen. So cute. So cute and dancy. And citrusy. It's a citrusy and fantastic dance. Alright, what was I doing? Oh yes, that's right, getting us back to the show, because that's totally my job right now. Okay, what are we doing? Oh, yes, it's that time. We're done with the strictly America politics news, even though we did sort of find ourselves in China just now somehow. Gotta go back, talking about the LA wildfires, which have not only stopped, but in some cases sped up. And tonight, apparently the winds are going to be coming in even faster than they, not faster than they were at the beginning, but faster than they have been in the last like 36 hours. But one person in particular who we have been, going to for news on this situation went on to the news himself just a couple of days ago. So I figured we'd watch this together. I actually haven't seen this whole thing. I saw like a tiny snippet of it. But Hasan went on to Fox. Let's see how that's gonna go. Should be fascinating.
Okay, we interrupt this broadcast because I'm going to be on with Alex Michelson of Fox 11, and I'm briefly interrupting the broadcast to join in.
Dude is basically a Pete Hegseth clone.
About my experiences.
10 years, he looks exactly like him.
Incarcerated
Guarantee you.
Firefighters. Okay.
Hey, Hasan, how you doing, man? This is KTTV TOC. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're live, by the way, on my end as well, just so you know.
19 homes from our congregation.
Okay, just I'll let them know.
Down.
This married couple took a final picture as they fled their neighborhood turned inferno on
This is serious news, people.
Up next, we're going to talk
Hasan?
about the incarcerated firefighters and their extraordinary work on the front lines. Hasan Piker, one of the biggest names online, went out, spent some time with them. He joins us live next.
Stand by, we're to break, and that's you.
So official.
What's up,
Hi,
Alex? Can you
Hasan.
hear me?
I can hear you. You can hear me.
Yes, perfect.
Hello to your crowd, right?
Yeah, you got
You're
30,000
streaming right
people
now?
watching you right now. They can see
Oh,
you.
very nice. Hi, everybody. Nice to see you. We got a big crowd watching TV coming out of the football game, too.
Oh, I love the way this starts. Hasan tells this guy, we got 30,000 people watching. You can clearly see his face go, oh, holy shit, that's a lot of people watching. That's more than we usually get. And then realize that he looks like that's what's happening and tries to pivot. And he's like, we've actually got a lot of people watching too, actually. I totally don't feel smaller than you right now.
We got a big crowd watching on TV coming out of the football game, too.
So perfect.
We'll start
it's so
off by just
perfect.
sort of talking about what you saw out there, and then what are the key lessons that we can learn from it going forward.
Absolutely.
So we're going to be live on the Fox 11. And
Oh, shit, the clip is quiet.
Or two.
Fuck.
And we appreciate you reaching out, and thanks for the work you do. I mean, it's important, and I think it's good.
So sorry, everybody. That's my bad. Here, I'll let you hear that again. That's totally my bad. Oh, God, I suck. I should be better than this.
And their extraordinary work on the front lines. Hasan Piker, one of the biggest names online, went out, spent some time with them. He joins us live next.
Stand by. We're at a break, and then it's you.
All right, perfect. What's up,
Hi,
Alex? Can you
Hasan.
hear me?
I can hear you. You can hear me.
Yes, perfect.
Hello to your crowd, right?
Yeah. You got
You're
30,000
streaming right
people
now?
watching you right now. They can see
Oh,
you.
very nice. Hi, everybody. Nice to see you. We got a big crowd watching on TV coming out of the football game, too. Well, we'll start off by just sort of talking about
we're probably
what
watching
you
football.
saw out there, and then what are the key lessons that we can learn from it going forward.
Absolutely.
So we're going to be live on the Fox 11 in probably a minute or two. And we appreciate you reaching out, and thanks for the work you do. I mean, it's important, and I think it's good to highlight this.
Yeah, no, thank you. You guys have been doing tremendous coverage as well. I've been tuning in just to figure out what's going on in my backyard. So.
And are you okay? You're okay? Everybody safe?
Yeah, we had a brief scare with the Runyon Canyon fires where my best friend, who also streams on Twitch, that was like directly on top of them. So they had to evacuate by foot because there was so much chaos and traffic. So I had to go pick them up in my car. And they stayed with me overnight, but then they released the evacuation order, so they're back.
Yeah, firefighters did an amazing job on that one. They basically put that thing out in like an hour. That's awesome. All right, well, we will see you on TV real shortly. Thanks again, Hasan.
All right, yeah, thank you for having me.
If you've been watching our coverage, you've seen some of the firefighters that are out on the front lines are actually inmate crews, incarcerated firefighters. Hasan Piker is one of the top streamers on Twitch. He's actually streaming live on Twitch right now. Hello to his streaming audience. He is also a progressive pundit, and he's spent time, went out, and met some of these incarcerated firefighters.
I hate it when people say pundit like that. There's no N in pundit. I know I know it's pedantic. I don't know. I shouldn't be upset by it.
Went out and met some of these incarcerated firefighters, streamed live with them, and learned a lot from talking to them. Hasan, good to see you. Welcome.
It's good to be back, Alex. Thank you for having me.
Talk to us about what you learned meeting these firefighters.
So approximately at any given moment when there's wildfires happening in wildfire season in California, there's around 30% of the people fighting those wildfires are incarcerated firefighters. The California State and Cal Fire have a collaborative program with the Forest Service where they basically train some of the incarcerated at what they call camps, conservation camps, where they learn how to clear brush and reach areas that bulldozers can't get to by foot. It's a lot of trekking. They're going and putting their lives on the line basically to ensure that Californians are safe.
This is hilarious.
During wildfire season. I met
this is wild.
A now friend.
You can't quite. Oh, we're
Budnick, who is
This is a hilarious picture right here. And you can see that the stream is slightly behind. The Fox stream is behind Hasan's stream just a little bit. You can see his face in a slightly different angle than it is here. But the funniest and most wild part of all this is the Fox 11 banner in front of Hasan with the live thing in the corner. It's the chevrons. It's blowing my mind right now. Making no sense. What's happening right now?
I met a now friend, Scott Budnick, who is a Hollywood producer. He produced Hangover, Project X, and Old School, and many other projects. He actually started this thing called the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. And I found out that he was actually working with the governor and also simultaneously expanding these programs. And I got to meet some of the youth offenders. This is a camp pilot program that they just started in 2023, where they, for the first time ever, are bringing in youth offenders, young offenders that have been incarcerated under the age of 25 or committed crimes under the age of 25 that are now part of this training program as well. And I mean, it was an incredible experience overall. And one of the things that I was kind of shocked by is the fact that these guys just kept asking, like, why do you care about us? Why are you here? Like they were shocked at this level of attention. Because they don't have access to the news as readily available, so they're not exactly aware that like there are a lot of people in the civilian population that's talking about these guys right now. And one of the things that struck me was the fact that they understand that these are very dangerous conditions that they're putting themselves into, but they really are appreciative of the fact that they get a semblance of dignity and a way to help with these communities that they're a part of. So it was truly a tremendous experience overall, and very eye-opening.
And we talk about people going behind bars. Most people that go behind bars are eventually released, and so you want there to be a rehabilitation process so that they come out potentially even stronger than when they came in.
This is fascinating.
And I know for you were really struck by the sense of hope.
Because I think I've heard this guy like fearmonger about crime on a bunch of occasions. I find it amazing that somehow Hasan's getting them to talk about actual rehabilitation of prisoners. It was a fascinating vibe, kind of immaculate, really.
That these guys felt.
Yeah, so it's not a secret that the county jail structure and the prison structure in the state is pretty bad overall. Like
You're not the only person that when they hear conservation camp, you hear concentration camp. Because I've also at times heard the same thing when I hear that. It's a little too close. I feel that.
Jail structure and the prison structure in the state is pretty bad overall. Like the conditions are pretty bad overall. There's a lot of violence. There are major problems. And from what I understand, aside from the fact that being able to volunteer for these programs allow these inmates to shave off some of their very long sentences. It also gives them an opportunity to train and potentially an opportunity for gainful employment after they're out, after they're released. And there have been a lot of initiatives to make sure that this is as ethical of a process as possible, especially in recent years. In the past, a lot of these firefighters, a lot of the incarcerated firefighters could only get seasonal employment, and they could never get municipal employment in the Los Angeles Fire Department because if you have a felony, you're not able to get an EMT certification. And if you can't get an EMT certification, you can't become a municipal firefighter. But nowadays, they're working on...
I know we've joked about in the past, especially around the time that this sort of meme was going around about Hasan being the Joe Rogan of the left and all this other shit. But he's Joe Roganing right now. I mean, not in a bad way. Not, you get what I'm saying, right? Like, this is insane. Like, he's like, in a way, he is out here fighting for progressive shit on Fox News somehow. I don't know how he managed to get this interview, but I mean, it must have been because of this. But it's crazy.
But nowadays they're working on expunging some of the records as well for demonstrating good behavior and service for the community. And I think it's wonderful because one of the things that I heard from virtually every single person there was the anxieties that they had as far as what they will do once they are released. What they like, how will they find an opportunity to reintegrate into society? This is something that
good question.
Obviously I read extensively on. There's a lot of data available on this, but it was truly interesting just seeing it in person, where these guys were also talking about the anxieties that they have about like wanting to become productive members of society. And this program, I think, is fantastic. And there are still some issues, of course, specifically around their wages. I think since the 80s, they had not seen any meaningful wage increases. I believe they were getting around $5 a day. And they're doing basically the same thing that everyone else in CAL FIRE is doing as well. One of the hardest jobs on the line, basically. And now that wage has been increased to $24 a day, and I feel like I
feel like a lot of that has to do with all of what's happening right now and people realizing that this is unbelievably wrong to be paying people trying to save an entire city essentially basically slave wages. I mean, they're already prisoners, and then it just this is the whole thing's it's fucked up. And I think I'm not entirely, but probably some of Hasan's focus on this may have gotten this to be looked at harder. I don't know. He's not Roganing. Rogan doesn't do the real. That's fair. That's fair. I just meant in terms of broader recognition. That's really what I was getting at. But yeah, I mean, of course, Joe Rogan doesn't do the real news.
It's a wonderful opportunity for reintegration. It's a wonderful opportunity for rehabilitation. And the conditions of the camps are significantly better overall than the conditions of the prisons. But having said that, I think that there's still room to grow. This program could grow as well. And hopefully their wages can be fair in terms of adequate compensation.
Sure.
Because
it's exploitative.
Utilizing incarcerated firefighters as a way to displace the existing non-incarcerated firefighters is also, lowering the wages of non-incarcerated firefighters.
He is struggling so hard to push back on this, but Hasan is just so goddamn chill while he's saying this that he doesn't even know how to cut in. He's like, oh, fuck. I can't say he's being too emotional right now. But he's totally right. They're being used essentially as a slave wage labor source to fight California's fires so they don't have to pay for more civilian or non-incarcerated firefighters or pay the current firefighters more pitted against them, the already existing firefighters, because they're like, oh, we could just pay more prisoners to do this stuff,
Thank you so much for bringing this issue to our attention. We really appreciate it and appreciate the work you're doing.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
All right, we got some breaking news now, Susan.
Fox News. It's woke now.
Northern California
All right, thank you so much. Have a great day.
Honestly, that was a great appearance.
There it is.
Killed it.
I try to slam as much information as possible into the 3 minutes that I had there. No, Alex is the man. He would never cut me off. It's not like that. He wanted to offer more coverage to the issue. Was there anything you didn't get a chance to squeeze?
Okay, all right. We're going to keep this going. We got a bunch more to talk about the fire that has happened since that Hasan interview on Fox. Let's go here to... Well, let's just go to this. I didn't take this out just because this was fucking insane. If you haven't seen it already, here's the footage of the Fire NATO that happened a few days ago, right before that interview, I think, actually. But yeah, this is the Fire NATO. Just want people to see this again, because this is insane. Like, you can clearly see just how fast these winds are going. So fast that it created a literal tornado, or fire NATO, as we are calling it. And you can see you can see the tiny, more what's it called? God damn it, my brain just broke. More pronounced, sort of like center. But you can also see the large funnel of wind around that thing too, right? Which is like, that wide. It's like, God, it's got to be like at least 40, 50 feet wide, maybe. I can't tell from the perspective is totally fucking me on the guess. Because I can't actually tell if it's behind or on top of the hill. Although it might be just on top of the hill. Shit was insane, though. People talk about how, all these Republicans and, like, conspiracy theorists out there, and Republican conspiracy theorists,
the work of firefighters continues
saying,
here
oh,
in
why
Los
can't they get this
Angeles.
done?
I'm in the Pacific Palace.
But it's like, the reason they can't get it done is because of literal fire NATOs and the fact that it's a massive wildfire, thousands of acres inside of a actual, like, hurricane force winds event, right? Category 2 on the first night that this all started, they had Category 2 force winds. So it was like fighting a fucking fire inside of a hurricane, inside of another fire.
The work of fire crews continues here in Los Angeles. I'm in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood where the destruction is clear and residents have started with police escorts coming back to see what is left of their homes. It's hoped that calmer winds this weekend will assist in the firefight.
Maybe we should do something about
those gusts are expected to
climate
pick up
change
again early this week. The spread of the Palisades fire leading the University of California, Los Angeles to shift all classes online for the next several days. Evacuation warnings were extended to an area close to one of the state's largest schools, with flames moving inland from
Melted
the coast.
Tesla.
A new investigative task.
It's a wild image. It's this melted ass Tesla on this driveway.
With flames
with all this like this metal just pouring down. What I assume is probably aluminum, because you can see like the rims are completely gone. That's probably what melted here, and it's just sort of dripping down the driveway. It looks fucking apocalyptic. We have 50 likes. Holy cow! How many characters are we gonna get on this stream? We have been crushing with likes lately. Oh, that's another 11. That's another 11. Wow. It's a lot of Garys. It's too many Garys, man.
That's too much, man!
Okay, who's 17? I can't even remember who's 17 right now. Whatever. Let's go to this next one. I'm just going to try and catch us up because we haven't talked about this. Oh, this was great. John Barrasso, Senator of Wyoming. He had some stuff to say about the fires. When was this? Is this yesterday? Yeah, this was yesterday. Senator Barrasso, what the fuck do you have to say about all this, pal? Oh God, Dana? No.
As we get into all things new here in Washington, and that is, of course, the new Congress, which is already underway. We are going to have new members of the Trump cabinet have their confirmation hearings this week, and of course, Donald Trump himself will take his oath a week from today. What swept them into office, Republicans in charge, is frustration, anger, just a feeling of not feeling good about this country.
Sorry, I should have given you all a jump scare for the Dana bash. It was unfair of me, and I'm sorry.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Is something that officials cannot control. And yet, it is no question going to add to that feeling and continue to make people in this country, California, feel incredibly unsettled.
Yeah.
Am I stupid? Why did I think we have a Gary? Wait, I just gave you a Goku, but really, Goku, go back to the bar, man. Kamehameha. We didn't even have a Gary. You can't have too many Garys when you don't even have one Gary. That's unfair. That is unfair. I made another mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I'm really fucking up today. I'm sorry, everyone. I stole a Gary from you just now. For like 30 seconds, you had the wrong character. And I can't even look at you right now. I'm so ashamed.
Even if this fire is contained, hopefully it is contained over the next couple of days, the rebuilding is going to take years. It's going to cost tens of billions of dollars to rebuild. It's going to require a significant federal partner. You've heard local officials over the last couple of days saying they need Donald Trump and his administration to be fully supportive of the federal rebuilding effort. And they're pushing him to actually come and visit as well. They believe that maybe they're making some progress in getting him there. But that will be the big question. They're going to have to figure out how much money that will be needed for California, what conditions, if any, to place on that money. There's some suggestions from Republicans that there would be conditions, and whether Democrats would agree to that. And typically these things are done, there's bipartisan support, and there's lots of money that goes into places that are hit by natural disasters. Will that happen this time? That's going to be a big question for the new administration. Will they put past grievances aside and come together? It's uncertain.
Yeah, and before we even get there, what's going on inside California state and more local politics is, unsurprisingly, a lot of, again, anger among.
I'm sorry. I need to cue this up. There's no way we're listening to 8 minutes of CNN. We're not doing that. That's too much.
That's too much, man!
Yeah, where is it? There it is. These people know how unpopular they are, so they have been doing this repeatedly on their clip videos on YouTube. They just shove together as many things as they can in there so they can get you to watch more of their videos. It's kind of pathetic coming from a multi-billion-dollar agency, supposed journalistic outlet, but whatever.
Said about federal funding to go to help rebuild.
People want to make sure that as rebuilding occurs, as things go on in California, they have to be resilient so that these sorts of things can't happen again. And the policies of the liberal administration out there, I believe, have made these fires worse. I expect that there will be strings attached to money that is ultimately approved.
Oh,
now,
wow.
I just want to throw in here.
That's enough,
and
Dana.
You can certainly.
That's enough. Thank you. Wow. Senator Barrasso of Wyoming wants to condition aid to California. I don't know what that means conditioning wise, but doesn't sound good. I'm sure people in LA aren't excited to hear that. I'd be upset if I heard some senator from a different state saying we needed to make some sacrifices or whatever, that we're going to have strings attached on, relief aid.
The National Weather Service is predicting
like
close
that.
to hurricane force level winds, and so we're making urgent preparations.
We're absolutely better prepared for this coming PDS, the severe fire weather event. For the Altadena area, we are in the
That is such a weird photo. I assume
severe fire weather event.
Where'd it
For
go?
the Altadena area, we are in the third day of grid searching. It is a very grim task, and we, unfortunately, every day we're doing this, we're running across the remains of individual community members. That is not easy work, very sad to report, and I believe that work is not only going to continue, but I believe will continue to find remains. People are saying,
it's upsetting, but of course probably not unexpected by most people, but they are finding more and more bodies as they sift through the rubble one by one, I guess. Yeah, that's fucked up. All right, let's look at some of this. This is cockpit video showing Air National Guard planes that are now supporting LA firefighting. Yeah, he knows. I love that. I don't know if anybody can hear it, but this flight warning that keeps saying altitude, altitude. Like, this guy cannot turn that off, but it's probably annoying the shit out of him right now. He's like, yeah, I know. I literally have to go this low. Thank you. Jesus Christ. It's an insane fucking job. Like, these are not the most maneuverable planes. They have to be big to be able to carry all the water, like liquids on them for stability and all these other things. So these are massive planes. These are not like fighter jets. Like, to be able to maneuver one of these things through the mountains to accurately drop liquids, which are going to disperse the second that you release it from the plane because of wind and the momentum of the plane. It's an insane fucking task. All right, we got some more stuff to go through before we, oh God, skipping one day, and videos just pile up in my lists. I know we've seen a lot of images like this, but the more of them that come out really is just showing just how much destruction there is. Now, it looks like some of these on the PCH survived there, but those ones appeared to be really lucky because they're in between basically what appears to be like, yeah, it's like a rock wall and the ocean. So it was probably, you know, like, I don't know exactly how tall that is, but hundreds and hundreds of feet up before there's any vegetation. So they got lucky on that one. There appears to be some burnt vegetation on it. It's got to be weird. It's got to be weird. I've said it before, but it just feels like it would have to be really weird, right? Like, to be one of the ones that made it in some of these neighborhoods where everything else is gone. All right, this is from yesterday, NBC.
NBC's Liz Kurtz joins me from Pacific Palisades. Also with me is NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Liz, you and your fellow correspondents out there have just done such incredible work covering this devastation. For those of us that aren't there, are watching these pictures on TV, describe for us what the scene is like right now in Pacific Palisades.
Hey, Ryan. Well, thank you. I mean, there's a little bit of good news right now, if you can say that, which is just that the winds have died down today. And so that means it's going to be critical today, the next few hours, for firefighters to continue to try to get a hold of these fires before this new wind event comes through. This is, as you mentioned, a PDS red flag warning, a very rare warning that we get for these extraordinarily strong winds. It's the same warning we got a week ago when this fire was ignited. Tomorrow will mark 1 week since this fire here ignited. And I'm at a home, one of the thousands of homes destroyed from these fires, and right on Sunset Boulevard. If I just go, half a mile down from here, you can see the beautiful, pristine Pacific coast. And this is where I myself was on Tuesday a week ago, trying to get into this fire where there was gridlock traffic. And just about a mile from here is where you'll see charred out cars, of those cars that were abandoned by folks trying to get out. So there's still a lot of remnants of that day, but right now it's actually eerily quiet here. They have really locked it down to make sure nobody can get in and out. The National Guard has multiple roadblocks along with LAPD and firefighters, and that is because of this concern and issue with looters. They've arrested more than 40 people in this area who were not supposed to be in the evacuation area here, Ryan.
And you mentioned those strong winds. What are officials doing to prepare for the next 2 days as this appears to be incoming?
Yeah, well, officials are saying that they are better prepared this time than a week ago. That's what they're saying. They say that they have pre-positioned firefighters to some of the areas that seem to be like they could be the worst, strongest wind areas, particularly up in Ventura County. They're also going to have extra patrols in some of these areas where the fire is already burning. And they're also just really putting the word out there, and people and the public are really paying.
Now, these winds aren't too bad right here. This is right now when they were talking, but it's daytime. And unfortunately, yeah, this is where this is the forecast from this guy here back in the news station.
Rare. This is what we call a typical Santa Ana wind event. The winds right now are mostly going from the east to the west in this general direction, and those are the areas of concern as that air comes down those mountains. And you know, even right now in out west, we've already got wind gusts of 44. So Ryan, it's important. If you saw where Liz was located, you know, winds are only like 3 miles per hour, but you only travel about an hour north up in the mountains. We're already getting gusts from 40 to 50 miles per hour.
You don't care about the well. The fact is like. It's such a there's so few actual cases of it. Meanwhile, you know, like while the police and the news keep focusing on that, nobody is talking about the looting that's happening to people right now in their bank accounts. Who, you know, the people who have been forced from their homes, who may be paying right now out the nose for some Airbnb somebody's jacking the rent up on, or a hotel or whatever else, right? Or like some of the cases of people already charging exorbitant amounts of rent regardless of the executive order that Gavin Newsom put in place.
This is not a huge issue, this wind event, where we have the current fires. It's more if new fires form.
And how long are they expected to last? Is there any relief in sight?
Yeah, so let's give you the timeline on this. So this is right now. So let's fast forward. We're going through the night. When you start to see the pink, that's when we get up to 60 miles per hour. So by 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, we have numerous mountain ranges here in the 50 to about 70 mile per hour range. That's the concern. When you get that high, they're not going to be able to fight. So if a new fire forms in this region with these high winds, 50 to 70 miles per hour, the helicopters, the super scoopers, the fixed-wing aircraft, the fire retardant, they can't even drop accurately with winds this gusty. And sometimes because of mountain waves and the air turbulence, they can't even fly in us. So they may be grounded. So, Ryan, that's the concern. We do think the winds will die off a little bit Tuesday afternoon, but here's 6 p.m. tomorrow, a little bit lower. But then they're going to pop back up Wednesday morning. And it looks like by about Wednesday afternoon to Wednesday night, Ryan, then they finally die off. We get an onshore flow, which is kind of more humidity and cooler.
So yeah, shortly they're gonna start slowing down, it looks like. But throughout the day here and this evening, it's been getting hit by 50 plus mile per hour winds once again, which is not going to help with this situation whatsoever. Now let's talk a little bit about some of this financial stuff, some of the rebuilding stuff, what people are going to be forced to deal with right now, whose houses may just be rubble.
All right, welcome back. David Lazarus joining us now.
Laz, you have been getting a ton of questions from people who lost their homes about what happens with their mortgages and their taxes. And are they still on the hook for all that?
Yeah, and there's a lot of moving parts to this. It is, of course, a very fluid story. Let's get back to the mortgages in just a moment. First, let's talk about what's going to happen to property taxes if your home is significantly damaged or destroyed. I spoke earlier with LA County Tax Assessor Jeff Prang. Here's what he said.
We're going to reduce your assessment and your property taxes for damaged or destroyed property. There is a program, it is called Misfortune and Calamity, that requires me to reduce the assessed value of your property to reflect the damage or the destruction. If your home was completely burned to the ground, we're going to value the home at zero.
Now, when Assessor Prang is talking about property in this case, he's talking about the structure, your home, your garage, any other outlying structures that are there. He's not talking about the underlying land underneath. What happens with that?
Good question.
Unfortunately, this reduction doesn't apply to the land, but it will affect your property. We're going to be doing this proactively, but I also want to encourage everybody to file the Misfortune and Calamity form online.
This is a very tricky business because the assessor told me that his office has looked at the assessed values on an average basis in the fire hit areas, and it turns out roughly 2/3 of the assessed value of these properties is the land and not the structure, which means all of those properties in the Pacific Palisades, for example, or Malibu, they're still going to be taxed at a very, very high level. And let's take a look at Prop 13. Let's say you've been in your house for decades.
Imagine paying, your taxes on your property. Well, it was slightly reduced, 66%. On your completely vacant property. That sounds fun, exciting for so many people, I'm sure. I bet everybody is really stoked to do that right now. Oh my god. Oh my god, and all of that money is supposed to go to funding schools and, local municipal stuff. Oh god. Oh, the more I put some of this financial stuff together right now in my head, the impacts of this is going to be fucking insane.
And you've enjoyed decades of Prop 13 protections when it comes to your property taxes. If your house is destroyed, if you rebuild, do you still get the Prop 13 protections? Here's what Prang said.
You will still have your your pre-damage Prop 13 protection. So your tax base will be restored to what it was before the fire. And you can build up to 120% of what was there before without reassessment.
Wow.
Very interesting thing.
I hate this one, actually. I feel like this one just benefits the most wealthy people. People whose money is not in their home, right? Who have enough money to just go and rebuild, clear it out themselves, rebuild to, like he said, 120% of the original value of the home, right? And then have no extra tax burden, while everybody else who doesn't, people who don't have insurance, people who don't have a pile of cash sitting behind, they'll be lucky to rebuild back to 100%. By the way, thanks for the follow. I don't know. I show speed.
Because what he's saying is, if you rebuild to 100% of what you had before, in other words, pretty much the same house, your property tax doesn't change. But also, you can do 20% more in the form of upgrades. Let's say some wood floors or something like that. So as long as you don't go over 20% beyond the previous assessed value, you're good, and your property taxes aren't going to change.
How
if
nice.
you go above that 120% threshold, you're not really going to be
if you just
totally
have
hot
millions
water,
of dollars you want to throw at
extra
it.
overages that
Well,
we're
you
talking
might
about,
have to pay a
those
little
will
more.
add to your tax burden,
so
but
sad.
won't take it into an entirely market-based area. And now let's talk
This is a
about
wildly
mortgages. A number
idiotic-
of viewers have been asking me,
Yeah,
do I still have to pay my mortgage if my house burns down? I got bad news for you. Yes, you do. A deal is
A deal is a deal. You paid for that house. Now you gotta pay for it more, even though it's gone. Woof. Woof. The future of all this is insane right now. And yet it's still going on. It's still raging. It's been raging all day. We're in the day between when they dropped this story and the and now. Here's the AP from yesterday.
So the Santa Ana winds are basically kind of like a wind event that takes place in Southern California. It's just essentially due to when we get an area of high pressure usually to kind of build over the Great Basin states. So that's Nevada and like western Utah. And then a usually like lower pressure to the south. And it's basically the pressure difference between high pressure to the north and low pressure to the south that causes a northeast wind over Southern California. What makes these especially impactful is that they are in a fire area. You have these mountains to the north and to the east, and what happens is the winds kind of butt up against those mountains. They kind of go over the mountains, and then they kind of come crashing down on the other side and accelerate as they do so. So it's not only those little gaps, between the mountains. The winds that don't go funneling through the gaps can also just kind of come riding up and over, almost kind of like a roller coaster, essentially.
Yeah, it's weird to think about wind picking up momentum from going, from a high to a low place, but air does actually have, some density to it, some weight to it, and there is an effect as it travels down. It builds kinetic energy as it goes up, and then it releases it. A deal is a deal unless you're a multi-billion-dollar insurance company, and then it's negotiable. Yes, exactly. Exactly. As they're going to do with everybody who's going to make a claim, they're going to attempt to not fulfill their end of the deal. Should be interesting to see how that all plays out. Alright, let's go back to Hasan. What's that? Hasan went on NBC as well? My God, Hasan's just making the rounds.
What?
Okay. I'm in 30 Rock's personal meeting room. That's kind of cool. That chair out of the way. Yeah, I'm going to be on NBC Now. NBC News Now.
And hello, Mr. Piker. This is David with Stay Tuned Now.
Mr. Piker.
NBC News Now. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Thanks so much for joining us. How about the show, the program, when I'm not speaking? Do you hear that at a good level?
We do know based on sources.
Yeah, it's loud.
Confirm that your signal is in sync, that audio matches your video. Can I get a count to 5, please?
Incidental to a cigarette butt
1,
being
2, 3, 4,
have not given
5.
us any indication, but you can see some of the video.
Yeah, it's spot on. Question, that device or camera that you're using, can you tilt it down at all, or can you sit up?
I can zoom in maybe.
It's a little tight. Can you zoom back out just a hair?
What are people around there saying?
Hold on.
There's no one in the neighborhood, so we believe this neighborhood is still evacuated.
better?
So there's only law enforcement.
Yeah, zoom out just a hair more, and then I'll take it from there, please.
And all this is.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I can take it from there.
All right, perfect.
All right, thank you.
I'm actually increasing my audio as well, just so you know, because it automatically decreases it. Can you hear it? Yeah, I just readjusted my volume settings on my end because it automatically lowers it.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, we spent the last couple days at one of those roadblocks. A lot of people frustrated they couldn't get in. Police at some points were.
Hey there, Hasan. This
Okay, thank you.
I mean, we spent the last couple days at one of those roadblocks. A lot of people frustrated they couldn't get in. Police at some points were.
Hey there, Hasan. This is Mitch with NBC. How are you?
I'm good.
Three
How are you?
cars every. Minutes.
Thanks for making time for us. Can you just say your name for me, please?
Feeling like I didn't know what was going on.
Hasan.
Oh my God, why am I muted? Have I been muted this whole time? Jesus Christ. How long have I been muted for? How long has that been going on? This is wild. I'm trying to think of when that started. How long have I been muted for? How did that happen? I was saying stuff in between all those breaks. I was like, dude, this is surreal to me right now. Like Hasan getting this, making these rounds. I don't know how many people here have been listening, or I mean, not listening, but like watching, been aware of Hasan, but like as long as I have. But like, I remember him back when he was on TYT as a contributor. I remember the fallout between him and TYT. I remember him, you know, during the pandemic becoming just a massive content creator on Twitch. And like, I've been watching the, you know, the sort of trajectory of Hasan for so long. You know, this right here is just, it is blowing my mind. It is fucking blowing my mind. And I hope at least one other person is feeling like this is surreal, dude. And what else? I was also responding to Donald James. You had mentioned how you saw him do the stream with Bernie. That one honestly shocks me less than seeing Hasan making the rounds on mainstream media, Fox News, NBC, having actual MSM spots for work that he's doing. People like them coming to him, be like, "Hey, can you talk to us about this thing you did?" And it's just like, it's fucking bonkers. It is insane. Way more than him reaching out to and successfully with a progressive politician, right? Because like that's kind of how he became big in the first place, was playing, you know, the Among Us streams. I feel like he was already big, but like, you know, like AOC and all them during that time, like coming on a stream, like that's been already his you know, his niche, right? But this is another thing. This is out of control.
Time for us. Can you just say your name for me, please?
Feeling like I didn't know what was going on.
Hasan Piker. Great. You'll be up next in the show. Gotti is our anchor. Gotti is our anchor.
Okay. What is left of
when we talk, you might hear a rap cue from me. That just gently means to finish up your point, but you don't need to rush.
At one of those checkpoints in the PD, and they said they have temporarily halted all of those police escorts into the hard-hit areas, the mandatory evacuation zones.
Meanwhile, as we talk about all these multi-million-dollar homes, there are some very important people on the fire lines who are finally getting to share their voice as well, in part thanks to a pretty big Twitch streamer, Hasan Piker. You might have already seen shots of inmates out there on the fire lines. Right now, there are like 900 to 1,000 of them. It's a program that's been around for a while here in California, but what is catching people's attention, well, part of it is the pay. It's like $10 a day. They can earn a little bit more when actively fighting fires, an additional $1 an hour during emergencies, and working in that program can also get them some time off their sentence, and for some, record expungement. But joining us now is Twitch streamer and YouTuber Hasan Piker. He lives out here in LA. He headed out to where they've been staging to help shed some light on what they do to help the rest of us out here. Hasan, thanks so much for being with you. But before we get into this, I do want to play a clip of this interview for viewers. It's a fascinating interview. I think you talked to a man by the name of Williams. Let's take a quick look.
Right now they're on break, right? They're doing 24 hours off. But when you're back out there, you sleep out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? So they give you like what? Like they give you gear and then they give you like sleeping gear?
Pretty much what you got right here. And then you got your Nomex on, your Nomex shirt on.
That's it?
Yeah, that's all.
They don't give you any sleeping gear?
No, not on the mountain.
And Hasan, we've been with inmate crews. I've never seen them give such insight as they did with you. If you get a chance, anybody that's watching, they should check out your whole clip. What was your impression of what it's like for them and the work that they're doing right now?
Oh my God.
I had an incredible opportunity to be able to talk to these guys directly.
This is hilarious, dude. Did you hear that? Did you hear an NBC anchor just recommend a Hasan clip, dude? What just happened? My brain just broke. My brain just broke a little bit. That was this Hasan. Oh my God, Hasan's YouTube's getting plugs. The Hasan Industrial Complex is getting it's getting plugs on NBC. What is happening right now?
What you talking about? Whole clip. What was your impression of what it's like for them and the work that they're doing right now?
I had an incredible opportunity to be able to talk to these guys directly, uninterrupted, in a very real setting when they were on their 24-hour break, because of the wonderful work that Scott Budnick, he's a Hollywood producer, and he started the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, is doing, specifically with the incarcerated firefighters. And in that process, I found their experience to be very dignified from their own assessment. The fact that they were able to contribute back to their communities was something that they truly appreciated in terms of the opportunity.
This would be hilarious. If this is the case, I think it's going to go the opposite way. I think it's going to go the opposite, Scared Crow. But this is a hilarious comment. Because think about it. There's no way NBC is going to be able to poach Hasan's audience, right? They don't trust the mainstream media. And unless NBC is going to start a Twitch stream, like a socialist Twitch stream, they're never going to do it. And if anything, they're sending their viewers over to a guy who's going to tell it to them more straight than NBC does, at least. I mean, it's so funny.
Although the conditions are still obviously very grim, and one of the major things that they brought up was, of course, the wages, as you guys also pointed out to. Right now, I believe it's around $24 a day when they're actively fighting wildfires, and I think that is one area that desperately needs improvement. Another thing that I was also shocked by was the fact that in order to be able to volunteer for this program, you actually leave prison and go to a conservation camp to get training, and then you remain there when you're not actively out in the field fighting fires. And one thing that they mentioned were the comparably much more humane conditions at conservation camps. Some of the inmates reported that they had access to weight training facilities and like actual real weights. Apparently in California prisons, you don't have access to real weights any longer. And little things like that, I think, go a very long way in making inmates feel human again, and making inmates feel like real people rather than cogs in a machine. And I think that is tremendously helpful in rehabilitation and the rehabilitative process, and also helping them reintegrate back into society after they're done serving their time.
Yeah, one of the most fascinating parts of the interview, I thought, was when you started to ask them about what this was like compared to what it's like in lockup. If we have some of that, can we play a little quick clip there?
Is it better than being in prison or no? It's way better, because I was in a prison yard. I'm seeing guys get stabbed, get jumped, get beat up. The cops treat us like. But here, we get better treatment, right? They talk to us like humans. They talk to us like humans. We got a job. We're underpaid, but we got a job. Yeah. Feel me? And then the community comes out and shows us all kinds of love. We never received that growing up. We never received that kind of love, that kind of recognition in anything we've done. So now, doing this kind of stuff and all this love coming, that's life-changing.
Yeah, we never received that growing up. I mean, again, this interview is absolutely fascinating. Do you think it's working?
I think the incarcerated firefighter program is pretty successful in terms of finding a lot of the people that are slated for rehabilitation, and it seemingly has been very successful as far as what they have reported. Another thing that they kept repeating over and over again was the fact that inside of the camp structure, there's a lot more unity. There's no racial tension or animosity of the sort. There's no violence, because they desperately do not want to go back to the regular prison structure.
Yeah.
As Kimbo also pointed out right there, because there's a lot of violence in regular prison. And I think that it is not only an example of the success of the program itself, but I think it's also a criticism of the current carceral state in a state like California, where the prison structure needs desperate reform, so that the entirety of the California prison system could look closer to the camp conditions that exist right now, that help, I think, tremendously in the rehabilitative process.
Yeah, it's so cool to see the sense of pride and giving back to the community. I mean, we all owe them a huge thanks, and thanks to you for helping shed light on what they're going through. I mean, we've been on the fire lines, and fire lines are hell. So kudos to all those guys that are out there doing the work. Hasan Piker, thanks so much for joining us, brother.
Thanks for having me.
Sure. We've got a lot more to get to tonight here from.
All right, thank you. Bye, guys.
We're going to talk to Sam Brock.
Such a great
All right.
interview.
Even though my mom is yap.
Yeah, and I watched the whole thing when it came out on Hasan's main YouTube channel. Actually, it might have come out on a different one first. Socialist Hub, maybe? I don't know. There's a bunch. There's so many Hasan YouTube channels. It's hard to keep track. I'm always getting recommended these videos, but I see that the interview he did live with those prisoners was fantastic. I was like shocked that NBC decided to use some of the clips they did, especially that one at the end. I thought it was a great, it's a great moment. There's so few times where I'm like, wow, NBC did a really good job, or, when does that happen around here? Never. And it's only because Hasan was there. Oh, wow. They couldn't be bothered. They have a massive budget, but how could they be bothered to go talk to these incarcerated firefighters? That's too much.
Because so many people have lost homes and been displaced from these neighborhoods, of course, one of the main questions they have is, what caused this fire that burned my home to the ground? And of course, the official fire investigations can take months, sometimes more than a year. But the residents in both the area around the Eaton fire near Pasadena and in Pacific Palisades, which was the site.
Wait, did Kim Kardashian really repost a Hasan clip? Wow. Wow. Wild.
The other kind of biggest of the fires, they all have kind of an idea of what they think caused the fire. So in Pacific Palisades, there was a fire on New Year's Day. Just after midnight on New Year's Day, someone had lit fireworks, and it had started a small fire in the canyon behind some homes. And that is the spot where this fire, the January 7th fire, the current fire, started.
Wow.
And there are a number of residents who were taking video when the fire started on January 7th that show that it started really close to, if not on, the site of that January 1st.
Wow. Were those fireworks worth it for whatever it was? $150 billion in damage later. Tens of thousands people, hundreds of thousands of people displaced. Tens of thousands of buildings. Oh, wow. This is why drones are better than the fucking fireworks, I swear to God. This better not have been a goddamn gender reveal, I swear. I swear to God. Either way, there's not that it would make it really worse. It just, oh my God.
Now, as we see all the images of what is left of the Palisades and Altadena, you can't help but remember something so similar happened and not too long ago. We're talking about the wildfire in Lahaina. NBC4's John Geddes-Klimak was the first LA reporter on the ground in Lahaina in Maui when that deadly fire burned the island.
It was August 2023, Hawaii's infamous trade winds fueling a fire that tore through the historic town of Lahaina on the island of Maui. In the aftermath, a hellish landscape of hollowed homes, burned out cars on Lahaina's famous Front Street, where dozens of bodies were recovered once the fire settled. In eerie similarity to the cars that lined Sunset Boulevard and Pacific Palisades last week, people trying to escape the flames, forsaking their cars to flee on foot. Hundreds of homes destroyed in Lahaina, the aerial footage showing just how widespread the damage was. In Pacific Palisades and Altadena, more of the same, the loss this time in the thousands. In both cases, cadaver dogs uncovered the bodies of people who had perished, more than 100 in Lahaina, 16 and counting in our local fire zone.
And that was only a day ago. It's already gone up. And that wasn't even a day ago. It was 20 hours ago. It's already gone up now to 24. They found another 8 bodies. And 20 hours ago, another fire popped up. Named the Auto Fire now. In Ventura County. Here's KTLA 5 from last night.
We begin with breaking news in Ventura, where a new, fast-growing brush fire is forcing evacuations tonight. Good evening, I'm Cher Calvin.
And I'm Sandra Mitchell. In tonight from Micah, this is exactly what officials have been warning about, as dangerously strong winds threaten to cause more chaos for crews out there on the front of the fire lines.
Let's go live right now to Gil Davis.
He's overhead in Sky 5 with the latest on the firefight. Gil.
Sandra and Cher, you're looking at the fire here. This is in the Santa Clara riverbed. It all started just before 7 o'clock tonight. We hear that it may have started as a car fire that spread into the brush. As I come out to a wider shot, you'll see the road on the left-hand side of your screen. That's the 3300 block of Ventura Road near the 101 freeway. That's where the car fire or the fire broke out tonight, and it spread into the Santa Clara River. It's burning towards the ocean right now and towards the Buenaventura golf course, but it is burning out of control right now, about 10 acres. They have a couple of water dropping helicopters on it. The good news is there's nothing really in its path other than some farmland, but that's not in the riverbed itself. It's to either side of it. You see one of the helicopters there passing through the screen. It is burning, like I said, out of control here in the riverbed. A lot of fuel to be burned down there, and the water dropping helicopters are coming in to making some water drops on this fire, but so far it is remaining on fire and out of control as it continues to spread to the west, to the Pacific Ocean. But again, a lot of flame length out here, and fire crews doing what they can on the ground to try to control this fire. But again, it's in the riverbed. It's not really.
It's got to be hundreds of acres
at
already.
This point, and that's the good news. But look at the size of the brush out here. Very similar to what we saw earlier tonight when we covered the fire up in Yurupa Valley, where.
Hold on, I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit to the middle here, if it'll let me. There you go.
As Gil was telling us earlier, we believe this started around 7 o'clock tonight as a car fire and has spread now into the brush. All right, we want to go to the telephone right now from Ventura County Fire Department. We have Andrew Dowd joining us. Andrew, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So, Andrew, can you tell us a little bit about what's happening here? We know that this started at 7:45 p.m. in the Santa Clara River bottom. Talk to us a little bit about how the firefight is shaping up right now. We know that our firefighters are, depleted and the resources, are quite everywhere right now. But Ventura County Fire obviously on this one tonight.
So a few things. First of all, thank you so much for having me on. Right now, our firefighters are making incredible progress on this fire. The forward progress of this fire has slowed significantly, and we're anticipating having forward progress stopped very shortly. And that is because of a well-coordinated effort between air assets and firefighters on the ground. We are very happy and very proud of the work they're doing right now.
Okay. And Andrew, we are hearing something about evacuations in the area. Can you give us details on that? And it sounds like you're giving reassurance to any homeowners in the area.
Absolutely. So currently there are no evacuation orders in place. We don't anticipate issuing any evacuation orders. There are no structures that are threatened by this fire, and there are no structures that have been damaged or destroyed. Also, just to correct one thing, the name, the Auto Fire, is because of the location near Auto Center Drive.
Mm-hmm. And then can you confirm for us if it was indeed maybe perhaps a car fire that may have started this fire, or could it be maybe perhaps a different, it started with a different source?
So the fire cause and origin is still being investigated. We have investigators on the scene to determine that. But that's not why it was given the name Auto Fire. It just happened to be because it's near Auto Center Drive.
And
okay. Well, at least we got that cleared up. The name has nothing to do with the cause. But that thing was raging throughout the night here. Last night, through the morning, honestly, through the early morning hours. Shit, I just clicked the wrong way. Whoopsies. Come on.
Now, as we see all the images.
Settle down there, Sharia Bartiromo. All right. This.
Now to the Palisades fire, where the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms is taking the lead in the investigation into the fire there, sifting through evidence to determine if the flames were a result of power lines, old embers, or arson. Now, the ATF's National Response Team is focusing first on a specific area in the Palisade Highlands area, where they believe that the fire may have originated.
And this is just one of the many potential sources now coming under scrutiny in an investigation that could take up to 1 year to complete. KTLA's Jamie Chambers live in Pacific Palisades. He's got the very latest on that for us. Jamie?
Hey, Sandra. Hey, Cher. Just a little quick conditions check. We're starting to feel those winds start to kick up, and all of that toxicity, the dust has just been blowing through this air, making it really difficult on fire crews and on the National Guard that are out here. Now the ATF asking that very big question as, how did this start? Was it human behavior? Was it accidental? Was it arson? Or was it that ember that could have been festering while these winds were picking up, lighting up the entire community? This generational nightmare started in the hills above the Pacific Palisades, the fire sweeping a community off of the map in just hours.
I just realized they were doing this interview in front of the freaking burnt down Bank of America.
Now investigators are zeroing in on the origin of this fire, identifying an outcropping in a rocky piece of terrain. Crime scene tape and a team of investigators walk through downed power lines and burnt chaparral near a hiking monument called Skull Rock. Investigators weighing the possibility of an older fire put out on January 2nd and rekindled in the extreme winds, or the fire starting more recently with possible human behavior. Nothing is certain at this point.
But yeah, like we were saying, the fire, like before, we were saying the many of the current theories, the most legitimate seeming ones, just one really, it just was relating to that firework, which caused a fire a week before this happened, and because of the dry area, may have continued to smolder throughout this time. Groceries? Imagine. Nobody can buy bacon anymore. Whenever Donald Trump talks about normal human stuff, like the grocery store, or tries to, all I can think of is Arrested Development and Michael being like, "You've never actually been to the grocery store, have you, Mom?" Because it's just, you know, like Jessica Walter, she's like, "How much can a banana cost, Michael? $10? All right, let's go back to talk about the auto fire, which continued to grow throughout the night.
Now at 11, a heightened state of alert across fire-ravaged Southern California as the region braces for 2 days of dangerous winds that could fan the flames and spark new infernos. Good evening. I'm Cher Calvin.
And I'm Sandra Mitchell. Micah has the night off. A new round of extreme fire weather has returned, with people across the region warned that more evacuations could be coming.
The strong winds threatening to reverse days of progress on the front lines. And tonight, a new fire has sparked in Ventura.
You don't know what I'm
Let's go
talking
live
about?
to Gil Levis overhead in Sky 5. Gil?
Sharon, Sandra, they're calling this the auto fire. It started just before 7 o'clock tonight in the Santa Clara riverbed. This is near the 3300 block of Ventura Road, near the 101 freeway and Auto Center Drive. They're calling it the auto fire because it's near Auto Center Drive. But tonight, now at this hour, it looks like the fire department's getting an upper hand.
Oh, this was actually, I just realized this one was before it. The video we watched before, this was actually the beginning. This is the first video. I have these out of order. That is my bad. I have these out of order. I fucked that up. Here, I will show you the Michael, how much does a banana cost clip. If YouTube will allow me to. I'll do it. How hard can it be? What can a YouTube clip cost? Oh my god, why is my computer running like this? Don't play me. Don't play me like this right now. Oh god damn it. There we go. How much is a banana, Michael? Arrest.
Don't you judge me. You're the selfish one. You're the one who charged his own brother for a Bluth frozen banana. I mean, it's one banana, Michael. What could it cost? $10?
You've never actually set foot in a supermarket, have you?
I don't have time for this.
See, that's the vibe. Okay, I feel like that's absolutely the vibe of Donald Trump trying to talk about normal human stuff.
Thousands of homes burned here in the Palisades and Eaton fire. So many families have lost so much. But with the help from a few firefighters, one family was reunited with one of their prized possessions. NBC4's Alex was there live in Altadena with that story for us. Alex.
They're laughing with me, Michael.
Yeah, Michael, when families impacted by the Palisades and Eaton fire evacuated last week, so many people grabbed those priceless items you just can't replace. But in a rush, Victoria DeSantis accidentally forgot a few of those prized possessions. But thanks to a few firefighters, they came in and saved the day.
These concrete steps are the only recognizable feature of what used to be Victoria DeSantis' home.
Obviously, there's been fires before, but never have affected this neighborhood.
When the Eaton fire tore through Altadena last week, it burned her house and most of the block she's lived on for 18 years.
For us, we make a right turn up Olive, and just to start the street, there's just nothing there.
If you take one look.
Yep. There's actually a bunch of Arrested Development quotes on the soundboard. This is an Arrested Development quote.
Come on!
This one is?
It's a great day for being sad.
And then this one.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I think that's all of them. Hey, gifted Galactic memberships from Govan. Thank you. Much appreciated. That's a very cute picture. Thank you for the gifted Galactic memberships, giving the gift of galacticness is one of the best ways to show your support for this channel. All right. Now, first responders are showing up, and the community, to help support those who are... I'm sorry. Not first. I'm saying this backwards. My brain just broke. I was so excited about galactic love being shared that completely said that wrong. The first responders are the one who are getting support, who are getting support from the community, as you know, they are out there trying to save that very community from burning to the ground. So, people are showing up in droves.
The level of support in these fires in Southern California is really hard to measure. Reporter Candace Sweat from our station in Dallas-Fort Worth joins us live in Pacific Palisades. Candace?
Colleen, you see the devastation like this. This was once a restaurant, and you know that there are people in this community that are in just absolute despair. But, you know, that's when the helpers come in. We've heard them saying, and we know the saying, look for the helpers, and that's exactly what we've seen here on the ground. Firefighters have worked tirelessly in the Palisades fire, and it's 14% contained. As they focus on the containment, help is pouring in from within the community and beyond. People who saw the need and wanted to jump in did just that. And volunteers from the Rapid Relief Team worked throughout the day to serve hot meals to first responders. They got an up-close look at how taxing the job can be for these crews.
What you definitely see is a little bit of stress, but they are doing a, I think the whole gravity of the situation, really just the opportunity to serve them with care and compassion and in a generous spirit, and we're just very grateful for what they did, very thankful for what they did, but they've been through a lot, and so whatever we can do to relieve some of that pressure.
Now, it wasn't just the community or the, you know, maybe the expected people showing up to help out. This one was fascinating to me, in particular for multiple reasons, but Jay Leno showed up.
It's not just evacuees who are getting help. Firefighters are also finding support before heading back out to the fire lines.
We are committed to continuous fire coverage, and to help with that, we've brought in reporters from our NBC and Telemundo stations across the country, including Bianca Beltran, who is live for us this morning at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. So, Bianca, firefighters are actually sleeping right now, so we want to be quiet. They are. I think a lot of them are about to have their alarms go off because they've got a briefing at 7 a.m. So we're starting to see a lot more activity. And this base camp here that has been set up at the Rose Bowl is really going to come alive. But we're pretty close. We'll show you to my left here, just behind those trailers. Some of those trailers are actually mobile sleepers, but behind them there are several tents where firefighters who have been working hard have been catching up on their sleep. I mean, their shifts are 12 hours or more in many cases, and so that sleep is so valuable. This base camp is where they get everything that they need, including meals. Over to my right, we know that the kitchen is warming up for breakfast right after that briefing, and they have a whole crew of people to make that possible. So it's not just firefighters here, but support personnel. And as you can imagine, with how long these fires have been burning and all the work that they've been doing, they could really use a morale boost. And they got that yesterday. We want to show you some video of a special guest that stopped by here at the Rose Bowl, the fire camp here. Jay Leno, he got into the kitchen and helped serve up some meals for dinner for all of the firefighters, first responders, and support staff that are here.
Not gonna
and you
lie.
can imagine he probably cracked a couple jokes, but most importantly, I'm sure he gave some words of support and thanks. He also took some time to stop and take pictures with many of the firefighters, so at least in that way he put some smiles on faces, and of course
Now, one thing that I was thinking to myself during this was, well, and maybe this is the time. This is the time to say it. Okay. I am wondering whether or not that this fire will get Jay Leno to sort of back off on his massive love of car culture and petrol-powered vehicles. Maybe go green, maybe go electric, maybe, you know. It's just a question I have out loud because, honestly, you know, like, Jay Leno is in many ways a proprietor of the car-centric culture. He has his own, like, you know, Jay Leno's Garage. You know, like, the dude has been profiting off of a system in many ways that is kind of causing this, you know. And maybe it would be great if you'd come out and say, hey, you know, guys, I've been thinking about it, and I decided I'm selling all my cars and I'm taking the Metro from now on. You know, like, I'm just thinking out loud here, but it would be an interesting switch. Don't get my hopes up. Thank you for that. Just saying, it would be nice if somebody with as much sway, as much influence as him, who is as as a car guy, as a self-proclaimed car guy. Maybe this will shake a screw loose in there. All right, we're in the last 20. We're well within the last 24 hours now. This is from 18 hours ago. AP footage.
I'm here in Altamira, California, at the front lines of the Eaton Fire, which has already burned thousands of homes just north of LA. Firefighters are here doing what's called fuel removal, cutting brush, trees, or anything else that could provide fuel to the fire. Doing this is just one of the ways they're trying to stop the fire spread. Just over in the canyon next to me, whole neighborhoods have been destroyed, row after row of homes burned to the ground. Many residents in the impact...
Oh, wow. Accusations of elder abuse in chat against Jay Leno? Like, oh my god, what's his name? Like Richard, oh my god, when was the last time I heard something like that? I think it was that, like, oh god. Richard Simmons, right? Is that essentially what you're suggesting? Is somebody's Richard Simmonsing Jay Leno?
Areas have not been able to return to find out if their homes survived. Many will be holding their breath through Monday and Tuesday as high winds are expected to come back through the region.
Okay. All right, let's go back to talking about the Ventura County fire. This is CNN from 16 hours ago.
Fire crews now working to contain a new fire that erupted overnight in Southern California. This one is called the Auto Fire. It's now at 0% containment. Wind gusts today could reach hurricane force, up to 70 miles an hour. A rare type of red flag wind warning also in effect in LA and Ventura counties until Wednesday because of those winds, threatening more new fire outbreaks, spreading the Palisades and Eaton fires. I spoke to the LA County Fire Chief on Monday. Are you worried that these new winds may undo the progress that you've been able to make?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. If we get a new fire start in a different location, it could be very difficult to contain.
CNN's Michael Yoshida is live for us in Altadena. Michael, good morning. What are you seeing there, and what have we learned overnight?
Hey, good morning, Casey.
when you talk about that new fire popping up, just to put in perspective, that's about an hour west of us, but it's the perfect example of that concern that officials have been talking about and why over the last day, throughout the overnight hours, as our team has driven through the Palisades, through Brentwood, here into Altadena, we've seen so many fire crews staging, pre-positioning, trying to be ready for if one of those new sparks, those flare-ups happen, so they can quickly get a handle on it. Now, while we have that ongoing concern and threat of those fires and new fires this morning, I'm not sure if you can hear, but we have a lot of work happening here in this Altadena neighborhood. Utility crews, gas companies, others hard at work trying to begin some of that repair work. Obviously, as you can see behind me, this, as we've been talking about, one of those communities that's been just devastated by the Eaton fire. You can see some of the lines as well still hanging down. Just an example of how much work is ahead for these communities in and around Los Angeles. But again, right now, that most pressing threat, that biggest concern overnight heading into the rest of the day, is going to be how those winds continue to potentially shift.
Okay, you got to stop talking about caramelized onions, sriracha mayo in chat. You're making me very hungry right now. And I'm trying to think, do I have food right now? Yeah, I barely have anything to cook inside the space station right now.
Impacts they may have on those fires that they've already been working so hard to get those containment lines around, and what any new fires, such as that auto fire, may pop up as well.
All right, Michael Yoshida for us this morning. Michael, thanks very much for that report. And that new fire burning right now in Ventura County could spread because of those gusty winds he was just talking about, and the area is under the highest possible threat level from wildfires. Let's go to our meteorologist, Allison Chinchar, with more on what to expect today. Allison, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. And I think that's really been the biggest concern all along. It's not necessarily, the fires that are there. We have several that are at 100% containment. It's all these new fires that just pop up. What happens to those, especially as those winds continue to rage throughout the day? Here's a look at the red flag warnings that we have in effect for today. And some of these even go all the way through Wednesday afternoon. This is both the combination of those strong gusty winds up around 60 to 70 miles per hour, but also taking into account how dry the air actually is. But even embedded within the red flag warning, you have these two areas here, the kind of that darker purple pink color here, where they are considered a particularly dangerous situation embedded. And that does include 3 of the 4 fires that we are watching. They are in one of those PDSs, but it also includes places like Ventura, Thousand Oaks, San Fernando. Again, a lot of these towns and communities are inside of these. So it's going to be something we have to keep a very close eye on as those winds begin to tick up. You look as we go through the day, look at some of these 40, 50 mile per hour gusts starting to pop up, even in some of the more heavily populated areas throughout the day today, and continuing into at least the first half of the day tomorrow, possibly into the afternoon hours. You've got these wind advisories with the wind gusts up around 50 to 55 miles per hour, the high wind warning where they could get up to 60, even 70 miles per hour. And yes, this does include the areas where we have all 4 of those fires. So we'll have to keep an eye out. But the one thing, Casey, that they really need is rain, and we just simply don't have that in the immediate forecast.
Yeah, really difficult. All right, Allison Chinchar for us this morning. Allison, thanks very much for that.
Jesus. So yeah, these Ventura fires popped up very quickly because of the winds, which had been predicted going into that moment, and perhaps unshockingly, created very out of control another fire, essentially. Just insane that it just continues to go. But of course, we've said it before, the longest ever recorded period of Santa Ana winds uninterrupted was 2 weeks long, and so this could go on for quite a while here. And what California really needs is rain. But it's something that they basically have not gotten at all. Do I need to call space delivery? That's too expensive. Too expensive.
The dangerous winds expected to intensify this morning.
Yeah, the gusts could reach up to 70 miles per hour in some spots, and that could cause big problems for firefighters still working to contain those wildfires. KTLA's Eric Spillman is live in Pacific Palisades with the details there. Eric, good morning.
Morning, Megan. Morning, Chris. We're at Will Rogers State Beach here, and this parking lot here behind me. We're not going to show it to you because it's kind of dark, but this is basically a giant parking lot of fire engines. They're from all over the place, from all over the West. Washington State, Oregon, Arizona, Utah, you name it, they are here and they are ready. We've got winds in the forecast, gusts of up to 75 miles an hour, and they're in the forecast until tomorrow at noon. And the fear is that you could have this whole thing reignite areas that are smoldering here from the Palisades fire, and then you could end up with a...
Yeah, because embers are still burning all over. You see the camera, the helicopter footage at night, and you can see even the places that aren't actively on fire are still smoldering, and, you know, wind shift, and suddenly it jumps a highway, and you got another fire, or whatever, right? And there are so many spots where there are embers right now. It really does present a huge problem.
Very big flare up here. Now, over the weekend, what firefighters did when this fire was making a move towards Mandeville Canyon and the San Fernando Valley, firefighters relied on aircraft. They brought in air tankers and helicopters. They kept on bombing the flames with water and fire retardant, and that effort paid off. They protected a lot of homes. Fire officials are hoping to rely on aircraft again today if this fire flares up. But in a worst case scenario, if it's just too windy, they won't be able to do that. When the winds get really fierce, they have to ground the helicopters and the planes. It's just not safe to fly them. County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney says it's just a question of how severe this latest Santa Ana wind event turns out to be.
And that's something I think people don't even think of in these moments, right? But, like, you know, just take a moment and consider, right? You know, if you've ever flown or if you've ever heard of flying before, you've probably also heard of the existence of cancellations and delays, right? And those are oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes due to weather-related events, right? Planes need certain conditions to fly safely, and so do helicopters, which are the two main things used to fight wildfires because there's no fire hydrants on top of the mountains.
Still, we do have wind cutoff speeds, not only for the safety of the helicopter, but what happens as the wind speeds increase, the effectiveness of the water drops or retardant drops is affected. And the minute that aerial firefighting resources are no longer efficient or effective or safe, we have to ground them. That's the unfortunate truth, but we do have a lot of people on the ground that can still fight the fire.
When he's talking...
Okay, cool. Keep this moving. What do I get next? Oh, FEMA. Apparently within the last, number of days, FEMA has been attempting to mobilize in the area and is now opening disaster recovery centers in LA. FEMA tents going up in the middle of LA.
Two FEMA disaster recovery centers will open this afternoon for anyone who has emergency needs related to the fires. One location is at the UCLA Research Park West in Rancho Park. That is on Pico Boulevard across the street from the Apple Pan restaurant, if you're familiar with it. The second location is in Pasadena at 3035 East Foothill Boulevard. Both locations will open at 1 today, but after today they'll be open from 9 a.m. until 8 p.m.
All right. Oh, this is just footage showing more of the destruction. This is in, I think, Altadena as well. Yeah, this is Altadena. I mean, we've seen so much of this. I don't think we need to look at more of just the blatant destruction. There is a lot of it. Certainly don't need 14 minutes of it. I'll just skip through a few of these. The photos. I mean, it's just complete destruction wherever you look. Hey, look, that Honda Fit made it. So I think that's a Honda Fit. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's go here to KTLA 5. 14 hours ago. Snapchat founder's emotional letter to LA.
Free resources for wildfire victims, and the founder of Snapchat pens a love letter to Los Angeles in the wake of the fires.
Rich Mirror here with Rich on Tech. Good morning, Rich.
Hey, good morning. So many prominent folks coming out with their own stories in the wake of these wildfires. Now the founder of Snapchat, Evan Spiegel, says his dad among those who lost their homes in the Palisades fire. The 34-year-old tech entrepreneur posted a letter titled, "Dear Los Angeles, I love you." In it, Spiegel detailed how he grew up in the Pacific Palisades and says his dad's home.
We need to start a GoFundMe for his dad.
Snapchat HQ.
We need to start a GoFundMe for this guy's dad immediately. I have no idea how the founder of Snapchat's father will ever manage to rebuild. His son only has multiple billions of dollars.
In the Pacific Palisades and says his dad's
it will be
home
very
served
difficult for
as
their
the
family
first Snapchat HQ.
getting through this
that
time.
That home was destroyed in the fires,
time.
he said on live TV. His mom's home survived. Spiegel praised LA for its
at least his
courage,
mom's home's
generosity,
okay.
and creativity. Thanked first responders.
Jesus Christ. We don't need these stories. Thanks, KTLA. I don't even know why they decided to turn this into a news story. I think it sort of shows you just how desperate they are for content. It's like, yeah, okay, they're having a trying time because, you know, one of his parents' homes burnt down. It's tragic if I cared about billionaires, but I don't. So it's not tragic. And actually, there's a bunch of people who are now homeless, don't have a billionaire son to put them into a hotel or just buy a home for them immediately. You know, they don't have to worry about rebuilding. They can just go somewhere else and it will not affect any of them whatsoever. And that's just a fact. So fucking tone deaf.
Evacuation orders. We have approximately 88,000 residents that are still under evacuation orders. And regarding evacuation warnings, we have approximately 84,800 residents that continue to be under warnings. There is a decrease in these numbers.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about those 80,000 residents who aren't billionaires than I am them. I'm sorry if that's mean and rude.
How rude.
But
as our fire partners have stated, it is still very dangerous for the next 24 hours. So we're keeping a very close eye. That's why we have not downgraded the number of personnel. If fire tells us you've got to go here because the wind's blowing this way and we need to do evacuations, that's where we are going. I just want to remind everybody that the last time we had to evacuate people under an order, our deputies very heroically saved many people's lives, and they had to rescue people, and a lot of the people that were rescuing who waited till the last minute to leave the order or the evacuation order, many of them had significant burns on them.
Yeah. People have died. People have been injured. People have lost everything. People whose entire net worth was in their house and have no billionaire son. Those are the people who I care about right now. The billionaires will figure out how to get by. I assure you. And the guys like that will be coming in and buying up these neighborhoods for themselves. What about the meritocracy? Good point. Good point. I should stop. I should stop being such a horrifying socialist. How dare I not have more sympathy for billionaires?
Follow the rich white man.
Now, of course, the Snapchat founder is, I think, one of the he became a billionaire and set a record for being the youngest billionaire ever. When he became one, after I think selling Snapchat to Facebook, if I recall correctly. And I think he also got a bunch of Facebook stock along with that sale. Dude's doing fine. Let's go here 11 hours ago. Particularly dangerous situation underway as strongest winds arrive in LA area. CNN. Okay, let's go there.
Parts of Los Angeles and Ventura counties are now under the highest level red flag fire warning. Dangerous winds expected to gust up to 70 miles per hour. Officials warn the conditions could cause explosive fire growth. At this moment, firefighters are racing to contain a new fire that erupted in Ventura County. Let's get right to CNN's Stephanie Elam. She is in the hard-hit Pacific Palisades. Good morning, Stephanie.
Good morning, John. And the good news about that auto fire is that they're saying that they're able to stop it from progressing further, even though it is not contained yet. But this is exactly what officials want people to be aware of, the fact that we're going to see these stronger winds. And I can tell you it's starting to pick up a little bit here. We're going to see these stronger winds today and tomorrow. And just because we have the Palisades fire burning and the Eaton fire burning doesn't mean those are the only places where we could see blazes erupt and grow with these winds. And so that's why they're asking everyone to be prepared to evacuate. Have your emergency kit ready to go in case you do need to get out. And that was the situation for one couple in the Eaton fire. I want you to take a listen to Cheryl Koo. She was coming home from work when she saw the flames.
Hold on, I'm going to skip ahead. You need to watch this whole thing. But just want to...
Thank you very much for your reporting. Kate?
Yeah, let's get the very latest. Joining us right now is Battalion Chief with CAL FIRE, David Acuna. Thanks so much for coming back in. Chief, winds picking back up today. What do 70 mile per hour gusts mean for firefighting efforts at this point?
Thank you so much for having me on here.
You got his huge crush on Bakula. That's not why he's here, actually. He's here to help us with the timeline and help us somehow avert disaster with our own timeline right now that we're experiencing, which is just sort of going to shit constantly. That's why he's here. That's why he's one of the emotional support characters. It's why the Galactic family voted at the Galactic UN for Bakula, if I recall correctly. We needed assistance in solving our current reality.
And as Stephanie mentioned, yeah, there's so much wind blowing through. Imagine if you're driving down the freeway at 70 miles an hour,
quantum leap ourselves
flat and have the wind press against that. Then you look at it from the point of view of that is the wind that's happening from Ventura to northern LA, and the entire region of Southern California is under this red flag warning. That pressure just blows fire in the direction of the wind and will pick up these embers that we've been
You can be here for more than one reason. That's true.
So
You're right. I take it back.
Control lines.
I
made a huge, tiny mistake. Planes and aircraft and helicopters once again?
So, yes, when it gets over about 30 miles per hour, depending on the aircraft and the pilot's determinations, because they're professionals and dedicated, they want to be up. But over 30 miles per hour, it is unsafe to fly. It's unsafe for the aircraft, for the personnel, and of course for the people on the ground. Not to mention that if we release retardant at that level with 70 mile per hour winds, it's just going to turn into a mist that blows away without being effective.
Yep.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, and then you're just flying a plane burning fossil fuels for no good reason, because the thing intended to put the fire out is just getting turned into mist and not being what's it called, dispersed in the correct area.
What is happening in Southern California, and I know that you've been there. You have seen firsthand the enormity of the damage in Altadena. When you look at the damage and the vastness of it, How long do you predict it may take to rebuild? Are we talking years, not months?
We are talking years. The tour I had in Altadena, I saw pure and utter devastation. And we have short-term and long-term needs, right? We certainly need to get out the facts of what's going on. Hydrants were not turned off. We have enough water. There's no system in the world that is prepared for typhoon winds and 0% humidity. You know, these Santa Ana winds are superhighways for these embers. So we have to contain that, then we have to get into reconstruction, and we have to manage a healthcare crisis that we're seeing across LA County because of these fires.
You're talking about the acrid smoke that people are having to deal with, never mind some of the environmental impacts this has had. I do want to ask you about what we heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson. He said there should probably be, and this is his quote, probably be conditions on federal
Mike
aid
Johnson
to
said it
California,
too?
saying, and I'm quoting here,
Wow.
it appears to us that state
Wow.
and local leaders
Republicans
were
have been
derelict
busy.
in their duty.
Fascinating. So that not just John Barrasso from Wyoming. Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, also saying it. Fantastic. Great. Thanks, Mike. Piece of shit.
His quote, probably be
What state is Mike from again?
conditions on federal aid to California, saying, and I'm quoting here, it appears to us that state and local leaders were derelict in their duty in many respects. How do you respond to Johnson?
Ooh, that's going to be bad. Ooh, that's going to be bad for Mike.
I hope that he and his fellow Republicans.
I just did some math on this, I think. Let me just check this, make sure I'm right about this. Uh-oh, that's no good. That's bad. You know what? This is a fascinating take from Mike. You know, Mike, representative from Louisiana, and now Speaker of the House. This is a fascinating take. Report. Louisiana is one of the most federally dependent states. Baton Rouge. Louisiana is one of the most federally dependent states in the country, ranking 10th in a recent analysis. The personal finance website Wallet Hub released a report Wednesday that ranked states' dependency on the federal government based on 3 metrics: return on taxes paid to the federal government, share of federal jobs, and federal funding as a share of state revenue. Huh. Well, maybe all that should be conditional as well, Mike. Maybe we should condition it on Louisiana ending all, offshore drilling, oil refining, and things like that.
Understand that climate change is real, and we have seen natural disasters like this. Of course, this is unprecedented in states across this country: Florida, Texas, North Carolina, Hawaii. If you recall, Republicans tried to kill the disaster supplemental that we were finally able to pass before the end of the year to actually help those states continue with their recovery. So now he wants to condition aid. I'm really tired of folks hating on California. We are the underdog right now, and we need leadership, and we need a unified desire to support us. I've been working with Republicans and Democrats from California on how we can make sure that we get the disaster support that we need.
You talked about this, but are you worried that when Donald Trump does take office, he will punish California for political reasons and hurt its ability to get aid, judging from what you're hearing from Johnson, who says he's going to be speaking to his colleagues about putting these conditions potentially in place?
Well, I know that the governor and the mayor of Los Angeles have reached out to President-elect Trump and have invited him to survey the damage. I am also
That's
asking
incredibly generous.
Johnson and some of his Republican colleagues to come to Altadena with us to see what is happening. We need a full-scale, all-hands-on-deck approach to how we are going to help California recover.
That's a very generous offer. Spacism? I'm being accused of spacism. That's highly offensive. I do not understand. For what? All right, this is from 10 hours ago. We are running out of fire stories here. Perhaps thankfully for many. Oh god, we just blew through the second break. Third break? Second break. It's okay. It's okay. That's fine. We're gonna finish these. Actually, maybe I'll just come. No, we'll finish these, then we'll take the break. It's gonna leave a deficit for the second half. You know what? I'll do this because if it's so late. Oh god. I gotta make this long, I guess. Yeah. I do have to end at 6 hours tonight, unless somehow we're able to complete this goal I just started us on. But let's keep this going. Let's keep it going. Let's go back to somebody we were talking to earlier. Or not talking to, but listening to. One Hasanabi.
One of the things that I'm also concerned about right now is the fact that Gavin Newsom has said that they will not have like pesky environmental regulations get in the way of.
Have been highly offensive
fast.
to Louisiana.
And I feel like that said that they will not have like pesky environmental regulations get in the way of rebuilding fast. And I feel like that is going to make the problem worse down the line. And I am genuinely fearful of this. While I understand that rebuilding fast is very important, I think this is the moment where you're supposed to take extra care and consideration over those environmental regulations and try to make sure that everything that is being rebuilt is hardened so that you don't actually have this exact same issue a couple years down the line. That's what's so crazy about this entire process that I can't comprehend. Like people are talking about like cutting red tape in an effort to rebuild as fast as possible. And I'm sure that that's what's inevitably going to happen. But the lack of appropriate regulation and implementation of safety measures ahead of this wildfire is the reason why the wildfire damaged and destroyed 12,000 structures in the state of California so far. So I don't know. Because on the one hand, I understand the necessity for rebuilding fast. I mean, people lost their homes. They want to build as quickly as possible, and they want to go back to their homes as quickly as possible and return to normalcy as quickly as possible. There's going to be aftershocks of this in the housing market, and it's already started. You have landlords and massive real estate owners using this opportunity to engage in illegal price gouging, increasing the price points of single-family homes by upwards of 100%, like totally illegal, by the way. And I think a smart prosecutor would make short work of people that are trying to engage in this sort of thing and could potentially even maintain a lot of charity. This would be good politically. You know what I mean? This would reinstill faith in the criminal justice system in the eyes of many people. Are you worried about your property? Not necessarily, but, you know, like I said, the way I think about it is if the fire got to...
Wow, look at that. 2 right off the bat with the super chats. Nadia, Nancy Mace, MTG, and more were threatening McBride? Wait, the new transgender representative from... Oh, wait, Georgia? Wait, no, where's she from? Delaware? I can't remember where. God damn it. But they were threatening her? for old footage of her reading to children. What's wrong with these people? Don't they have anything else to do? It is gross. That is gross. I mean, not that we should expect anything more from them. I mean, they didn't they make it illegal for her to use the restroom earlier? I mean, what else? I mean, this is just another step in the same process, for fuck's sake. And also, of course, praise Gary. As always, praise Gary. And of course, if you are a Galactic member on YouTube, you get yourself some sweet Gary emotes. Some, there's the regular Gary, of course. But now we have a bunch of awesome fucking Gary. I mean, if I say so myself, as I did have a hand in some of the design. But there may even be more Gary emotes to come. We'll see. Oh my god, I still haven't uploaded the new emote. Jesus Christ. We're owed an emote. And we might even be nearly there to another emote. How many are we away? I gotta look at how far we are from another emote that you all should be owed right now. And you know what's bothering me? The super chats don't show Gary. Why is YouTube suppressing its own emotes? That is stupid. They need to fix that, like, immediately. I should look.
Where I am at.
Whoops, did I pause it again? Alright, don't play me, YouTube. I don't appreciate
that. Would mean millions displaced at that point. Millions. I think a lot of the money, considering the damage is like upwards of $130 billion, according to Wells Fargo estimates, a lot of the money is going to be spent on rebuilding and rebuilding fast. But I think extra money should be spent on hardening the infrastructure, putting these goddamn power lines underneath. I just don't know how we can sit around and watch these kinds of wildfires occur over and over again in this state and not do something about the infrastructure spending. And if people don't actually do that, if our government doesn't actually do that, this is just going to keep happening over and over again. Although some of the massively consequential wildfires might have started, like the Palisades one, might have started as a consequence of reignition, potentially, according to the Washington Post article that we read. There are others that definitely did start due to, and there are plenty of historic examples of wildfires starting due to not moving our power lines underground because it's far too costly for
looked it up.
Utility companies. Yeah, Bernie's federal firefight expansion cost.
I just looked it up. We are only 2 memberships away from getting a 13th emoji. So you're owed a 12th. And you're about to get a baker's dozen. We're about to have a baker's dozen galactic emojis. Dude, we are making strides right now on the membies and the emotes. That is very exciting.
Phrasing. 19 billion if you want an idea of just how much not doing the Green New Deal was a disaster. Exactly. It's truly frustrating to watch this happen in my state when it just seemingly happens consistently over and over again, and virtually no one wants to spend that upfront money because all the tax breaks that we offer the utilities companies, all the subsidies that we give to the utility companies go back to stock buybacks rather than going into infrastructure hardening. And this is a age-old phenomena that keeps reoccurring over and over again. One example that comes to mind is something as simple as like ISPs getting billions of dollars in the 90s, billions of dollars of tax breaks in the 90s, specifically to improve bandwidth, expand it, improve it, and offer better services, and then never doing it for 4 decades, refusing to do it for 4 decades. And if you don't actually have the regulatory agencies come back and pounce on these major providers, whether it be ISPs or utilities, and demand that they actually follow through on the tax benefits that they were given, then why would they? The 1996...
Seriously, Hasan's just spitting truth over here right now. Impeccable living. Thanks for becoming a new member. You've just gotten us one closer to getting that sweet, sweet 13th emote.
Telecommunications Act basically paid for fiber across the majority of the U.S., and they took the dollars and ran. Yep. So many of the problems that we talk about on a day-to-day basis on this broadcast have solutions that require competent governance, a mechanism of enforcement. Those mechanisms exist. We just never use them. We never utilize them against these major corporations. The government is completely servile to corporate interests. So it's basically used as a way to funnel tax dollars directly back to these corporations and never in a million years enforce the appropriate regulatory pushback that's necessary to make these companies by force do what benefits public interest. And I know for a fact Trump is not going to do anything about it, especially as the Republican Party is currently talking about potentially placing conditions on aid to California. That's right. No conditions. These animals would condition aid to fellow American victims of natural disaster, but never to a foreign ally committing genocide. Monstrous cretins. No conditions to Israel, but conditions to fellow Californians who are suffering from this natural disaster.
Are you open to providing
help, I'm being repressed!
Any conditions at all?
Wow, Mike.
We've got to have a serious conversation about that. Obviously, there's been water resource mismanagement, forest.
Wow.
They're like, yeah, we'll give you conditions as long as, you open up new, as long as you dam the rivers, redirect water, continue polluting the environment, help out some of our big donors in the agribusiness, and ruin the environment further, accelerating the conditions in which climate change gets worse and worse, which then cause these once-in-a-lifetime natural disasters to happen over and over again. What do they mean by conditions? I mean, one can only speculate at this point what those conditions are, but it seems like the fact that he's talking about something that Donald Trump has talked about, the Sacramento Delta being redirected into Southern California specifically for agribusiness, seems like that's the condition that they want to implement.
Management,
yeah,
mistakes, all sorts of problems.
The residents love it.
It does come down to leadership, and it appears to us that state and local leaders were
gotta have those pistachios and almonds.
So that's something that has to be factored in. I think there should probably be conditions on that date. That's my personal view. We'll see what the consensus is. I haven't had a chance to socialize that with any of the members over the weekend because we've all been very busy, but it'll be part of the discussion for sure.
What about the debt limit increase? What about tying the debt limit increase to it?
There's some discussion about that, but we'll see where it goes.
God damn it, Manu. You had it. You had the opportunity. You should have said, well, what about the fact that your state is a welfare state that receives more federal tax money than it gives? What about that, Mike? Mike, what about the fact that your state is taking more federal funds than it gives?
Ugh. This is absolutely unacceptable. Like, I feel like if we had a normal and competent government, and if we had a normal and competent population, they would look at someone like this and they would punish them. They'd be like, this person is never going to be reelected ever again. The party would suffer consequences, penalties for behaving like this. But Americans are so polarized and so primed and hyper-focusing on DEI and random nonsensical bullshit that they just don't
look. Mike is he's vertically challenged. Okay, it's tough being a midget in Congress. All those podiums are,
understand what this demon is saying here. California sends billions more to the federal treasury than it gets back in taxes. Cal exit now. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. I mean, obviously it's not going to happen, but did this after Hurricane Sandy 2? A representative from Louisiana does this after a state has received multiple necessary bailouts. Yeah, Felix also had some words on this. An opposition party that had an ounce of integrity would possibly be able to make an issue over the speaker putting more conditions on aid to Americans suffering from a horrific calamity than he ever would for Israel. Globally, can you point out to a single competent government that works on behalf of public interest and not their own power? I can. You're just not going to like the answer that I'm going to give you, so I'm just not going to give you an answer on that question because it is endlessly frustrating. There are plenty of governments that actually try to do their very best with the limited resources that they have or the expansive resources that they have. What we previously wrote about and talked about and considered as far as like applying the shock doctrine, right, to territories that America controls.
Do it, Hasan.
That we exploit, such as Puerto Rico. We do to ourselves in mainland United States as well, because as profit rates decline, corporate actors will always look to squeeze out what remains of said profits from anywhere and everywhere they can. And yeah, aside from the endless exploitation of the global south, there is always going to be some room for further exploitation, even in mainland United States. Yes, I'm giving a shout out to Naomi Klein.
Sometimes you just need that stock price to go up 10 cents,
book that I'm referencing, Shock Doctrine.
You know, sometimes the stock price just needs to go up 10, 50 cents or whatever, and you're just like, you know, can we get some more profit out of these poor people here in the United States? We can.
I think the shock doctrine no longer simply applies to America's foreign adversaries and America's foreign allies, even that they want to steal resources from, but instead to mainland United States as well. Naomi, of course, featured the impact of the Katrina disaster in her book as well. Having said that, I think that there are more and more cases of opportunists taking advantage of crisis like this to further accelerate the public-private partnership and take advantage of crisis like this. Authorities warn of looting and scams in the wake of California wildfires.
Are warning looters looking to take advantage of the disaster.
Oh my God.
They will be prosecuted.
That's
but
all they
we're
can talk
also
about in
seeing
the news
so
right
many
now.
people come together to help
thank
and
God.
lift each other up.
Yeah, Robin, good morning. Look, that support is on full display here. This is the parking lot. It is completely covered with donations here. This has been a community-run grassroots effort to help people in need. And to give you an idea of the scope of this, a lot of people lost everything that they had, and everyone that they know lost everything that they had. So this is a way that the community is just trying to get them the necessities.
This morning, the Los Angeles County Sheriff with an urgent warning to people who are taking advantage of a desperate situation.
Don't do it.
This is all that they can think about right now. Oh my God, the looting.
Burglary, looting, or any other crime, whether it's a scam of some kind that you're conjuring up to make money off of the poor people that have been involved in this.
Officials warning burglars, looters, and scammers that they will be prosecuted if they take advantage of people who've been through this tragedy. A curfew order has been established from dusk till dawn in the affected fire zones to protect homes. Authorities increasing patrols and...
By the way, you know how I've been saying that LA has got less than 5% of the rain that it was supposed to? That was a rounding. Like, I did it in my head. And earlier, I forgot to stop on this point. There was some map in a video from before that showed the exact amount of rainfall on a percentage basis. And it actually is less than 3% of what it should have gotten in most places. And many places got exactly 0 rain in LA County, basically the whole place and everything around it. It's fucking insane that we've been hearing all this, like, you know, blame getting thrown at Democrats. It's like, Democrats can't make it rain. You know, aside from, well, never mind.
The National Guard to assist. One suspect arrested after they were caught burglarizing a home in Malibu, disguised as a firefighter.
All right, half of the videos so far have been dedicated to the, you know, a good part of it is dedicated to the community rebuilding and the efforts to help one another. There's been one guy that was portrayed himself as a firefighter to engage in looting inside of Malibu, which is psychotic. There's a total of, I believe at this point, 29 arrests that have occurred where they were arrested under suspicion of looting. Not every single one of those guys were, you know, interested in looting, most likely. Don't know how many of them have been released so far, how many of them are being prosecuted. But having said that, once again, I will repeat that Los Angeles County, the greater Los Angeles area, is 18 million, almost 19 million people, okay? Yeah, there are people who will probably get arrested for curfew violations as well, and not necessarily for looting. But let's see how much they talk about the scams and what the nature of these scams are, especially considering that, as I've repeated time and time again, the real looting begins when the insurance company denies your claims. The real looting begins when private equity comes in and tries to purchase your lot that is burned into ashes for a very comfortable price point.
Yeah, they're certainly going to. Certainly going to try, at least. And, you know, unfortunately, even with the moratorium on rent increases, on the executive order on price gouging that Gavin Newsom put in place. Looking around, apparently there has absolutely been already a great deal of essentially corporate looting, right? People jacking up rents in places 100% or more, charging people thousands of dollars more a month than they should be. Hopefully they'll be prosecuted, reported by people. Apparently any civilians can. You and I. You don't even have to be in LA County. My understanding is, they made a statement, I think, you don't even have to be in LA County to report. You can report from anywhere. All you have to do is go on Zillow or Airbnb and start looking around. And you can start reporting people for crimes. Okay. Now let's go to look at a non-crime. And in fact, what is a kind of good story, which got 20 seconds from KTLA 5. But I'm actually kind of glad that this happened.
Amtrak is offering discounted fares to help people affected by the wildfires. $10 fares are now available for the Surfliner train, servicing stops between San Diego and San Luis Obispo. You must purchase your ticket by this Friday for travel between now and January 24th. To get the offer, enter code V505 to receive the discount. It is valid for any one-way coach fare.
There you go. V505. $10 Amtrak. Federal government coming in, not just with FEMA, but with train tickets. Because, of course, Amtrak is one of the few sort of socialized kind of services that we have in this country, owned by the federal government. Reasonable prices usually, but this is insane. $10 on the Surfliner train? That is wild. I'm not sure if that's for going there as well, for like volunteers and things, but I would look into that. I haven't yet, but I probably will soon. Try and get more details on that, because I think honestly, that's fucking awesome. We should have gotten more attention. If only that was for always. Yeah, I feel you. All right. Oh god, a yawn. That's horrifying. Oh my god, we didn't take a second break, did we? That's because we're still on the fires. God damn it. I guess we'll take a quick break for those of you who need one. Well, I hope you're all enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. Once you've done those two very helpful things for us galactically speaking, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network by one of the myriad ways we have available to you. So much good stuff. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal if you don't want any benefits, but you can also do Patreon, where you can get an avatar and a shout out. Much, much more. So, make your choice and help keep the Galactic News Network alive. We also have a little while left on the timer for the goal to help keep this stream going longer than it might without you and your generous donations. Alright. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. All right, everybody, I'm back. Super short break. Better get back to those seat space fams. More galactic content incoming. Volume. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go back talking about the fire, where it's at now. Last few hours, videos that we have on that. This is CBS News from 5 hours ago. Santa Ana winds could hinder crews from LA firefighting efforts.
Now back to our top story. Millions of people in Southern California remain on high alert due to powerful wind gusts as wildfires continue to burn through Los Angeles. The winds have held emergency crews back in their containment efforts of the Palisades and Eaton fires. These fires have killed at least 24 people, while dozens more remain missing. CBS News correspondent Danya Backus has the latest from Pacific Palisades.
Thankfully, as of now, the winds are not as strong as they were expected to be. But with that PDS, particularly dangerous situation wind alert continuing until tomorrow, officials here are not letting their guard down. Thousands of firefighters are positioned throughout Los Angeles, bracing for what the Santa Ana wind gust could bring. It could either re-spark fires or possibly start new ones. There's also fear that the winds could hinder any progress that's been made in the Palisades fire here and the Eaton fires. There was a new fire that sparked overnight
gusts up to 70 miles per hour.
In Ventura County that prompted evacuations, but officials there have been able to stop that spread of growth.
So yeah, the forecast changed. If you didn't notice there, it was supposedly by now they were thinking that it was going to start slowing down, but now they're talking about gusts of 70 miles per hour.
Now, officials are telling residents to make sure that you are prepared to leave at a moment's notice and that you have a plan in place for your pets. We do know that tens of thousands of people still remain under evacuation orders, and with crews working in this area to try to assess the damage and also still search for the missing, there is no word on when those people will be able to return home and see all of this devastation for themselves. Disaster.
Jesus. Yeah, and if those winds are too high, they can't fly planes. Water won't be dispersed properly. All the bad stuff that's going to make it harder to slow this fire down. Let's go here. CBS Evening News from 5 hours ago. Families dropped by insurance.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Struggle after losing homes in California fires. No kidding. No kidding. Where's an atmospheric river when you need one? It's too soon. Too soon, but it's funny. Still funny.
Fighting the flames is still job one in Los Angeles, but questions about rebuilding are starting to move into focus, especially how to pay for it. In tonight's Eye on America, CBS's Elizabeth Cook reports from California, where 7 of the 12 largest insurers have frozen or restricted new business in the last 2 years.
The fires that tore through Altadena turned the family home of Jeff and Jennifer Cohen from this to this.
I think there's some walls up. It seems like the second floor collapsed onto the first, but I couldn't tell you if there's anything salvageable.
Getting money to rebuild will take time, a long time. The Cohens have found temporary housing, but are among the 100,000 plus Los Angeles homeowners whose insurance had been dropped before the latest wildfires.
Did they give a reason why?
It's the fire hazard, it's the fire danger. You know, we were in an area that they couldn't provide insurance to any longer.
As victims like the Cohens come to grips with a devastating loss, analysts predict insurers could pay out more than $20 billion.
Now, the way he framed that, I think was, I mean, it's just wrong, right? They could do it. They could insure it. But they'd have to take on risk. They'd have to, I don't know, be insurance, right? And that's the problem with the insurance business, not just with healthcare, or not just with the real estate, but like, you know, with healthcare too, right? They refuse to do the thing they're purported to do when it comes down to it, when it becomes most important. And it's why we need to rethink how we're dealing with these kinds of catastrophic human situations. You know?
Just from this wildfire disaster alone.
The kind of risk has been changing very quickly.
University of California Associate Professor Francis Moore studies the economics of climate change.
Any kind of healthy kind of financial.
The government can just bail them out. They could. I think instead of a bailout, we should be talking about a nationalization, right? A deprivatization of all of this.
Management, we really want the insurers to have an accurate picture of what that risk is.
Nationwide, the insurance industry already faces tens of billions of dollars in losses from natural disasters.
So this icon is a simulated ignition point.
Rob Newbold of the company Verisk says one way to financially plan for those disasters could include computer-generated catastrophic models.
How does the climate conditions in terms of temperature and weather take...
Did Ukraine send people? I didn't even hear about that. How did I miss that one? Or are they are they about to be sending them? Because I am shocked that I haven't heard of that yet.
Together with where the properties are, with infrastructure in terms of things like putting the fires out, prevalence of local fire stations, prevalence of local fire breaks, all of these come together to run simulations of what could happen over the next 1 year of activity.
Verisk already offers to insurers around the country models covering every.
Yeah, and see, this is what makes me so, distrustful of these fucking people, right? They did a ton of cancellations leading up to this, and they are crunching data in ways that you and I cannot. Right?
Verisk
like, look at graphs like
already
this.
Offers.
Right? They're doing this kind of math. They're paying, private risk assessment, whatever, data collectors, all this other shit. The stuff that you and I could not be doing, well, we could maybe, but like in our own time, very difficult. A lot of number crunching going on here. But they've got the money and the technology, and they will take your insurance away with this shit right before it becomes necessary. And that to me there's a perverse incentive structure here that shouldn't exist. All right, let's look at one of the other states. We've been talking about how many different states, how many different countries have been sending. Mexico, Canada, apparently maybe Ukraine as well, although I haven't seen a story about that yet, but generally trust you chatters. Let's go here to Utah. Well, not to Utah, but to talk about some firefighters from Utah who've come to help.
We have live team coverage now on the fight to save homes and lives and prevent future disasters also here at home.
Dozens of Utah firefighters working long hours to help Southern California. News specialist Mike Anderson join us with an update on their efforts out there. Mike?
Yeah, Mike, firefighters from all over the Wasatch Front out there are spending 24 hours on and then 24 hours off. And so today is kind of a recuperation day to catch up after their long shift there and for catch up with what they were doing out there. And for the most part, Utah agencies are staying relatively close together, though they're split into 3 task forces. Unified Fire Authority spent Monday near Malibu working to protect some neighborhoods. neighborhoods right off Pacific Coast Highway, spending that time patrolling for and putting out hot spots. And while they're on these long shifts, they sleep when they can, but laying down for a rest in a fire engine can be pretty tough, which isn't part of why they need this time off. Kelly Burt with Unified Fire says though he and others have been to California to help with fires in the past, this one is vastly different.
It feels apocalyptic. It feels, it's just mind-boggling driving these neighborhoods and street after street, neighborhood after neighborhood of houses that are literally down to their foundations, and a little bit of their steel framing is still up.
And Bird says the people out there are so grateful for all the firefighters and to see so many come to help from other states, even Canada and Mexico. And a lot of people are bringing them food, which also happened while I was talking with them earlier today. And he adds that, you know, there are a lot more people working really long hours out there. You've got law enforcement, the National Guard, even electrical linemen who are working to get power back up as the outages happen. And, you know, if all goes planned, these Utah firefighters will be able to start heading back in about 10 days. I can't.
Woof. This whole thing is unreal. I mean, I know it is real, but it just feels just so strange. All right, let's go here. It's the last fire story. CBC News from 5 hours ago. Canadian response to LA wildfires is quote-unquote what good neighbors do, according to one Canadian minister.
Well, more people in California are being urged to leave their homes as wildfires rage in Los Angeles. High winds mean the fires are showing no sign of slowing down.
This morning I packed a to-go bag. I'm actually a little late in putting that together. I have a list of things that I would grab in an emergency, and then a few heirlooms, things that are irreplaceable.
3 nights ago, it was like in a movie. You know, police cars are going through with the speakers and sirens and telling us you have to leave. Mandatory evacuation is right now.
But more help from their neighbors to the north is on the way. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced yesterday via social media that in addition to the Canadian aerial firefighting aircraft, there are crews en route. Over the weekend, teams from both British Columbia and Alberta were deployed. Canada's Minister for Emergency Preparedness, Harjit Sajjan, sharing photos of some of Alberta's firefighters as they cross the border into the United States. And Minister Sajjan joins us now. Minister, welcome back to the show. It's good to see you.
Great, thank you for having me.
The images coming out of this fire, the size and scale of it are almost incomprehensible. What can you tell us about the status of the Canadian teams deployed to lend their support to this effort?
First of all, I do want to just say my heart goes out to all the people who are affected. In our own country, we've been using the word unprecedented, but this fire in LA County is beyond that. And our response, the Canadian response that you have seen, is what good neighbors do. Our folks, it's been all over social media, so I don't need to be explained a lot what our water bombers are doing. The attack teams that have been sent down, additional teams from British Columbia and Alberta are currently on the way. And we have more ready to go from Quebec, another 60 personnel. That's made up of 3 teams with equipment, and even the Atlantic Province also have offered up 2 teams. So those are the immediate that are ready to go. We have Canadian Armed Forces aircraft ready to take them down if needed. And what we're trying to do here is making sure that we anticipate what the actual needs are, something we have a lot of experience on, sadly, from Canada as well, and get the resources ready so when they do make the ask that there is no time delay in getting the.
Wow. Even with everything going on, even with our president-elect throwing all sorts of bullshit at Canada, from tariffs to just pure insults, Canadian ministers such as this one are still, pushing to help the United States. Hey, NCC, did NCC just end? Okay, good to see you NCC chatters up in here, as always. Hope the stream went well. Alright, it was all really rough, I know, which is why I left these two for the end. Let's go to New Hampshire to talk about something fun. Ice castles.
We're at one of our largest ice castles this year in North Woodstock, New Hampshire, and we're thrilled to be back for a fantastic season. Last season was pretty mild here in New Hampshire, and so we're thrilled to be able to come back. We're opening much earlier than we did last year. New Zealand accent? There's a lot more volume of ice here too. As I said, it's one of the biggest ice castles.
Where did that come from? I'm thrown. I'm thrown. We're in New Hampshire, and I was like, wait a second, that's the wrong accent.
Season was pretty mild here in New Hampshire, and so we're thrilled to be able to come back. We're opening much earlier than we did last year, and there's a lot more volume of ice here too. As I said, it's one of the biggest ice castles we've ever built. So we're looking at about 25 million pounds of ice spread over 2 acres. We have world-class ice sculptures that are embedded in different parts of the castle. There is a lot of hanging ice in caverns, and so ice elements you may not see in the wild that you can see here. A huge amount of slides for kids of all ages. A magic light walk out the back that takes you through nature and again through
fucking
different
sweet.
lighting installations.
Oh my god. I want it.
I've never seen anything.
I want it. Let me go down it. Oh my god. Okay, this is amazing. Come on, ice slide?
And shows you different lighting installations connected with sound.
This is wild.
I've never seen anything like this before. I think it's really, really cool. Honestly, I didn't think it was going to be this big. We started walking around and I'm like, oh, a tunnel, oh, a tunnel, oh, a tunnel. I'm like, we have to go through all of them.
It's a very romantic place. Once you enter into an ice castle, you are transitioned into something that's totally immersive and unlike something that most guests have ever seen.
This is
ice castles are rare in
the use
North
of
America.
lighting
There's
as
only
well.
5 of them.
Like their expert use of lighting in this, I find fascinating. Like the way that this sort of just, it just takes it up another level.
Ice castles are rare in North America. There's only 5 of them, and so I think it inspires people.
All right, now let's go all the way across the planet to China.
China? China? I have to have my China.
To keep warm, I searched for many tips on the internet. I'm wearing knitted wool pants and a sweater as thick as possible. Those are good tips. Yes, it's cold, but my heart is warm. The cold weather here feels different from that in my hometown. It's humid and cold where I live. People would be frozen to the core from being hit by wind. But here, only my hands and face are cold. Oh my god. The world's largest hot pot. We serve mutton and beef with high calories. Eating the meat helps keep warm, for example. There are also cow stomachs and types of beef. Actually, eating anything in a hot pot makes people warm. That's a good point, because it's hot. That looks so good. It's so cold in northeastern China, so people freeze fresh food as a preservation method. This way, we don't need any extra chemicals to keep it fresh. So the food is clean and tastes good. Oh my god. That looks super fun too. Well, glad to see everybody enjoying the winter weather while we still have it. Whoa, there we go. Nope, go back. Yep, okay. Now, just a little bit further east in Japan, a different Earth phenomenon was happening. This one's much more troubling than snow and ice. A magnitude 6.6 earthquake hit Japan last night. Whoops. You can see them repairing broken pipes from the change in the earth. Fortunately, pipes are sort of meant to stay in one place. You can engineer them slightly with newer technology, but you know, even those aren't perfect. And when an earthquake the size of that, 6.6, stuff underground is going to get shifted around in ways that it's probably not going to like. Alright, well, because we already took our break, and we're now in the Earth news half, we are going to switch over to one quick space story. As we always do, we have to get some space news into this stream. Let's go to this. Now, yesterday we watched the attempted but failed launch of Blue Origin by Jeffy Bezos, and using the money that he's been stealing from all of his workers and the rest of the planet. Even all of that couldn't get him to launch the rocket properly, so they wound up canceling that launch. But one billionaire did manage to launch a rocket earlier on Tuesday evening. And I think this must have been fucking Austin, Houston, whatever it is.
Liftoff of the Falcon 9, go SpaceX, go transport as well.
Vehicles pitching downrange.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
We are now 32 seconds into flight. Falcon 9 has cleared the tower at Space Launch Complex 4 East, and we're currently throttling down to prepare for max Q, which is the point of...
So, if you didn't catch what I was going with, the billionaire who managed to launch a rocket successfully in the last 48 hours was not Jeffy, but it was Elon. And once again, I would like to point out that here we would like to try and usher in luxury space communism as soon as possible, and we are actively fighting the takeover by billionaires of low Earth orbit and the rest of space. So if you do have any extra dollars clanging around in your bank account, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, since we are completely funded by viewers like you. And right now, we're still 3 super chats short of extending this stream past 6 hours, and we're getting close right now.
M1Ds on the first stage shutdown. Stage separation is when the first and second stage separate from one another. Stage 1 flip is when the booster flips 180 degrees. Second engine start is when the MVAC engine on the second stage will light for its first time. And boost back burn is used to arrest the forward velocity and return the first stage back towards the landing site. So all of those coming up in a few seconds. Watch out for them.
Yeah, we don't need to watch that. It was all successful. Another SpaceX launch. Ay. We gotta stop the billionaires from taking over space, people. We gotta do whatever we can to stop that. I'm doing what I can. Are you? I'm just fucking with you. Alright. God. Let's go on to the Earth news. What do you say? We got some real Earth news to talk today, people. Bunch of stuff going on. Good God. And to segue us into what we're about to talk about, I wanted to take us back 4 years ago. Mike Pompeo, the, what was he, Secretary of State under Trump? Yeah, this is like 2021. Almost like to the day. Here's Mike Pompeo.
The Trump administration announced Monday.
Wait, what just happened? Hey, what just happened? No. What? This video just get taken down?
Ignition.
Please hold.
Liftoff of the Falcon.
Oh goddamn! Morbius just gifted a Galactic News Network membership, giving the gift of galactic love. What a guy! I appreciate you. By the way, Morbius just got us over the precipice. The good precipice. The precipice is going to get us another emote. We're now going to have 13 sweet, sweet galactic emotes thanks to everyone that is gifted and or purchased their own memberships. Thank you, Morbius, for getting us all the way there, pal. My God. We are making galactic strides over here. Okay, did this fucking get taken down? I think it has. I don't know. This makes no sense. Why was this taken down? Can anybody... Oh, wait. Is this... Oh, wait. No, this is it. I was wrong. I just realized.
The Trump administration announced Monday that it was returning Cuba to the U.S. list of state sponsors of terrorism, a move that could complicate any efforts by the incoming Biden administration to revive Obama-era easing of strained relations with Havana. Just 9 days before President Donald Trump leaves office, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo said Cuba was being blacklisted for, quote, repeatedly providing support for acts of international terrorism, harboring U.S. fugitives and Colombian rebel leaders. Cuba's security support for Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro was also cited by Pompeo as another reason for the blacklist. Pompeo said in a statement, quote,
Maduro, from a different country in Venezuela. Oh my God. With this action, we will once again hold Cuba's government accountable and send a clear message. The Castro regime must end its support for international terrorism and subversion of U.S. justice. Right. Now, so for 4 years, that has been the case. Cuba went back on the terrorist list, or terrorist, whatever you call it, sponsors of terrorist list. But within the last 24 hours, actually the last 12 hours, things have changed. Joe Biden.
I'm staying in the race.
Has now
and
taken
Alan
them
Fisher,
off.
he's live for us in Washington, D.C. So, first of all, just explain to us why Biden is removing Cuba from this list of state sponsors of terrorism now.
Well, this is something that's been under examination since essentially the Biden administration took over in the White House. Donald Trump changed the designation as he was going out the door, in fact, on the 12th of January 2021. And the Biden administration criticized them for it, saying that essentially they were tying their hands for a while.
I was 3 days off. It's almost to the day. Wow.
Administration criticized them for it, saying that essentially they were tying their hands for a while. Now, they said they would undergo a review. They've done that in 2022. Antony Blinken said that was still underway. And here we are, almost 3 years later, and they said that's now done and they're removing the designation. So what does it mean? It means that Cuba is removed from the list that also includes North Korea, Syria, and Iran. It means that humanitarian organisations, church groups and various human rights organisations can now move aid to help the people in Cuba without facing any sort of US sanctions. It also means that a number of political prisoners are going to be released by the Cuban government. That whole operation is going to be overseen by the Catholic Church. It includes what we're told is a significant number of people, including those who were involved in the so-called food protests in 2021. Now, this is also political, because Joe Biden knows that when the Trump administration comes back to the White House, there are a number of Cuba hardliners there, not least Marco Rubio, a Florida senator who is earmarked to be the next Secretary of State and has spoken out many, many times about the situation in Cuba. So,
hey, thank you for becoming a galactic individual, Rob. Much appreciated. Your galactic patronage here on YouTube. Enjoy all the sweet, sweet galactic emotes now at your fingertips.
this be easily...
Whoa, the fuck? Come on, man. Not cool.
Come on!
Why you gotta go rogue on me like that?
Flipped. Well, it's not completely easy to do, but certainly Donald Trump could make a number of executive orders in the first couple of days that would effectively nullify what Joe Biden has done. But it's interesting that the Biden campaign and the Biden team criticized Donald Trump doing this on his way out the door. And here Joe Biden has done exactly the same with just 6 days left in the White House.
And just to be clear, this...
You know, I know this is pie in the sky, but if everyone who subscribes to the Galactic News Network became a member, basically, I would say almost all of my galactic financial problems would be gone. And we have already, I think, with the added members today, I think we've already exceeded 10%, which is just incredible. I really appreciate all of you deciding to show your galactic support. Space would be very lonely without people like you.
Have any impact on the economic embargo that's been on Cuba since the 1960s, does it?
Well, essentially, if you're designated a state supporter of terrorism, it means that you can't get arms sales. That was never going to happen. It also means that some things designated as dual use could actually make its way through to Cuba without the company providing them getting sanctions. But the biggest plus, of course, is the aid. That means that groups can send aid to Cuba. It can help the people who are living there and make things slightly easier, because we know...
Yeah. You're a Patreon member. That's true. What's the difference? Well, you get different benefits, of course. Different space benefits for different things. At least that's how it's set up right now. Although with recent Patreon changes, I'm still trying to figure out how we navigate these sort of dichotomies between the two. But of course, avatars and shoutouts and the secret Discord channel and shit like that comes with the Patreon, but you don't get emotes unless you're a member. Of course, you can get one gifted to you. Actually, you can get both gifted to you. You just have to be a free member on Patreon to get a gifted membership, I think. But this is honestly great news. How long it will last, I don't know. With the incoming administration, should be fascinating to see with people like Marco Rubio, you know, who is avowedly anti-Cuba, people like Ron DeSantis and stuff like that. Should all be very interesting. By the way, just to clear things up, just in case anybody doesn't know this, the Discord is available to everyone. There just happens to be a secret Patreon channel for Patreon news and other sorts of Patreon discussions. But you can be in the Discord regardless of whether you're a Patreon member Of course, Patreon link is in my bios on YouTube and Twitch, but you can also click that link right there. Although I would recommend nobody sign up with Apple. If you're on Apple, if you're currently on an Apple membership, I would really recommend you switch over to doing it on the internet. I know it takes more time, but Apple's been doing some very shady shit recently with their Apple Store processing, which is part of the problems right now as it relates to Patreon. Really, the whole thing, actually. The one and only problem.
President Joe Biden plans to relax sanctions on Cuba just days before Donald Trump takes office. The measures were expected to give Cuba some economic relief in the short term, as it battles a crippling economic crisis. But some Cubans in Havana viewed Biden's plans as too little, too late.
He promised many things at the beginning, that he would help Cuba in many ways that he really never fulfilled.
It's not well.
But this
it's not a 75-day waiting period for all of it. It's just the apps. It's just the Apple App Store money. I've cleared up some of it. I understand it fully now. So some of the funds are going to be available at different times, and because of Apple's involvement in all of it, it's causing, you know, that particular. It's fucked up. But basically, it's Apple. So if everybody were to basically undo their memberships, if you've done it through the app, the Apple app specifically, and switched it over to the Android app or to the website, we'd have no problems at all with the timing of it. It's so fucked. Apple is such a monopoly, and something needs to be done about that.
Illegal.
Del final.
Bueno, habría que ver qué hace Trump después, pero conociéndolo como es, posiblemente sí todo.
Well, we have to see what Trump does next. Knowing him, it's possible that they quit this week and Trump comes and everything goes backward. I see it as a somewhat useless action because how many advantages will we have? For how long? A couple of weeks? A few days?
The measures Biden plans include a reversal of several hardline restrictions put in place by Trump during his first term. A senior administration official said the measures include plans to lift the U.S. designation of Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism and to undo a Trump order that restricted financial transactions with some Cubans. Officials said Biden expects the move would lead to the release of political prisoners in Havana.
This is fucking huge, okay? And I mean, it's not all sanctions being lifted, but some of the Trump-era sanctions being lifted is actually huge because those, I mean, the addition of the Trump-era sanctions put Cuba into, I mean, if they weren't already, which they were, but further into this sort of financial vice created specifically by the U.S. government. And to undo these is huge. Whether it'll last, I don't fucking know. It's kind of complicated, right? Because, I mean, Trump has weird ties and views on Russia. So I really couldn't even guess what's going to happen here in the future. I don't think Mike is going to even be in the future administration. But like I said, Marco Rubio is coming in as, what is he going to be, Secretary of State now? Fucking hell, I still cannot believe that dude's going to be Secretary of anything. Oh, God. Okay. What's funny is, you know how we were just talking about Apple and literally people in chat are talking about Apple as we speak because of this bullshit? Well, there is something we could do that the EU has already done, and in the UK, courts are also trying to get done to some degree.
Apple has abused its dominant position and cost British consumers up to $1.8 billion. That was what a London tribunal heard on Monday. The US tech giant is accused of charging app developers an unfair 30% commission through its App Store.
I'm being repressed!
Apple faces a mass lawsuit brought on behalf of around 20 million iPhone and iPad users in the UK. They were allegedly overcharged for app purchases. Apple argues the case is meritless. The firm also believes it overlooks the benefits to consumers of the integrated approach of its iOS operating system, which prioritizes security and privacy. It's the first mass lawsuit against a tech giant to come to trial under Britain's growing class action style regime. Many other cases are waiting to move forward against the likes of Google, Meta and Amazon. Rachel Kent is a British academic bringing the case. She argues Apple has made exorbitant profits by excluding all competition for the distribution of apps and in-app purchases. The lawyers argue this dominant position allows the company to impose restrictive terms on app developers.
Illegal.
They say it also allows them to charge excessive commission, which they believe is taken on by consumers. Apple has faced pressure from regulators in the US and Europe over the fees it charges third-party developers. The firm argues 85% of developers do not pay any commission at all. The trial is due to last 7 weeks and expected to hear evidence from Apple's chief financial officer later.
The CFO of Apple. Yes. Well, I find it unlikely that that Apple winds up winning this lawsuit. They are absolutely a monopoly. The EU's already ruled so. And if UK hadn't Brexited, could have had the same laws. Blame Mark Zuckerberg for that.
Zuckerbucks.
Well, partly Mark Zuckerberg and also partly just, all those reform idiots combined. Sort of like a circle jerk. How are we doing on time right now? 5:35. Oh my god, we are getting close. How many super chats did we get? Only 2 of 5. Oh boy, people, we are in trouble. 69 likes. That is nice. All right, let's go here. To the Netherlands.
It's time for truth or fake.
Actually, no. No, wrong story. That's not the Netherlands. That's France. There we go.
I discovered that there was 4.5 kilometers of files there from a lot of Dutch people who were collaborating.
Wow.
And that was also a reason for me to make a
kilometers?
documentary about it, because I think it's really important to learn about our past, hopefully for the future, that it will not repeat it.
Well, I think for many of the victims, it's for the descendants of the victims, it can be a sensitive topic, because in the file they will really see like the raw details of everything that happened, which is of course very painful. You can sometimes see situations where people were turned in for a few guilders.
That is disgusting. That is disgusting. A few guilders. I mean, I know it was a different time and maybe that was worth a little bit more, but I mean, fucking hell. For Gary's retirement fund. Hail Gary. Also hail you for the super chat. Thank you, Narwhal. Whoopsies, that's not what I meant to click. There we go. It's true, Gary does work hard to keep us safe here in space. Do you not know who Gary is? Well, Dark Sparkle, Gary is a secret YouTube emote. If you type in :gar, G-A-R, right? So G-A-R, you'll get that emote, which everybody's typing in chat now. We also have some secret Garys. even, well, not as, depends on how you want to see it. We have Space Gary, and we have Winter is Gary, which is a Gary emote blowing the wind. Why? This is the perfect time to talk Garys because the space stream just gray screened me. What the fuck? There we go. But there's your short, but hopefully informative edification on Gary, our galactic god, whom we praise. He is a very wise and accepting of all space beings god. Truly the best god. Gotta say, I get emotional talking about Gary. You know what also got me a little emotional? Watching this. Not the discussion of Dutch collaborators with Nazi Germany. That got me a different kind of emotional. This is footage from a Olaf Scholz event in Germany where protesters disrupted his speech.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Und dann müssen Sie auch zuhören, weil Schreien ist eine Frage, aber keine Antwort.
And then you have to also listen because shouting is a question but not an answer. You have asked, so you get an answer. And the answer is, this was a terrible terrorist attack by Hamas on Israeli citizens over a year ago. It is right that the state of Israel can defend itself against this. Germany has always been clear. We have said clearly that there must be a good perspective, a perspective for a two-state solution. We must ensure that that means are used without violating international law. Genocide, Free Palestine, over 200 dead journalists. Well, there you go. People showing their distaste for Olaf Scholz continuing to send aid to Israel while they commit genocide on the Palestinians. And just sort of, you know, just good to see people continuing, no matter how long this goes on for, protesting publicly against leaders that are continuing to fund this. Alright, how are we doing on time? 19 minutes until 6 hours. Very close. Now, speaking of Israel, let's go here. This was inside the Knesset from yesterday, where things got really heated inside of Israeli parliament. I support international law, and since the government of Israel and the coalition that supports it commit a crime and a treason against the state of Israel, I am forced as a father of a kidnapped soldier, as the father of a female soldier who is now serving in the army, as the father of an officer in the reserves, to approach the international organization called the International Criminal Court in order to support them in the arrest warrants against Benjamin Netanyahu.
Illegal.
Because the Israeli government and the coalition supporting it betrayed the state of Israel. If you keep your drivel, shut up. Don't tell me. Shut up. Don't tell me no. You're not the owner of the community. Keep up this drivel you're putting up your son through many years of the dungeons of Hamas. Wow. Things getting really heated in Israel. In the parliament, at the Knesset. And in fact, some stuff being said I wasn't expecting to hear. I doubt you were expecting to hear it either. But Israeli leader in parliament calling for the arrest of Benjamin Netanyahu to be sent to The Hague. Insane. Wild. It's wild that we've gotten here.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I don't know how long it took, but it took, you know, what was it? Oh my God. 15 months? But there we have it. Knesset members now calling for the arrest of Benjamin Netanyahu. Wow. Honestly, it gets me a little excited.
Phrasing?
Not like that. Settle down, Archer. Alright. But that's not the only shocking thing you're about to hear. Here's some more shit. Some Israeli soldiers refusing to keep fighting in Gaza. This, I think, was at maybe a town hall meeting, I think. I don't know where specifically. But this was from earlier today, I think. Or maybe yesterday? I don't know. Yeah, actually, this was yesterday now. All right.
יש את אלה שלא רוצים לקום באמצע הלילה לחלץ רכב, יש את אלה שלא רוצים לחלץ לפלוגה הזאת כי
אני בעצם...
For me, actually, my hesitations regarding what should be done started just a few days after October 7th. I think it seemed clear to me that the war and the military operation was not the way to return the hostages. It seemed to me like a simple and delusional idea. Yeah. Oh my God, it did seem like a simple and delusional idea. Whoops, that's the wrong one. I mean, my God. How do we allow ourselves to bombard Gaza and kill Palestinians? Such quantities, this is terrible in itself. But the thing that surprised me, I did not expect Israel to have special mercy for the Palestinians. Israel is not known for such mercy. I didn't think that we would endanger the hostages like that. I thought that the war would end in a very simple way, that the deal would be signed very quickly. And very quickly, I was very deceived. Whoa. Why is my mouse is doing some really weird shit? It is like making me skip past when I'm trying to pause it. But this guy, 27-year-old IDF reservist, had hesitations regarding what should be done immediately after October 7th, and is, you know, I wish it was representative of the whole IDF. I wish that that had been the case from the very beginning. And that, you know, a diplomatic solution, as he suggested, one on paper, a ceasefire, would have been reached immediately. One has a moral responsibility to obey unjust laws. Quoting MLK.
Soldiers who served during this war signed a letter saying we're not gonna play along with this game anymore. Enough is enough. Enough manipulation, political manipulation of this war. We're not going to be pawns in your war anymore, and we're raising our voice. We appreciate soldiers. We appreciate the IDF. We do not appreciate a government who uses the IDF as a chessboard for their political game.
Wow. That deserves one of these. Wait, where's my sound? Oh, there we are. It took courage, but it's about time. It's about time, and I am glad to see this. I think everybody here has been waiting for something like this to happen, something very public, something very serious internally within Israel to stop this from happening, because clearly the pressure from outside in terms of its Israel's allies, like the United States, like Germany, like we just saw with Olaf Scholz, just giving unconditional support for what's happening. But we have seen many protests against the way that this has been handled within Israel, while we've had some disagreements with the whole some of the what do you call it? Oh my god, my brain just broke. This is what happens when you talk for 6 hours straight. Words just disappear. Some of the verbiage, like some of the words said, at times, because many people who have been protesting for the release of the hostages have also been very adamantly and vocally supportive of what's happening in Palestine with regards to the IDF continuing to and ceaselessly bomb the area for the the embargo at the border, not allowing aid in, all that, and this is the sort of at least these statements made here at this meeting is the sort of thing I've been waiting to hear for, it feels like, too long. The fact that there is this is happening gives me, when I saw this, it gave me some hope. It was just yesterday that I saw that, and things have actually progressed since then. Since those few things happened, there's been a lot that has happened. How are we doing on time? 10 minutes away. 10 minutes away from 6 hours. Could be ripped away from the stream unjustly. Okay, let's go here now to this. Now, directly after this video came out, Israel struck Deir al-Bala refugee camp in Gaza. We don't need to. All these images are pretty upsetting. We don't need to watch the rest of it, but 6 people died, and more were injured, including children, like the one that you just saw. However, almost directly after that, this happened. Where was this? I think this is north of Tel Aviv. And so Houthi, the Houthis responded by attacking some town in central Israel. I don't know which one. Oh, Mevo Betar. Now, my understanding of this is that this missile was actually intercepted by the Iron Dome, but half of it came back down to Earth and landed on this roof here. 3 hours, not even 3 hours after that, some other stuff started coming out in regards to a possible ceasefire deal, according to Qatari officials. This is from 17 hours ago, Associated Press. What can be confirmed, of course, is that the drafts have been delivered to both parties. Yes, the obstacle, the main contentious issue between the two sides, have been overcome. And yes, discussions are now underway regarding the final details. However, we cannot provide any details about the nature of those specifics or where those discussions stand today, except to say that we have moved past the major obstacles in the disagreements between the two parties. Meetings are currently ongoing here in Doha between the parties, or as you know, indirectly. But the meetings are now in session, and all parties are present in Doha, as in all previous rounds of negotiations. We are awaiting updates from their side as soon as possible. It is difficult for me, especially given past experiences that you are all aware of, to set any time frame for an announcement, except to say that today we are at the closest point to reaching an agreement. This is a negotiation. The matter remains in a fluid state, but we are particularly optimistic. I wonder if any of that had to do with either the words that were said in the Knesset that we just listened to, or that town hall meeting where IDF soldiers were speaking about their objection to this war, whether it was the letter that they all signed objecting, and it's just it's hard to say in this moment what it is. But my guess is the pressure of those sorts of things has to be at least part of the calculation of what's going on right now as to why we are closer than ever to a ceasefire in this moment. And before we get to talking more about that stuff, oh shit, we are only 5 minutes away. We're about to, oh god. You know what? We got 5 minutes to get 2 more chances to extend the stream by another hour, but I know times are tough out there, and so I'm gonna give you 10 minutes per super chat that we got. Okay, we're gonna give you an extra half hour just because this shit is important. We're already on it, and you've all been trying your best to try and keep this going, so I respect that. And I also don't want to end this on this next video that we're about to watch, because jump scare alert, you're about to see the face of Anthony Blinken. This was Anthony Blinken delivering remarks earlier today on the Middle East.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. And Fred, to you, thank you for that incredibly generous introduction.
So generous.
Thank you especially for your leadership of this council over nearly 2 decades. It's wonderful to be with you today.
This is so quiet.
Extraordinary new location.
Oh my God.
Back in the early 1960s, leading diplomats, public intellectuals, philanthropists, and others came together in Washington to create an organization that was founded on meeting the challenges of an increasingly interdependent world. In attendance, among others, Secretary of State Dean Rusk, who was blunt about what he thought would be most useful for this council. The department.
I hate the tone that Anthony is taking here, and the fact that it's so quiet is going to help me in just leaving this as is. This shit is so fucked. The tone that Anthony Blinken is taking here, it's like this so self-congratulatory. Like, it's disgusting. Because he's here to basically wrap up his tenure as Secretary of State. Oh my God, Chokey. With a £3 super chat. Ooh, British Space Love. Oh, it's a super sticker? Sorry. Oh my God, look at that cute little puppy. So cute. Look at him. He's a... who's a good dog? Thank you very much. I'll count that as a fourth, even though it's in pounds. Even though YouTube's not counting it, I'll count it. But yeah, Anthony Blinken being way too self-congratulatory and smarmy during this fucking statement for a man who's presided over essentially the funding of a genocide seems like the wrong tone to be taking at the end of your tenure. Dude who couldn't manage to get a ceasefire done anywhere. That was just basically his whole job, was to, make the ceasefire happen. Oh, God. Okay. Now, you know how earlier today we were watching some very disturbing footage from inside the Senate? Well, I'm afraid to tell you that we are about to go back to that very hearing to remind you of who very well may be presiding as Secretary of Defense here in the future. One Peter Hegseth, who was asked by Tom Cotton some lovely, lovely questions. And by lovely, I think I mean horrifying. His answers were equally horrifying.
Big 22 minutes. Thank you. We've got a big audience here. Many of them seem to be patriotic supporters of you, Mr. Hegseth. Some of them seem to be liberal critics of you. I would note that it's only the liberal critics that have disrupted this hearing. As was my custom during the Biden administration, I want to give you a chance to respond to what they said.
We've done it, everyone. We've done it. Gabby coming in with some citrusy love, providing us with an entire hour of content, breaking the barrier into that extra hour of sweet, sweet space content. That's fantastic. It means we're going to be able to get through all of this stuff and maybe even get a little bit of a space after our space chill stream. Sorry, I can't think. I'm overwhelmed by the support from all of you. All right. Let's see what Tom Cotton has to say. He's here to defend Peter and his potentially future tenor.
Hearing. As was my custom during the Biden administration, I want to give you a chance to respond to what they said about you. I think the first one accused you of being a Christian Zionist. I'm not really sure why that is a bad thing. I'm a Christian.
Oh no,
I'm a
you
Zionist.
can't think of
Zionism is
why
that the Jewish people
Tom
deserve
playing stupid again.
a homeland in the ancient Holy Land where they've lived since the dawn of history.
When does history start?
You consider yourself
when
a
does
Christian
history
Zionist?
When does history start, Tom? Because it definitely doesn't start at the beginning of Judaism. Okay, so one of the things you just said is definitely false. But that's it's fantastic. Thanks, Tom, for the fake history lesson.
Lived since the dawn of history. Do you consider yourself a Christian Zionist?
Senator, I'm a Christian, and I robustly support the state of Israel and its existential defense, and the way America comes alongside them is a great ally.
Thank you. Because another protester, and I think this one was a member of Code Pink, which, by the way, is a Chinese Communist front group these days.
I'm sorry.
Said that you support Israel's war.
Code Pink is a Chinese Communist front group? Wow. Okay, Tom. This guy is it's just fucking fascinating. What a liar and a piece of shit.
Communist front group these days, said that you support Israel's war in Gaza. I support Israel's existential war in Gaza. I assume, like me and President Trump, you support that war as well, don't you?
Senator, I do. I support Israel destroying and killing every last member of Hamas.
And the third protester said something about 20 years of genocide. I assume that's our wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Do you think our troops are committing genocide in Iraq and Afghanistan?
Senator, I do not. I think our troops, as you know, as so many in this committee know, did the best they could.
They did, even when they were torturing people.
The outcomes, and tragically, the outcome we saw in Afghanistan under the Biden
even when they were killing civilians, they were just doing their jobs.
Put a stain on what those men and women did in uniform, as you know full well, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks.
Wow, look at these two fuckbags. Her government's about to be run by idiots like this. There you go. Oh my God, narwhal by nature. Wow. I'm overwhelmed. You have a negative physiological response to seeing Pete Hegseth that you've never felt before and deeply resent. I am sorry to hear that. Not just because I feel like I am partly responsible for your having to see Pete, at least in this moment, but I'm also sorry for the future for you, because if he gets confirmed, you're going to have to see him more, even on this channel, I'm afraid. It's going to be sad for all of us, actually. He is a repulsive human being, and unfortunately is being floated for being one of the most powerful people on the planet. A Fox News anchor. That makes sense, right? Right?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
What you talking about?
Oh, God. Making me depressed. Self-proclaimed Christian Zionists. What's wrong with that? Yeah, okay, Tom. Aside from, the ethnic cleansing or the genocide, which apparently doesn't exist. All of it is just wrong. Everything I just heard was so wrong. That's why I saved it for now, because I felt like it would hit harder at this moment. We could have listened to it earlier, but now, while we're in the midst of talking about this, these two giddy idiots talking about this shit like there's nothing wrong with it. It's just fascinating. All right, let's go back to talking about the ceasefire agreement, because more is coming out about it. Here's the AP from 14 hours ago.
Israel and Hamas appear to be on the cusp of a ceasefire deal that would end over 15 months of war. Hamas officials say they've accepted a draft of the proposal. The Israelis say there still is no deal, but they're also voicing optimism as final details are being worked out. Qatar, the Mideast country that's been mediating the talks, say the sides have not been this close to an agreement in months. The proposal lays out a multi-stage process for ending a war that has killed over 46,000 Palestinians, 1,600 Israelis, and also caused widespread devastation in Gaza. The first stage calls for a gradual pullback of Israeli troops from most of Gaza over 6 weeks in exchange for the freedom of 33 hostages held by Hamas. Displaced Palestinians would also begin to go home, and aid would pour into Gaza. The sides also would quickly enter negotiations on a second phase meant to end the war altogether. That would mean a final pullout of remaining Israeli troops and the return.
Does anyone else have post-traumatic stress disorder from phases? Like, whenever I hear the word phase in relation to any of this shit, I just start having fucking, like, an anxiety attack. I'm like, oh no, don't say phase. Don't say phases to me. The word phase has not come along with good stuff recently. Every time people are talking about phases, it's another failed ceasefire agreement. Everything's fine. It's going to be fine.
Together. That would mean a final pullout of remaining Israeli troops and the return of roughly 70 other hostages. Now, it remains unclear who will run Gaza in the long run and who is going to pay for the badly needed reconstruction. But negotiators are hoping that this initial ceasefire, this initial phase, will create the momentum to address these deeper issues.
All right, this was from 5 hours ago. CBS. I'm sorry, 7 hours ago. Most recent.
Ceasefire negotiations involving Israel and Hamas are still ongoing in Doha, Qatar. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said a potential deal is, quote, closer than it's ever been before. CBS News foreign correspondent Ramy Inocencio has the latest from Tel Aviv. Ramy?
CBS News has learned from U.S., Israeli, and Arab officials that the draft for a ceasefire and hostage deal has been agreed to in principle. And if it all carries on smoothly, then Israel and Hamas will finalize it this week. Today, an Israeli government official here in Tel Aviv who wants to be anonymous told us the outlines of that deal. In phase one, Hamas would release 33 hostages made up of women, the elderly, the sick, and some children in exchange for a higher number of Palestinian detainees in Israeli prisons. As for Israel's military presence in Gaza, that official said that assets, which we're understanding to mean military assets, would remain in Gaza, and that the IDF would establish a security buffer zone between southern
Jesus
Gaza and
Christ.
Israel. And as for the people of Gaza,
You mean the one they
humanitarian
already
aid, which we know
established?
is so desperately needed
like,
now.
We've been seeing it for what, 8 months now? Israel, building a highway through the middle of Gaza and setting up their own new military posts and other sorts of things inside of Gaza. I mean, it's already built.
People of Gaza, humanitarian aid, which we know is so desperately needed now, especially at the height of winter, would be surged. The latest number we have on the death toll is over 46,500 people. That just crossed the 46,000 mark only last week. Pushing ahead to phase 2, talks on that would start during phase 1 and with the goal of releasing younger hostages and Israeli soldiers. But first, of course, phase 1 has to be agreed. If it does, implementation could start this weekend with hostages starting to be released. The last time that happened was more than a year ago, but a reminder, we have been here before many times. Talks could collapse at any minute. Many are cynical, but again, one more time, there is that feeling of hope, and that official says in large part because of the U.S. and the double backing of the outgoing Biden White House and the incoming Trump White House. Back to you.
Rami Anderson.
Now, I think it's totally fair for those of you who are saying you're skeptical about this. I too have skepticism about it. I think you're quite wise for exercising skepticism in this moment, because we've been at this moment on multiple occasions, and we've heard optimism from all sorts of different leaders, and yet it has just continued indefinitely for over a year. Which is why that skepticism is just, healthy.
In Tel Aviv, thank you. For more, I want to bring in John Alterman. He's the Senior Vice President and Director of the Middle East Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. So, John, at this point, because we know this deal is still so tenuous, what are likely the main holdups to a deal?
I actually have an onion of skepticism.
One of the questions is
right? Like, I have layers of skepticism. I have my skepticism about just the deal itself, the existence of a supposedly incredibly optimistic ceasefire deal, like actually being agreed on. And then there's another layer beneath that layer of what the fuck's going to happen after that supposed deal gets arrived at. What will it mean? We're already hearing that Israel is wanting to set up a buffer zone inside of Gaza. That's a red flag.
Hamas, a lot of their leadership has been killed in recent months. The other question is, how many hostages does Hamas actually control? They don't control all of the hostages. And so I think the Israelis are wondering, if they make this deal, are they actually going to get people out? I think one of the other issues, a question mark, and I'm not sure how much this is a sticking point, but there's a question of how many people are actually alive. And Hamas has said, well, we don't know, we're not really sure. I think this is one of the things the Israelis are really serious about. If they're going to make big trades, they're going to be trading for live people and not for dead bodies.
So in that sense, does it surprise you that only 33 hostages would be released from Gaza in phase 1?
Well, this is going to include children, people over 50, and female soldiers. That always was sort of what people were talking about. Those were the easiest. The male people of military age were always going to be a second phase. The price that Israel is paying is 30 Palestinian prisoners for each Israeli civilian, and for the female soldiers, 50 Palestinian prisoners for each one, including 30 Palestinian prisoners who are serving life sentences. This is a big deal for the Israelis. It's very skewed. They always knew it would.
Those numbers aren't what I was expecting. When I first heard them, I was actually pretty shocked that Israel was at this point willing to give up as many prisoners as it seems like they're willing to give up. But, it would seem that the tides are shifting. Are we missing an emotional support character? Are we at 70 likes on this stream right now? Is that what you're telling me? I can't even see him. If we're at 70, you are owed one. We're at the point in the stream where I feel like you don't need emotional support anymore. We're getting another hour, thanks to all of you who've donated. And pretty much the rest of this is kind of easy. I'd be willing to hold on to it for you if you want, but I will give it to you. I'll let chat decide in this moment if you want that last support character, or if you want me to hold it, you want me to bank it, roll it over to the next stream. I always give that as an option when we reach a support character relatively near the end of the stream, right? But it's up to you. It's up to all of you because you deserve it. So yeah, you decide. I mean, honestly, the last half of the stream isn't going to be that tough. we got stuff to go through, but it's not. It's not the hardest. It's not the hardest news. We've been going through some rough stuff here. All right, one's in chat if you want the support character right now, or two's in chat if you want to roll it over. And I guess I guess I could make a poll. I just don't want to take that much time on this because I feel like I'm eating into our hour that's been granted to us by our very generous super chatters. You have OCD, don't make you choose. Look, I'm prone to hold on to it for you for next stream because I feel like we're gonna get through this part fine. All right, let's go. This is basically one of the only sort of rough. I'm getting ones. I'm seeing ones. All right, I'll give you. I'm seeing more ones than twos right now. Although most of them are duck. 1, 2, 3. I see 3 ones and 2 twos. I'm just gonna give it to you. 20. That is buddy Jesus on a raptor. We just crit. We just crit. We rarely crit around here. I don't know why, but my rolling sucks. I'm never giving you 20s. Okay. Well, let's go to India and look at this not so great strategy. From India and Prime Minister Modi, as apparently India has been creating what it calls strategic tunnels in the Kashmiri area, a highly disputed zone in this part of the world. What the fuck is this whack-ass Pope mobile? Look at this thing. What is this?
ऊंचाई पर स्थित जीमो टनल परियोजना लेह के रास्ते में श्रीनगर और सोनमर्ग के बीच हर मौसम में
अब बर्फबारी के दौरान एवलांच से
The problems that were caused by closed roads during snowfall, avalanche, rainfall, and landslides.
बंद होने की परेशानी आती थी
Those problems will reduce now.
परेशानी कम होगी
That's good.
जब रास्ते बंद होते हैं
When the roads closed,
यहाँ से बड़े
it
अस्पताल
used to
आना
make the
जाना
commute to big hospitals difficult.
मुश्किल हो जाता था इससे यहाँ जरूरी
Essential
सामान
supplies
मिलने
have
में
become
भी
difficult to arrange.
मुश्किलें होती थी अब सोनमर्ग
After
टनल
the
बनने
construction
से
of the Sonmarang Tunnel,
ये
these problems
दिक्कतें
will
बहुत
reduce.
कम हो जाएगी
Yeah, I guess. So long as they don't, create any other problems, politically speaking, with, I don't know, Pakistan or, I don't know, China, one of the two. I guess we'll find out what the fuck happens with that. Now, other stuff has been going on in India, if you're not aware, which we've been talking about the last few days, that being the Mama Kumbh pilgrimage, a Hindu festival where people gather, essentially, I think the Ganges is the main focus of this festival, if I understand it correctly. Let's go here. AP from yesterday.
This mega tent city is hosting what is described as the
Holy
world's
shit.
largest religious gathering.
That's a
For
lot of
about
people.
next 6 weeks, more than 400 million people are expected to gather at the Mahakumbh festival in northern Prayagraj city. Here, Hindu pilgrims and mystics will take part in elaborate rituals. They will take dip in the sacred rivers of the Ganges and the Yamuna as they believe it will cleanse their sins, purify their souls, and release them from the cycles of birth and death. Many pilgrims will stay for the entire festival, observing austerity, giving alms, and bathing at sunrise every day. This festival is a big test for Indian authorities to showcase Hindu religion. More than $765 million are being spent for the event. About 50,000 security personnel are also stationed in the city to maintain law and order and crowd management. The festival is also expected to boost Prime Minister Narendra Modi's past record of promoting Hindu culture symbols for his support base.
Now, one thing I would like to point out, as I would often when we talk about India, Hinduism. Nothing wrong with Hinduism or Hindus, but Hindu nationalism and things of that nature certainly are out of hand right now in India. There has been some definitely negative stuff that's been going on with that, and I really, feel like it's necessary to point out that Narendra Modi has been using that to foment fear and other sorts of things within his own country and to benefit himself, to remain in power. And, it's very cynical and it's, self-interested when he does that. We have all come here to pray, oopsies, so that our souls attain peace, and our lives are blessed that we got a chance to take a holy dip in the river Ganges, of course. The Mahakumbh festival takes place every 12 years, and it instills in us values of faith of worship. Oh my God, that's moving a little fast. In us, values of faith and worship. People say that bathing in the river Ganges cleanses us of all of our sins. Are you calling Nightbot a glass trader? Yeah, that's fair. Now, this was live footage, I believe, of the festival, just like from some AP cameras at the area, or whomever was here. Probably not AP. They probably just bought this footage from. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I don't think Weon is even the biggest one. There's one that comes to my forefront of my brain. Oh God. There's a lot of people here. Like I said, 400 million people are expected to make this pilgrimage to the area. It is, I mean, what is India's population? 1.2? I think it might be higher than that. But 1.3. That's like a third of the population all coming to one spot all at once. It is crazy. These size gatherings are Just insane. Now, hopefully everybody at this festival manages to stay relatively calm, and that nothing bad happens due to the number of people here. There have certainly been times, I think in the last year, that we've covered other religious events in India where things got out of hand because of how many people were there. And I just realized how naked everybody is. And so, you know, my hope is that nobody gets overly, rambunctious or anything. You know, we've seen at least, I think, 2 crowd crushes in India on this stream in the last year over religious events, if I recall correctly. Oh, was it India? Whatever. We saw at least one. The other one I might be mistaking it for another place. Alright, I just decided I would switch it back now, finally, that there's not an entire stampede of naked men walking down the street. Alright. Let's move it along. We got more to talk about here tonight, I suppose. It is just sort of, I mean, it's almost hard to look away from this many people. It is overwhelming. And with the smog, it almost just feels even more claustrophobic. Like, because you can't see past the crowd. All you can see is crowd. Okay. All right. Now we got one big story left here. Before we talk about that, let's go to the Philippines, where 1 million people attended a national rally for peace in the country.
Pepe Labs, I think we're stuck. Oh no, I think we're stuck. Ang National Rally for Peace po ay ipinadukala.
This national rally for peace was proposed by our leader, Eduardo Malalo, to support the proposal of the President of the Republic of the Philippines, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., not to support the impeachment of the Vice President of the Philippines, Sara Duterte. The purpose of this national rally for peace is for the peace of our country, the Philippines. Now, let me make sure I have this correct. Because I feel like I'm getting it mixed up. Okay, so the right. All right. So basically, Sara Duterte, the vice president of the Philippines, is basically the main part of the complaint has to do with bribery and other sort of like financial corruptions, as well as misappropriating funds, generally speaking. So yeah, that is that's the main reason why she's being the floating of her impeachment has happened, and you know, it's not the only country in Asia right now that is dealing with potential impeachments of its leaders and or current actual happening impeachments. Oh shit, I went backwards. We're going backwards to South Korea. Because, of course, we've been talking about this now for, what is it, like a month and a half? When did South Korea, when did Yoon Suk-yeol declare martial law? I can't remember. It feels like it's been quite a while now, but I honestly don't know. It's been at least like a few weeks, if not a month or so. But yeah, if you didn't hear, Yoon Suk-yeol, president of South Korea, declared martial law a while back. People weren't super big into that. He was impeached by the Congress, and then after that, there's been a ton of protests throughout that. There have been also pro Yoon Suk-yeol, pro martial law protests, and I mean it literally, like people vehemently supporting martial law. I will say that from what I can tell from the images I've seen, the protests do always seem to be larger in support of the impeachment than of Yoon Suk-yeol himself. But one thing that has essentially been keeping him in office up to this point is that while Congress has impeached him, the one thing that hasn't happened that needs to happen legally speaking, according to the Constitution of South Korea, is that he has to be impeached by the judicial body. The Supreme Court, essentially, of South Korea has to also go over all of the evidence used to impeach him and make their own determination before it's finalized. And apparently that process is now finally beginning after weeks of waiting. Here's BBC from 19 hours ago.
Let's turn to South Korea, where the impeachment trial of suspended President Yoon Suk-yeol has held its first hearing. These here are live pictures outside the presidential palace where anti-government protesters have gathered. Mr. Yoon did not attend the hearing. He is facing charges over his failed attempt of imposing martial law, plunging the country into its deepest political crisis in decades. The court will decide if his actions violated the constitution and amounted to insurrection. Well, let's speak to our correspondent Shaima Halil, who's following developments from Tokyo for us. And
oh shit.
Shaima, so Mr. Yoon did not attend the hearing.
My bad. Yes, you're right. Very low volume. That's my bad. I was just doing a terrible job.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Let's turn to South Korea, where the impeachment trial of suspended President Yoon Suk-yeol has held its first hearing. These here are live pictures outside the presidential palace where anti-government protesters have gathered. Mr. Yoon did not attend the hearing. He is facing charges over his failed attempt of imposing martial law, plunging the country into its deepest political crisis in decades. The court will decide if his actions violated the constitution and amounted to insurrection. Well, let's speak to our correspondent Shaima Halil, who's following developments from Tokyo for us. And Shaima, so Mr. Yoon did not attend the hearing. This was expected. But what happens next?
As expected, Yoon Suk-yeol did not attend the first impeachment hearing. His lawyers have told us that, citing safety concerns and other objections that they had about the logistics of the hearings. It lasted about 4 minutes. It was very, very quick. Essentially, it was the marking of the start of the impeachment trial procedures. We are expecting another hearing later this week. This, as protesters and anti-Yoon protesters continue to gather outside the presidential palace. What the Constitutional Court has to decide is whether the declaration of martial law by Yoon Suk-yeol early in December was unconstitutional and whether it was illegal.
Okay, I gotta stop him because they both keep saying it. And his name is not Yoon Suk-yeol, it's Yoon Suk-yeol. Why are they adding an N and a G? That is not making any sense to my brain.
And it has many weeks, even months to decide that. It has about 5 months now that the hearings have started. It could drag out, but they are under pressure to make a quick decision because of the instability that South Korea finds itself in. This comes after a month of Parliament deciding to vote to impeach the president after he declared martial law and then withdrew that very, very quickly. If the impeachment is upheld, then Yoon Suk-yeol is out of power, and that will trigger a snap election that will have to be done within 60 days. If it's not, if it's dismissed, he is reinstated and he is back in power. That will not go down well, neither with the opposition, not with many members of the public who again continue to gather outside his presidential palace, expressing their anger about what happened early December. But remember, apart from the trial, Yoon is also facing criminal investigations for alleged insurrection and abuse of power, both related to the martial law declaration on December 3rd. Investigators and the police are attempting for a second time to arrest the president. Today, there was a meeting between the police and...
Yes, they are. And we do have footage of that. Let's go to Al Jazeera from 10 hours ago. Authorities launch second attempt to arrest president.
I'm going to bring you a developing story now from South Korea, where police are attempting to carry out an arrest warrant for the impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol. This is the scene currently at the presidential residence in central Seoul, where around 1,000 police officers have been deployed. But Yoon's supporters have formed a human chain to block them. Investigators are reportedly bracing for operations lasting up to 3 days. The president was impeached and suspended last month after he briefly declared martial law. Our correspondent, Patrick Falk, is live for us in the South Korean capital, Seoul. Patrick, it's 6 o'clock in the morning, or just gone 6 o'clock in the morning there. It's freezing temperatures, and yet everybody's out. All the protesters, all the police, the investigators. Can you explain to us what is happening and how these investigators are trying to get into the residence to make this arrest?
Yeah, we are right outside the president's residence. You can't see it in the shot, but there are dozens, possibly hundreds of police buses all around us and thousands of police officers, as you say. Plenty more of President Yoon's supporters also. Police estimating there could be about as many as 6,500 of them. We can see them all in the background there. They are singing at the moment, waving light sticks. It is celebratory in a way, but they are here to defend their president. This hasn't been a terribly well-kept secret. A lot of them knew that this was going to be taking place. There had
Such a strange dichotomy right now. You have one group of people in support of the martial law.
Illegal.
And then you got the police trying to get into Yoon Suk-yeol's compound. Oh boy, what a shit show this is.
Lots of rumors circulating that the execution of the arrest warrant would be underway. Now, as far as we're hearing, the police officers that are executing the warrant have handed over the warrant to the Presidential Security Service. There is talk that there may have been some sort of physical confrontation, but the big question really is, how is this all going to go down? Are things going to get chaotic? It does seem quite orderly here right now, but we also know that they are prepared for this operation to last up to 3 days, and that the Presidential Security Service could resist.
Because this is the second attempt, isn't it, to arrest President Yoon? There were such confrontations that police and investigators retreated.
This one thing that you see at every single one of these protests in support of Yoon Suk-yeol is the presence of American flags being waved. And it throws me off every fucking time. Even though I know it's what I'm going to see at this point, it still throws me off. It's in a different country. But while they're protesting in support of their own leader, they're waving American flags along with the South Korean ones. And it's a real weird vibe.
From the first time. Can you just give us a bit of an idea as to why they're trying to arrest the former president, the impeached president, in the first place?
We know, okay, we don't need this. We know why. Thank you, Al Jazeera.
Well, the president has been barred.
We do know why. Okay. Now, let's go to the live footage from the AP outside of Yoon Suk-yeol's compound here. Now, of course, Yoon Suk-yeol, and he has his own security detail. And as we've talked about before, in the last time that the police tried to arrest him, those security detail forcefully stopped him, as well as just South Korean pro Yoon Suk-yeol protesters, like the ones we were just looking at, physically stopping police from arresting the president. In many ways, it kind of has like reverse Jan 6 vibes. Or just Jan 6 vibes, but it's just like a different dynamic. But it's just, I mean, the dynamics actually, I take it back. I take it back. It's got real Jan 6 vibes written all over it. Reverse Jan 6 also works. Alright, yeah. I mean, either one. It's it's got the vibe. It's got many of the elements. An impeached president refusing to be impeached. His supporters physically attacking police to stop them from executing the law. I mean, it's got all the fucking signs, dude. Here's your sign. I don't know. I haven't thought of that fucking quote for 30 years. I feel like I was a child when that first happened. Why did I think of that? I hate those guys. Alright, hate's a strong. Strongly dislike. Now, from my understanding, I don't think they managed to arrest him. Hold on, let me, here, no, what am I doing this? Here, I'll I'm gonna keep playing this while I look this up, because there could be developments in this, but my understanding is they once again did not manage to arrest him. Oh wait, actually I take it back. I take it back. 34 minutes ago. Actually arrested. Actually arrested. Yoon Suk-yeol. After all of this, finally being taken to South Korean prison, it would seem. Wow. I wonder if there's going to be some sort of like Ocean's 12 sort of prison breakout or something. This dude's been in every one. I think I've seen this guy multiple times. He's crying again. I remember this guy. He was crying last time, and now he's trying to bring the tears to him again. He's like, I am very sad. Well, there you go, people. That is your galactic news for the evening. We are going to have an after stream, of course. Well, I hope you all enjoyed this stream. It was long and difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. This could be it for me tonight. Until I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. You didn't think I forgot this, did you? These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Decipher, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Geo Dragon, Moanoab, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here help produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon, by clicking that link in chat or going to my bio on YouTube or Twitch. Yeah. Actually, no. Take it back. We need this. I think we need this tonight.
One of the main pillars in the thriving techno scene in Palestine. Give it up to Sama. Woo!
I appreciate your concern, Bad Lefty. And this will get my video claimed, almost definitely. But if you haven't noticed, I have been trimming out the super secret late night after hours galactic chill streams. They become even more super secret than they've ever been. Essentially, I've been either cutting the entire secret stream out, or I just remove all the audio. Basically, once it posts.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.